At first, Zhou Hao stood up, and many people were dissatisfied with him. After all, the internal affairs of the demon cult, he was an outsider intervening, and it was a bit out of compliance. But after he said a few words, everyone was silent, and no one was because of him. Intervene and blame. They were indeed, as Zhou Hao said. When an elder stood up and clamored, they did not speak. They chose not to conflict with the three uncles for their own interests. They thought about the situation while watching the situation, which side had obvious advantages. On which side they will stand. They plan to be fishermen who reap their profits. Although most people here are young people, no matter which faction there are disciples of the demon cult of the older generation. Although the current demon cult is not as good as before, the rules have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Now that the elders of the demon cult are rebelling, they will always feel a little guilty if they don't say a word. The third master did not expect Zhou Hao to say a word. Let everyone accept the fact that he was early, and his heart was dark. Zhou Hao was really extraordinary, but he didn't take it too seriously. After all, this is not a business negotiation, but a sect. The replacement of the leader of the People's Republic of China requires not only tongues, but powerful force. He knew that Zhou Hao was a Hong Kong stock and a wealthy businessman on the mainland. He had an unclear relationship with the central government. He could not deal with Zhou Hao. Otherwise, even if he really replaced the leader or retired today, Zhou Hao was there. The factions put pressure on themselves, let alone Macau. The whole of China may not be able to gain a foothold. Thinking of this, the third master uncle said in a deep voice to Zhou Hao, "Mr. Zhou Hao, it is now an internal matter of our demon cult. I am very grateful for your actions against the crisis of our demon cult. But now we have to solve our internal problems. You are watching by the side, don't interfere." Zhou Hao smiled and looked around casually, before he looked at the third uncle and said, "Sanshur, according to the truth, I should not interfere with your internal problems, but I am a guest invited by Xiao Zhao. It's her friend. If you embarrass her master, should I be able to ask?" Uncle Senshurshin said that this kid is really coveting the beauty of Xiao Zhao. Otherwise he will not be strong today, and he pondered for a moment. "Mr. Zhou Hao, according to your intention, do you have to intervene in today's affairs?" "Of course, since I have stepped up, I am definitely going to take care of this matter. Since you don't want to take care of it, I have no choice but to fight injustice. Let's not talk about the matter between you and He Hong's son. Just say you. Disrespect to the leader, based on my understanding of the demon cult, should also be able to cure you." Zhou Hao nodded. The three master uncles' expression changed. Although Zhou Hao was a bit arrogant, according to the demon canon, the leader is the largest existence in the religion. He just disrespected the senior sister and was enough to convict him. But now the leader of the sect is no longer so powerful. Otherwise he himself, I dare not do so. Not only him, but other people are also murmured in their hearts. This Zhou Hao is stunned, although he knows that all this is forbidden by the rules. But now and then, the leader is not strong enough, and it is completely reasonable to be despised by others, let alone Zhou Hao. An outsider doesn't seem to have any right to say that. Zhou Hao didn't seem to have consciously said too much, and continued, "Sanshurshu, not only you are like this, but the two protectors are also the same. As a protector, I don't know how much power I have, but I believe in the second protector. The original intention of the word should be to allow you to ensure the smooth execution of the leader's orders. But you see that no one listens to the words of the leader, and you do not stand up as a protector. Are you negligent?" No one thought that Zhou Hao would suddenly turn the front of the conversation and turn his target to the two law protectors. The three uncles couldn't help being stunned. Xindao, this kid would not be a lunatic offender, two law protectors. But they are all quasi-extreme masters. Even if the leader wants to let them 3 points, Zhou Hao takes the initiative to provoke them. Moreover, the protagonist of today's incident is also the three uncles. Zhou Hao's non-focused attack is a bit confusing. Only the demon leader and Xiao Zhao know that whether it is the uncle or the three uncles, the reason why they are arrogant, mainly two protectors are supporting them. If there is no support behind them, the two forces will have to worry about the existence of the leader. The two law protectors are not ordinary people. They are not only people with high internal skills, but also deep-hearted people. Now, listening to Zhou Hao's words, Zhou Protector first said, Mr. Zhou said carefully, "Our law protector is to protect the continued development of the holy religion, not a tool for the leader to oppress the congregation. When his words were spoken, the face of the leader of the demon cult became difficult to look. His words were tantamount to denying the leader's previous orders, and he did not hide his relationship with the three uncles. Anyway, this long open secret, that being the case, just spread everything out. Although the right guardian did not speak, he was silent, which made people feel that he was looking at everything from the left guardian's head. You don't need to ask to know that the left guardian expressed what he meant. Zhou Hao gave a chuckle, as if he had expected it a long time ago, and quickly said, "In this case, in terms of your strength and status, not only cannot guarantee the execution of the power of the leader, but in turn, as for the leader, then I want to ask, in your demon cult, who has the final say? Is it the leader, or the protector, or?" After a pause, looking at the third master, and the master said, "The elder has the final say?" After he finished speaking, he unconsciously let go of his aura. Although he didn't use any internal force, his long-term power and murderous aura brought an invisible pressure to everyone, even if he was a quasi-extreme person. The four of them are also a bit unbearable. Everyone dare not despise Zhou Hao now. They suddenly haven't seen Zhou Hao. Although this young man doesn't have the aura of a master of martial arts, everyone knows that he is not a soft-hearted person. But everyone is in martial arts, so you can't be frightened by an ordinary person. Zhou Hufa solemnly said, "Mr. Zhou Hao, you took action out of righteousness when our magic sect was in crisis. We are very grateful, but if you keep talking nonsense words, but don't blame us for being impolite. This is our demon sect's convention, and it's not something outsiders can mess up casually." Zhou Hao laughed and said, "Zhou Hufa, do you think what I said is poking in your heart, and you can't accept it anymore?" Then he laughed and said in a deep voice, "I want to know that you will. How are you being polite to me? Do you want to use force against me, as if you did not obey the orders of the leader?" This time, even the other people who watched the demon sect were already a bit unwilling to stand it. This young man was not stable enough. He actually relied on his wealth and power to not put everyone in the demon sect in the eyes. It's not an ordinary person. Just one person can kill him 10 times. The three masters and uncles watched Zhou Hao not speaking, and they didn't know why Zhou Hao was. It's almost a death. Among the demon sect, the two guardians have the highest martial arts, also because they live on the island all year round. The news of is not very clear. They will not be as jealous of Zhou Hao as the two of them, and maybe they will take action against him. Zhou Hao stared at Zwadharma like that, as if he didn't know that he had angered the two Dharma guards. There was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Even if he didn't say anything, the contempt had already come into being. Zhou Hufa was originally a master, and in the demon cult, one person is less than 10,000 people. Now he is so provoked by a young man, and he is still in front of so many people. If he shrinks, let alone protect his nephew, even his own face will be lost. Zhou Hao, you are really terrifying, but I don't know if you are so kind and if you really have capital. Do you know what the foundation of our demon teaching is? Zhou Hufa's voice is low, and everyone can hear his anger. Zhou Hao didn't seem to hear it. He smiled and said, "Isn't it just martial arts? Although your martial arts is good, but it's only slightly stronger than these people. You don't know what to do. Don't think you are a little bit stronger than ordinary people. I think I'm terrific." After he said this, everyone was in an uproar. Before they thought Zhou Hao was overconfident because of his identity and wealth. Now everyone sees him. They don't know what life and death are. They know that the two guardians are not weak in martial arts, but they say they have nothing. Harm, is your martial art stronger? Except for the demon leader and Xiao Zhao, everyone, including the master uncle and the third uncle, looked at Zhou Hao with foolish eyes. This kid must not be an absolute master. The entire martial arts master can count it with one hand, and all it was those old monsters who had cultivated for many years. Even if there was an expert hermit, they didn't believe that this person would be Zhou Hao. He was too young. Zhou Hao also knew that they definitely didn't believe in their own strength. His goal today is to build up his power and not hide his strength. He laughed and said, "Why? The guardian of the law has no bottom in his heart. Still think I'm blatant? An ordinary person dare to do so. Say you, then you can come and try. Mad. It's crazy. This is how everyone feels. Zhou Hao's is simply a naked provocation. If Zhujiafa doesn't dare to do anything, it's really a scandal. At this moment, he still cares about Zhou Hao's background. Anyway, he just wants to catch Han Geng. Kill it to relieve the hatred in the heart. Zhou Hufa was originally standing not far from the demon cult leader, at least 10 meters away from Zhou Hao. His heart burst into flames, and he leaned forward and threw himself down. With the ultimate skill, the distance of strength passed by, as if there was no space between people, and in an instant Fa was in front of Zhou Hao. Not to mention facing an ordinary person, even a first-class expert, facing the top attack, must be very cautious, but everyone did not see Zhou Hao's nervousness, nor did they see the fear of the demon leader. They even thought that the demon cult the leader is because the rescue is not in a hurry, and Zhou Hao is because there is no response. It's just that when everyone wanted to see how Zhou Hao was dealt with by Zhou Hufa, Zhou Hao's body suddenly moved. He used a slow motion that everyone could see, just like walking so easily, and suddenly leaning back. Pick up your right foot. Those who are familiar with football know that this is a football action. This backward shooting action suddenly appeared in a two-person heads-up, and it immediately gave people a sense of childishness. It was just this kind of childish action and the consequences that no one would think of it. As a quasi-excellent left guardian, without touching Zhou Hao's body, Zhou Hao picked it up on his chest with one foot and fell directly out for more than 10 meters. Everyone can clearly see Zhou Hao's movements. It seems that an individual can hide from him, but everyone can see that the person flying out is Zhui Fa. This strange feeling makes people feel uncomfortable. Some people even wondered whether Zhou Hao used some witchcraft. Fortunately, Zhou Hao didn't plan to kill Zhou Hufa in public, and he didn't use much internal force under his feet. The purpose was to let Zhou Hufa fly out and embarrass him. Even so, Zhou Hufa recovered for a long time after landing, before breathing his previous breath. He was not injured, but this affected Zhou Hao's shock. Those audiences could not understand what was going on because of Zhou Hao's performance. However, Zhui Fa was the person involved. Naturally, he knew what was going on at that time. He can appreciate how powerful it is. He clearly saw Zhou Hao's kick, but he just couldn't avoid it. He knew that one of the reasons for this was that he was in the air, but more importantly, he couldn't avoid it at all, even if he was not in the air. It can't hide. This can only show that Zhou Hao's feet are very fast, but I don't know how to achieve the visual distortion so that people seem to be watching slow motion. The top master? You are the top master. Zhou Hufa was horrified. Looking at Zhou Hao's gaze, he became awed and stared at Zhou Hao in a tone that he could not believe. Others were shocked when they heard these 4 words. All the people present were all practicing martial arts since they were young. Although there are only 3 people who can reach the realm of left guardian law, all first-class masters know that the realm of martial arts practitioners will continue. As you know, the person with the highest martial arts in the martial arts is known as the super master. All such masters in martial arts are one of the few, but they never expected that Zhou Hao, a young man, was a super master. Except for the demon leader who knew the inside story, everyone looked at Zhou Hao in disbelief. But Zhou Hufa, everyone knows his identity, and he naturally knows his strength. If he asks, no one will doubt. Zhou Hao did not reveal any extraordinary aura. Yun Danfeng smiled lightly. Left Guardian's eyesight is not bad. No wonder you can reach the quasi-extreme peak in your life. You are indeed a smart person. Then he looked around all the demons. He said with certainty, according to your statement, I am a super master. Who has opinions about my nosy today? Just stand up. Zhou Hao is a super master. No one knows except the demon leader and Xiao Zhao. Suddenly, everyone discovered that Zhou Hao is a super master. No one can tell how strong the impact is, but everyone at all feels like a bolt from the blue. If the person who said this is not Zhou Hufa, but someone else, no one would believe it. After all, Zhou Hao is too young. He is a person in his 20s. Unless this guy is rejuvenated, he will really dare not dare. Believe. Zhou Hufa's complexion is more ugly than others. He doesn't know how strong the top master is, but he knows that he must be much better than himself. Especially when the two fight against each other. He didn't even see how he shot. If you continue to do it, it is estimated that most of them will not have good results. Zhou Hao, as a supermaster, don't you think that interfering with other people's internal problems in the martial arts is a martial arts taboo? Don't you care about this at all? Zhou Hufa thought in his heart and said, Zhou Hao looked down on Zui Fa. This guy knew that his strength was not as good as himself, so he thought of such an excuse. Although everyone knows this is a martial arts taboo, in this society, who still abides by these useless rules, just fists if it is large enough, you can have the right to speak, but at this time he has to answer his questions. Zhuhufa, is it a little meaningless for you to say this now? If you were talking about the rules at the time, you should listen to the leader of everything. Although I am not a member of your teaching, I am a guest invited by the leader of the demon cult. I am also a friend of Xiao Zhao. From a moral point of view, I watched my friend being bullied and did not take action. Is it a violation of martial arts rules and a taboo? I want to ask which one should I use, rules or the standard? Zhou Hao has always been clever and never afraid of speaking. After all, Zhuhufa is not a person who is good at word-of-mouth controversy. Usually, if there are more than 10,000 people under the demon cult, what matter has been solved directly by force, but now he is asked by Zhou Hao. Fortunately, their faction also has the third uncle. After all, he has been in business for many years. He can speak well. Seeing that his uncle was speechless, he immediately said, Mr. Zhou Hao, you are friends, and there is no problem. But when we have internal problems, outsiders, I can always intervene casually. After a pause, he said to the leader of the demon cult, Sister, do you have to help from outsiders in order to be able to hold your position? I have some doubts. If you really sit firmly this time, are you a demon? The hierarch is still Mr. Zhou Hao's puppet. If this is the case, I don't think we will be called the demon cult anymore. Just change the name. The demon leader sneered in his heart. This third junior brother really raised such a question. She had already calculated it from the beginning. If he couldn't say this, the demon leader would accept Zhou Hao's help without any scruples. But now she is not afraid. She just smiled and replied, The third junior brother, are you saying that I am colluding with outsiders, or that I want to subvert the demon cult? But compared to the third junior brother, I am not a big deal. I just asked my friends to maintain order. Zhou Hao, as an invaluable master, seems to be in line with martial arts rules even if he is asked to help. At least I did not do anything to harm the sect. All the demon cultists were watching, and no one said aloud. Now it is the three uncles who are going to be the villain. The leader is suppressing, and there is also a super master. Except for the master and uncle faction, everyone else is even quasi-super no. Even if everyone knows that if everyone joins forces, Zhou Hao may not be able to hold it. But who would join hands to deal with a super master and not know how to die by the time? It is not worth it. Now the third uncle is considered to be weak, and it is difficult to fight against a leader faction with top masters. Everyone knows the difficulty. No one would have thought that Zhou Hao would exist at this time. This will definitely affect the result. People. The third uncle turned his eyes, not looking at the demon cult leader, but turned to the master uncle and said sincerely, Big brother, you are the boss of our generation. You stand up to be fair. The senior sister colludes with outsiders coming to suppress the people of your own sect. Does this have violated the rules of our demon cult? I think our elders should reconsider the position of the demon leader and whether the senior sister should continue to sit down. This Sanchishushu is indeed a cunning person. At this time, he turned all the pressure into motivation and made suggestions to impeach the demon leader. And this is the voice of everyone. If the position of the demon leader is allowed, everyone will there is a chance to sit on it, especially those careerists. Zhou Hao secretly sighed in his heart that this Uncle Three Masters is indeed a talent, and his face is also very thick. It is obvious that he is the one who colluded with the Hun senator now because of his appearance. All problems are planted on the demon leader. I am not here today, and the demon cult leader will definitely suffer. The master was secretly moved. According to the current situation, it is basically certain that if he does not make a move, the power of the third junior brother will definitely not be preserved. In front of a supermaster, how powerful the power will collapse. He is a quasi-supermaster. Naturally, I can also feel the power of the decision master. It is estimated that Zhou Hao alone can kill all the people like the third junior brother. If it was before, junior sister and junior brother and her three sides constrained each other, and it was considered a tripartite, but now it is different. After all, Zhou Hao's strength is too strong. If she and the third junior brother cannot join forces, it is absolutely impossible to deal with the demon leader, as long as the third junior brother was annihilated, and the next step was his own power. Now the relationship between myself and the third junior brother has turned into a cold lips and teeth. No one can do without anyone, and they can't do it together. Hearing the question from the third junior brother, the master just thought a little bit in his mind, and he muttered, "There is some truth to what the third junior brother said. Although the teacher master has been in the position of the teacher for many years, she has also done many things that have contributed a lot to the demon cult. But this time I really can't help you. You collude with outsiders to deal with your own teaching. Brothers has seriously hurt our feelings." The demon leader sneered and said, "Big brother, you want my position, you can say directly, compared with the 3 junior brothers colluding with outsiders to deal with our demon cult. I just find a friend to help. I don't believe the gap between this. You don't understand, but since that's the case, I don't have much to say. For you, I still miss the old feelings a bit, but now it seems unnecessary." Turning his head to Zhou Hao said, "Zhou Hao, do it. You are welcome. Now they are destined to betray the demon cult. In that case, we should not wait. From now on, everyone who wants to stand on the side of the demon cult, don't do it. Anyone who does it will be treated as apostasy." After he finished speaking, the young master standing next to him immediately drew out the sword in his hand. They are all direct lines of the leader of the demon cult. Now that they have to do it, they must be helping the leader of the demon cult. The right guardian did not hesitate to take action when the demon leader said that he wanted to do it. His goal was the demon leader, to catch the thieves first, and he was the closest to the demon leader. As long as she was caught, everything would be a problem. It was easy to understand. He didn't want to face Zhou Hao, a supermaster. He still knew himself. However, the demon leader is also a quasi-extreme master, and may not be successful in front of Zhou Hao, but when facing his left and right guardians, martial arts are between the first and the middle, and he will definitely not suffer. Since he said that he must do it, the demon leader has already done it. Be prepared to guard against the right guardian not far from him. Even though he made a sudden move, he didn't let the demon leader be in a hurry. The whole person rose into the air. The demon leader evaded the right protector and kicked it out at the same time. She was not a weak hand that could be bullied. Her hands were continuously flying in the air, which was beyond everyone's expectation. The demon leader not only had deep inner strength, exquisite fists and feet, there is actually a very domineering hidden weapon kung fu. Various hidden weapons fly out of both hands. The targets are all the masters and the third uncles. Her direction is Xiao Zhao. The people on her side only care about Xiao Zhao, and Xiao Zhao is also the weakest one. She has first-class internal strength without any actual combat experience. In case the master or the third uncle seeing this, coming over to attack Xiao Zhao, the consequences would be disastrous. When she started, Zhou Hao did not idle. With the power and prestige of a top master, with her own strength, she faced the master uncle and the third uncle, as well as Wahufa, 2 quasi-top and 1 top master. Even though they in the eyes of others, it is a master, but in the eyes of Zhou Hao, it is no different from ordinary people. Although Zhou Hao's realm is a top master, he is also a master among the top masters, otherwise he would not have almost defeated all the top masters. All of this is naturally not understood by everyone in the demon cult, not to mention the masters and uncles of the third master. Even the demon leader and Xiao Zhao don't know that Zhou Hao's strength is so strong that his body doesn't need to fall to the ground, floating in the air. And every time I use my strength to fly in the air, my hands will be touched, and then a master uncle or third master uncle will fall to the ground. Those other faction elders who want to take advantage of the fire and look forward to seeing Zhou Hao are so prestigious. I didn't know for a while whether I should help, especially those who were relatively strong and wanted to reap the benefits and directly change their minds. This supermaster is too strong. Zhou Hao used the power of one person to block almost all the masters. It was beyond the calculations of the demon leader. As long as she had her hand beside Xiao Zhao, she didn't need to make a move. The right guardian was tight because the master was tight, so she had to let it go. The leader of the demon cult turned to attack Zhou Hao. A quasi-excellent master can't have much influence on Zhou Hao, but 3 super-excellent masters will also have some trouble for Zhou Hao. The most important thing is that in order for Xiao Zhao to successfully inherit the position of the leader of the demon cult, Zhou Hao does not want to kill everyone. His purpose is to build power and put pressure on it, not to clean it out. Otherwise, the result will be the entire demon cult. The decline in strength is not what Zhou Hao wants. Now his target is actually the third master uncle, and the threat of the master uncle is far less than the third master uncle. The master is very calm and old. In fact, his ambition is far inferior to that of San Shirshu. If the disaster of San Shirshu is not eliminated, Xiao Zhao's biggest obstacle will be, and the right guardian seems to listen more to the left guardian. No matter what the angle is, the three uncles in one series should be abolished. Zhou Hao knew in his heart that when he shot, he naturally became different. While dealing with the uncle master and the right guardian, he focused the more powerful attacks on the third master and the left guardian. He took every shot. Those disciples fell on the ground, not really killing them, but restricting their actions. It only took about 10 minutes. There were only 4 people left in the camp of the 3 uncles and uncles. The guardians and the 3 uncles and uncles, those disciples, were all taken away by Zhou Hao. The demon leader just took with a sword and a pose. There was no chance to shoot at all. It was only at this time that I really understood the difference between a super master and an ordinary master. The leader of the demon cult is also shocked. It turns out that the top master can be so powerful, and he yearns more to become the top master. So he increasingly believes that Zhou Hao's proposal is correct. He should pass the position of the leader to Xiao Zhao as soon as possible, so that he can be single-minded, to pursue the highest state of martial arts. Others don't know what she's thinking. Everyone's attention is on the 5 people in the court. Everyone knows how powerful Zhou Hao is now. They are thinking, now Zhou Hao is going to kill all 4 people, or how to deal with it. None of them believe that Zhou Hao could not be their opponent. Big brother, third junior brother, you'd better catch it with your hands. In front of Zhou Hao, you don't have the slightest chance. You can't do it if you want to escape. You should accept the reality. Seeing that the 2 sides are evenly matched, even though he knows that Zhou Hao in the end, he couldn't help but speak. Sister, don't be too naive. You won't be the king or the loser. Although we didn't expect to have a master like Zhou Hao, we will not surrender. The big deal is that we are all martial artists. I don't believe that he can fight for his life, and he has to catch a few of us. The third master was still very tough when he arrived, and I really had to admire him. However, his current thinking is very simple. Except for himself, everyone else is a quasi-excellent master. If they jointly deal with Zhou Hao and use their housekeeping skills, even if he is a supermaster, it will be difficult for him to protect himself completely, and he is generally afraid of death. People will certainly not be willing to hurt themselves. It's just that he underestimated Zhou Hao's strength in the final analysis. Just after he finished speaking, Zhou Hao suddenly sneered. San Shirshu, you really want to see me? I see what you guys can do with me. After speaking, he waved his hands in the air and shouted, the 4 magic apes are locked. Everyone knows how Zhou Hao's martial arts is, but his real tricks have not been used. Those are not only powerful, but also his housekeeping skills, even if he wants to catch the opponent no matter how much he does. I don't want to use it casually. But now the situation has changed a little. The San Shishu and the others resisted stubbornly, and they didn't seem to be able to catch them at all. They really thought that there was no way for the supermaster to catch these trash fish. Without even thinking about 4 demon ape locks, he threw it over. This kind of restrictive skills against the sky, let alone they only have quasi-extreme and first-class realm. Even if the extreme master encounters Zhou Hao using this trick, being restricted, he used this trick to deal with the reformers of the United States. Those people are equivalent to first-class masters. Zhou Hufa felt his body tighten. Not only was his movement restricted, but his internal strength was also unable to flow. He was shocked and blurted out, Zhou Hao, how did you use the evil method? What did you do to me? Zhou Hao was speechless, looked at him, and said, I said Zhou Hufa, you are also a martial arts expert. Why can't you even recognize martial arts, and you return to evil laws? You are the demon sect. Since ancient times, the evil spirits have been outside. Don't you tell me that you have all of this. I don't believe in your demon cult. Hearing Zhou Hao said that it was martial arts, Zhou Hufa suddenly didn't believe it, and said, how is it possible? How can a martial arts limit my internal strength, and it can last so long? Do you think it is a long-lost acupuncture point? How did you respond? Matter, are you human? This time Zhou Hao really had a bitter smile. Looking at the other 3 people who stopped moving, but guarded him all over, Zhou Hao said unhurriedly. This is not something you should know about. As for whether it is a sorcery, why should I tell you? As long as I can catch you, it's fine. By the way, you said acupuncture, and I will do this too. Anyway, you have already lost the fighting ability, so just go ahead. Sealed the acupoint of Zhuhufa. In fact, after he used the 4 magical ape lock, everyone knew that the combination of the 4 people was not Zhou Hao's opponent at all, especially since he still acupuncture points. They really don't know who Zhou Hao's master is and how he can do martial arts. And the inside is extremely high. The strength of the top master really should not be underestimated. Zhuhufa's face is as gray as death, and now everything about him has been restricted by Zhou Hao. What is waiting for him is no question, but Zhou Hao didn't respond to him anymore, just turned his head and looked at the other 3, even if there was nothing said. The meaning is also very obvious. The third master is really a cunning person. Now that he knows that Zhou Hao is no longer able to deal with it, and his goal has turned to the leader of the demon cult, he said coldly, Senior sister, hello, good means, unite with outsiders to deal with it. Now you are proud. You and I will be eliminated by you. You can be your leader with peace of mind, but I don't know who will decide the future of the demon sect. It's you or him. At this time, he did not forget to instigate other people. Although everyone wanted to sit on the position of the leader, all he really wanted was that position, but he didn't want the demon cult to fall into the hands of other people. If everyone recognized the demon leader, collusion with outsiders, no matter how different they are, they will unite to deal with the outside world, and then talk about who owns the leader. When Zhou Hao arrived, he also had to admire the calmness of the third master. Under such unfavorable circumstances, he had not lost his mind. If this person can be used by himself, he is also a good talent, but he takes a different route from himself. I can't keep him. After so many things, Zhou Hao is no longer the same as before. Now that he knows a threatening person, he will definitely not let him be by his side. He doesn't want to leave a harm to himself because of his temporary kindness. Third junior brother, when you say this, are you a little bit out of your brain? Everyone sitting here is an old man of the demon cult. Everyone knows how I am. You collude with He Hun's son to deal with the original teaching, and I want to cure you. Sin, these people don't obey my orders and help you instead. This constitutes apostasy. Zhou Hao is just my guest. He is here to help. What can't be justified? Third junior brother, you'd better be caught with nothing. It makes you look like a bereavement dog. The demon leader said as Zhou Hao was thinking. She was not a bully person. Now, even though the third Shirshu intends to instigate everyone to rebel against the leader, she can still reassure everyone. After a pause, she continues, as for who you said the demon cult belongs to, this is very easy to say. Don't you think am I not qualified to be the leader? Then I won't do it and give up this position. Before everyone was happy to have a chance to compete for the leader of the demon cult continued. We have a saint in the demon cult. After I step down, let my apprentice Xiao Zhao succeed me as the leader. You should have no opinion. Well, she is the candidate for the next leader. If someone puts forward an opinion, it should be a violation of the rules. She spoke lightly, but everyone knows that this matter is already set. If the leader of the demon cult abdicates, it will be Xiao Zhao who will take the stage, and because of the sensitive timing of her proposal and the pressure of Zhou Hao, everyone will naturally not be there. Asking for a physical examination of Xiao Zhao, if someone really does, it is enough to express their dissatisfaction, and they will be classified as rebellious. Zhou Hao secretly said that he was clever, and the leader of the demon cult was indeed superior. Taking advantage of this opportunity to propose Xiao Zhao's succession completely avoided the discovery that Xiao Zhao was not a virgin. Anyway, as long as she becomes the leader, the power in the church is concentrated on the leader. In the hands, more masters will be cultivated in the future, and with the demon leader supporting her, her position will definitely be very reliable. The words of the leader of the demon cult made the 3 uncles do not know what to say for a while. He is an ambitious person who wants to sit in the position of the leader of the demon cult, and with his mind, even the closest to him people, before he died, would not pass the position to him. But now the demon leader is not old, and Zhou Hao is supported. There is no problem in sitting this position for another 20 years, but she has to abdicate and give it to his apprentice. He was a little confused how he should evaluate the demon leader. The master and uncle were also surprised. He didn't understand what this junior and sister was doing. They were all vying for the position of the demon leader, otherwise it would not happen like today. How could she directly give it to others, even her own apprentice? After all, that is also an outsider. Who knows if the apprentice will betray the master? As a result, the three brothers fought back and forth. No one became the leader of the demon cult, and the position became Xiao Zhao. It was a bit of a waste. They couldn't understand what the leader of the demon cult thought, and the same was true for all the congregations. After the demon leader finished speaking, everyone fell into silence, thinking in their hearts what was going on with the demon leader. Zhou Hao didn't speak, and just waited for everyone to speak. Anyway, Zhou Fa had already been caught by himself, and the remaining three people, as long as they did it by themselves, they didn't have the power to backhand, and he was not in a hurry. I think you have already calculated it in your mind. It seems that you should have no opinion. When this happens, I will pass the position to my apprentice Xiao Zhao. From tomorrow on, the position of the demon leader will be Xiao Zhao. I am already the biggest manager in the teachings. No matter how big or small, I have to listen to her orders. I will concentrate on studying martial arts, and don't come to me for anything. The demon leader was satisfied with everyone's response and announced immediately. At this time, everyone knew that she was not joking. This had already begun to announce the right of inheritance. Although there was no real pass, this kind of verbal, in front of all the elders, was almost the same as the pass. Even the master uncle and the third uncle have no doubt that the demon leader has decided to give up. The contradiction between the three has lasted for 20 years, and now the demon leader has surrendered the position of the leader, and the hearts of the two suddenly rise. A period of loss and power change have been in the hands of the next generation. They have been fighting for nothing for so many years. In fact, if Zhou Hao did not appear, they could still continue to fight. The big deal is that the object of the fight was the change from the demon leader to Xiao Zhao. But because of the existence of Zhou Hao, they wanted to fight, and they had no more energy. Now they want if Xiao Zhao succeeded to the throne, Zhou Hao would definitely help her even more. Even if it would not affect Xiao Zhao's decision-making, at least no one would dare to oppose Xiao Zhao anymore. Zhou Hao looked at them and felt that they had no fighting spirit. He sighed in his heart that a power change was enough to make them lose the confidence to fight again. It is really sad. If they can maintain their fighting spirit together, they will give up and pass. In 10 or 8 years, there should be a chance. Of course, the prerequisite for all this is that he didn't intervene. Now that he has intervened, and Xiao Zhao is his own person, if he can't hold this force in his hands, then he will really come here in vain. Zhou Hao never thought of turning the demon cult into his own power, but it is not difficult for him to let this force develop in the direction he wants. This is also the reason why the master of the demon cult agreed to pass the throne to Xiao Zhao in the first place, because she knew that in Zhou Hao's heart, the demon cult was not a big force worthy of his special attention, and he would not affect the future of the demon cult. I said, Censure Shu, at this time, do you still confess your guilt? Do you think you have any chance, master? I think you should draw a line with Censure Shu. You have not betrayed the demon sect. We won't condemn you. Don't be obsessed with the three uncles. Xiao Zhao has now been designated as the leader of the demon cult. Under the eyes of the master of the demon cult, he stood up and said to the three uncles and the masters. At this time, Xiao Zhao stood up and no one had any opinion. Now her identity is different. It is reasonable for the demon leader to ask anyone to blame. What's more, she can stand up now and has a style of a leader. Teachers are willing to see. From the day of entering the demon sect, all the people of the demon sect have been taught that in this world, everything follows a principle. That is, the strong are respected. If you want not to be bullied, you must become the strong. The leader of the demon cult must be the strong among the strong. Xiao Zhao's martial arts is not yet a strong one. If her character is not strong enough, the position of the leader will not be stable. Now that she can stand up and question the third uncle and uncle master, it is enough to show that her spirit is not small. Those elders originally had a special mind, but now they have become honest. The demon cult leader is really more powerful, no matter it is the master is still an apprentice. The expressions of Uncle San and Uncle Master kept changing, especially Uncle Master. He actually knew now that there was no point in resisting. He and the Right Guardian would not even be able to touch Zhou Hao's clothes if he joined forces with the Right Guard. The gap between the strengths, if they stop, is really as Xiao Zhao said. If she does not pursue it, it is really not a good thing to accompany the third master uncle to mess around. Big brother, if you stop now, Xiao Zhao, this girl, maybe you will deal with us together. Do you really believe that she won't condemn you? The third uncle has no bottom, for fear that the big brother will give up himself. Hurry up, open the mouth. Uncle Master looked at his junior, sighed inwardly, and said, Third junior brother, senior brother, I am not like you. My heart is still in the demon sect. I never do anything that harms the interests of the sect. Your collusion with He Hong's son has violated the canon. You should have been punished. I helped you before, but it was out of brotherhood. Now that the leader wants to find you guilty, I naturally can't be confused anymore. Brother, you should do it yourself. At this time, everyone can see that the uncle master has given up on the three uncles, and he has a good-sounding reason. It seems that he was a sentimental and righteous person from the beginning, but now that his affection has been exhausted, he will return to justice. Obey the arrangement of the leader. Zhou Hao was thinking in his heart, Master has such a city mansion. Should he also be abolished, so as not to become a disaster in the future? But he also thought that Xiao Zhao first ascended the position of leader. If Master and San Shishu are two, all the forces have been eliminated, not to mention the decline in the overall strength of the demon cult. It will also make people panic, and it will definitely not be conducive to future development, so let him go. He was thinking here, and the third uncle was already laughing. Ha! Big brother, you are a coward. When you meet a supermaster, you flinched. The old tortoise who has no courage. You continue to shrink your head. I will if you don't believe that he dares to kill me. How can I say it's the elder of the demon cult? Zhou Hao nodded and smiled. Yes, you are the elder of the demon cult. I am a guest of the demon cult. I can't do anything to you. I don't want to be an enemy of the demon cult. There should be rules, too. I don't believe that you don't have any rules to deal with traitors. Walking forward while talking brought a lot of psychological pressure to the third uncle. You said if I catch you and give it to Xiao Zhao and the others, what will happen? Just like your uncle, do everything. No. Everything is left at the disposal of others. I guess you will find it fun. Should we try? Zhou Hao doesn't seem to have much power, but everyone knows that as long as he takes action, the third uncle will not have the power to resist. There is nothing unexpected about this ability, and the gap between strengths cannot be made up casually. Even if the three uncles and master uncles joined forces, they couldn't compete with Zhou Hao. Now there is only three uncles left. Who can believe that he can withstand Zhou Hao's offensive, and that they have some relatively idle people? He even estimated in his mind whether the three uncles could bear Zhou Hao's move. The gap between the two was too great. The leader of Xiao Zhao and the demon cult will naturally not stop speaking out, and now they can also see that Zhou Hao is determined to abolish the three uncles. This is also considered to be a killer. After all, the uncle will not deal with it, but we must find an example. Let him know the fate of the betrayal of the leader. The third uncle is undoubtedly the object of the establishment of prestige, and with their understanding of the third uncle, he can indeed become a hidden danger to the future leader. It is not a bad thing to eradicate it earlier. Zhou Hao walked towards the third master uncle one step at a time. His expression became more and more ugly. He didn't even have the thought to resist in the face of Zhou Hao. This was not just the difference in strength, but also the pressure in his heart. Although they are known as the demon cult, in fact, in the current society, people who can kill like Zhou Hao are stronger than these so-called demon cultists. Zhou Hao unabashedly released his own aura. Even the people of the demon cult can only avoid it. That is the evil spirit that can be possessed by killing a lot of people. Zhou Hao usually looks like a harmless teenager, but if he really does it, everyone can know that he is a killer who kills countless people. The reason why he can hide his aura in normal times is entirely because his realm has reached its peak. If it is someone else, he can't do it if he wants to hide it. It can do things that many people can't do, such as hiding his aura. If he hadn't erupted before, everyone would think he was just an ordinary person. This was also the reason why the demons misunderstood him. Uncle Sancher, you'd better catch it with your hands. I really don't want to fight with you. My shot is not serious. If you accidentally hurt you, then you won't be able to draw it. And I guess with my skill, if it really hurts you, it may basically not be a minor injury. Zhou Hao smiled while walking. San Shishu's face became more and more ugly. and he snorted. Zhou Hao, don't think that your martial arts is high. You can do whatever you want. After all, this is still a place of magic sect. I don't believe you, even the magic sect. I don't care about it. After all, I'm still the elder of the magic sect, and it's not your turn to deal with me. The uncle of the third master was guilty, but he still didn't forget the threatening expression of the stern insider. Zhou Hao laughed and said, Uncle Sanshur, at this time, you still have to resist, and you want to incite others to help you. Okay, you can ask, who will help you out and be a traitor to the demon cult? Elder, I don't know if they are so dumb. You can try. Sweat beads appeared on the forehead of Uncle Third Master. He actually understood that the people of the demon cult were selfish, and in this situation, let alone Zhou Hao, even the leader of the line was enough to overwhelm everyone. But fortunately, he still has his own assassin. Seeing that everyone did not speak, he suddenly laughed. Unexpectedly, I also have today. Since everyone is not helping, well, don't blame me for being impolite. As he spoke, he took out something from his arms and laughed at everyone. You idiots, do you really think I am not prepared for apostasy? A group of ignorant people, martial arts. But in this society, martial arts have how useful. Others couldn't help the things in the hands of Uncle 3, but Zhou Hao knew him. He was so knowledgeable, and he could tell at a glance that his hand was a remote control, and this kind of remote control was a remote control for some military facilities. Suddenly, an unpleasant feeling rose from his heart. He was a super master, already regarded as the top in the martial arts, and almost no one could threaten his safety by force alone. But this society, as San Shirshu said, is not an era where problems can be solved with fists at all. Otherwise, everyone will practice Qigong and study weapons and technology. Just come and fight together, but they didn't expect it. Among the demon cult, some people actually used this method, which really made him admire the people of the demon cult, especially the 3 master uncle. I sighed again in my heart. If it wasn't for a different stand, San Shirshu would definitely be a very good subordinate, and he would be the right man to subdue him. Unfortunately, he was destined to not end well. While he was thinking about it, Uncle Sanshur had already explained to everyone. Did you see the thing in my hand? Does anyone know the goods? This thing is the remote control. Before I entered, it was already on the island. After planting the bomb, as long as I press the remote control in my hand, I can let this small island go to the sky. Don't ask me how many bombs I planted. I won't tell you this. Do you still want to protect yourself now? Everyone looked at him with unbelief in their eyes. The demon cult leader said, Third junior brother, at this point, do you still want to resist? Even if I let you go, the demon cult disciples are all over the world, and there is still no place for you. You'd better catch it with your hands. Nonsense, senior sister. You have been sitting on top of my head many years ago. After so many years, I am upset. I don't like it. I don't want a woman to sit on top of my head, especially you. The uncle seemed to be in madness and didn't give face to the teacher at all, and roared. Back then, when I pursued you, you don't care if you look down on me. Why humiliate me and say that I won't be worthy of you for the rest of my life? Just let you see who is in control of whose destiny. I don't know if you are a body of stainless steel. If I detonate all the bombs, I don't know if you can be safe, haha. At this time, everyone could see that the third master was definitely not joking. Otherwise, he could not be so crazy, and according to his words, if the bomb detonated this time, the entire island would go to heaven. This is really not a joke. Zhou Hao stared at the third uncle and said very calmly, 3 uncle, it's not good for you. If you press the bomb, you won't be able to survive. Why don't we talk about it? We can try our best to satisfy you. Don't be too impulsive. Everyone here is your friend, as well as your fellow apprentice brothers. Do you want everyone to die together? San Shirshu smiled sarcastically and looked at Zhou Hao and said, What? I'm scared. As a supermaster, you are shamefully scared. Zhou Hao, you disappoint me too much. Then he looked around again, presumptuously. He smiled and said, They are not my relatives, nor do they have my fellows. I only know that they all want me to die. There is no good person. They only have power and interests in their eyes. When have they thought about the life and death of fellows? After I die, they can't wait to immediately annex my property and power. These people who cannibalize people without spitting out bones. Anyway, he was already unable to protect himself. He told all the truth directly. Everyone knew that he was telling the truth, and no one looked good. In the magic sect, the most lacking thing was family affection. Zhou Hao secretly sighed in his heart. This society is like this, more than a demon cult. With the development of society, the relationship between people is getting more and more alienated. In the memory of his previous life, many people killed each other for profit or even flesh and blood. He also didn't know whether this was a problem caused by social progress or human nature. But what he needs to do most is to stabilize the emotions of the three uncles. In fact, with Zhou Hao's strength, even if the entire island exploded, it would not necessarily affect him too much. This is not the first time he encountered such a crisis. It is just that Xiao Shou and the leader of the demon may not be able to save it. How to say they are on the same line with themselves now? Xiao Zhao is even his own woman. How can I put them in danger? And there is a more important one. I have spent so much thought. Isn't it just trying to stabilize the demon sect, which has a huge influence in Macau? If all of them die, all my previous efforts will be wasted. This is not what Zhou Hao can accept. I thought in my heart, according to the accumulated strength, since the three uncles are crazy, then find a way to kill with one blow and prevent him from pressing the remote control in his hand. Although it is not small, Zhou Hao's strength is not to do it. Less than. Zhou Hao's martial arts has reached its peak, and he has his own good martial arts. These martial arts may be only attacks in peacetime, but at critical moments, they can often become nirvana. His kind of calming and transforming ability is only a supermaster. It's impossible for a quasi-best or first-rate expert to imagine that Zhou Hao has not shown such strength so far. It's not that he doesn't want to show it. It's that no one is worthy of him to use. San Shirshu looked at the people around them. They all stared at themselves. More precisely, they were staring at the remote control in their hands. San Shirshu smiled and said, "Are you all wondering whether this thing is true? Yes, then I will show it to you, lest you don't believe it and feel that there is no threat." As he spoke, no matter how everyone reacted, he stretched out his hand and pressed a button on the remote control, and then heard a loud bang. The island seemed to shake twice. Everyone was underground and could not see the situation on the ground. But it can make the island shake, showing the power of the bomb. The face of the demon leader is more ugly than others. She is the owner of the island. When someone buried such a threatening thing, she didn't know. It was a bit unreasonable. Faced with the suspicion of everyone, she stared at the three. Uncle Master said, "Third junior brother, you are so in-depth calculations. You have been preparing for so long. If there is no problem, it should be the hand of Zhuhufa. You really came here prepared this time." The third uncle looked at Zhuhufa, who was controlled by Zhou Hao, and said with a smile, "Yes, my uncle did all of this. He wanted to help me ascend to the position of teacher and overthrow you as a woman. What's wrong? He is my relative, the only relative." Then he said to Zhou Hao, "Put my uncle down soon, or I will detonate the bomb in my hand immediately. Don't try to play tricks. No matter how strong you are strong, it's faster than my fingers." Zhou Hao shrugged helplessly and walked slowly towards the left guard. He could actually untie the other party's acupuncture points in the air, but of course he wouldn't do it now. He was looking for an opportunity, and to what extent he could do it. Others don't know. Zhuhufa saw his nephew holding the remote control in his hand. If it wasn't because he couldn't speak, he would have laughed now. These people in the demon cult had exhausted the organs, but he didn't count that he had such a trick, his nephew. He also knows how to forbearance. At the most critical moment, he took out his assassin. At least he and his nephew should be able to safely evacuate from here. As long as they leave this island, they are safe. Seeing that Zhou Hao had already come to his own eyes, as long as he raised his hand to unlock the acupuncture points, he would be able to obtain himself, and he waited for Zhou Hao to do it. The third master also paid attention to Zhou Hao's hand this time. Everyone looked at Zhou Hao. They actually didn't think that Zhou Hao was really threatened by the third master. They originally thought that the top master could turn the tide, but they did not expect that he would finally give in. It feels that the ultimate master is not a panacea, at least when it comes to modern weapons. Just like ordinary people, they are helpless. When everyone thought this way, the third uncle naturally thought the same way and laughed. "Zhou Hao, although you are a great master, now you still have to be like a dog, driven by me. If you are not convinced, just come and deal with me." Hara! Just when everyone was sighing, Zhou Hao suddenly heard a low growl. the 4 demon ape locks, and suddenly a magical power enveloped Sin Shu, interrupting his laugh, as if it had been cut. The duck on the neck can no longer make a sound. Although it only takes a second or two, but with Zhou Hao's strength, he can do a lot of things in such a time. The most important thing now is to kill the third uncle and let this crazy fellow can no longer be arrogant. The distance between Zhou Hao and the third master uncle was more than 10 meters. In the eyes of everyone, even if he restricted the third master uncle's movement, he could not hurt the third master uncle in a short time. But this time everyone was surprised again. Naturally, the strength of the Supreme Masters is not something that people like them can predict. Just when Zhou Hao used the 4 magic ape locks to restrict the movements of the 3 masters, he waved his hand and shouted, "White Tiger 5 swords." Then everyone saw a white light flashing, as if a sword really flew out of Zhou Hao's hands. It looked like the swordsmanship used by those sword fairies on TV, and the sword flying out of his hand was Ning, the 5 Emperor sword of the White Tiger, formed by gasification, was also Zhou Hao's strongest attack so far. The sword light flashed, and the 3 uncle who was still laughing wildly before was as if a piece of paper had been split from it, and suddenly, together with the remote control in his hand, turned into 2 pieces. The timing of Zhou Hao's shot was not bad, and the third master was instantly under his control. He immediately smashed him into 2 with the White Tiger 5 Emperor sword, but his body fell into the dust, and many people didn't even realize what happened. What happened? In their previous battles, Zhou Hao restrained his own methods and did not use too violent and kung fu. Although everyone was defeated by him and also made those disciples incapacitated, he has not injured one yet. Everyone is still thinking that even though Zhou Hao looks murderous, he is actually a soft-hearted one. Although none of them wanted to resist Zhou Hao, at least they didn't think he was bloody, but now they directly hacked the third master uncle. Everyone knew that Zhou Hao was a decisive guy. Modern society is the era of hot weapons. Many people have seen the use of guns to kill people. Even in the magic sect, there will be no shortage of modern weapons. Although they are killing people, they are similar to the white knife in the cold weapon era. The method is completely incomparable, and they may not even have the experience of killing people with a sword. Suddenly seeing a living person, he was slashed into 2. Some people could not help but lie on one side and began to vomit. Those who acted more strongly turned pale when they saw this scene. The internal organs of the people scattered in a pool of blood. The 3 uncles who were still clamoring to blow everyone to death have turned into 2 corpses. The contrast between the front and the back is too great. At this time, everyone looked at Zhou Hao's eyes. Also became awed. Zhou Hao is not only a supermaster, but also a killer who never blinks. When others think he is not good enough, he uses his actions to tell everyone that even if Supermaster is in a very disadvantaged situation, he still has enough ability to make a comeback. The demon leader and Xiao Zhao both knew that Zhou Hao was a master of martial arts, but when they really saw Zhou Hao killing, the 2 women were actually not well, especially Xiao Zhao, getting along with Zhou Hao day and night. For many days, I always thought that I knew this man very well, but now I know that I really waited until he became fierce. The way I met him before was a trifle. If he really wanted to deal with someone, he used such a cruel method. Enough to be unbearable. Zhou Hao knew that everyone must have been betting by his own hand, and that was what he wanted. Before, he felt that some of those people had their hearts floating, and he was obviously not deterred by himself. Now they are all honest. Everyone, now the people who endangered the demon cult, have been eliminated. I don't know who has any other opinions. If there is anything I want to say, I quickly put it forward while everything is not stable. If everything is stable, then there will be no chance, as you said. Zhou Hao smiled when he saw everyone's silence, regardless of the disciples who were vomiting. Everyone looked at Zhou Hao now, as if they were watching a demon. They just killed someone alive, and now they can still laugh. Although those people are very close to the remote control thrown on the ground by Uncle Sanshur, no one dares to go. Picking up, who knows if he can live to threaten Zhou Hao. He will not give anyone a chance at all. Zhou Hao looked around at the crowd and didn't worry. He just smiled and said, "If there are no comments, can we start the following topic?" The 3 uncles colluding with He Hun's son to apostasy have been resolved. All other remnants will be dealt with in accordance with the canon. Do you think I have any objections to this arrangement? If so, please put it forward quickly. Everyone knew that Zhou Hao was not joking. Although he was laughing, everyone could see the cold light in his eyes. It is estimated that if someone objected, the result would be the same as censorship. The master has already stated his position. With Zhou Hao, he will definitely not oppose all the decisions of the leader. After all, no matter who will be the leader at that time, if he opposes it, it is estimated that Zhou Hao's strength can definitely be short. If you kill yourself within time, the master is not interested in being this early bird, and your life is gone. Isn't all power all in vain? In addition to the leader of the demon cult, the greatest masters have already acquiesced to Zhou Hao's words. Who can stand up and say that in fact, apart from taking pictures of Zhou Hao's force, they also didn't feel that this was bad? As the person in charge of the cooperation with He Hong-san, the company in charge of the third master has long been noticed by many people. Everyone looked at the third master's industry with great interest. He had no chance to intervene before. Now he has been killed by Zhou Hao. When he died, everyone began to calculate how to get the third uncle's property in his hands. It was a coveted industry. Zhou Hao naturally knew what these people were thinking, but he sneered in his heart. He wanted to reap the profits without doing anything. This is not a problem, but with so many of them, can they really eat the property of the third uncle? These people have not finished their wishful thinking. Zhou Hao has already spoken. Since everyone has no opinion, then we will start to talk about the enterprises and companies that the third master was in charge of at the time. As a businessman with some achievements, juniors, put forward some opinions that belong to me on this matter. I think you should have no opinion, and you will seriously consider it, right? He spoke very politely, as if he was really going to make suggestions, but everyone knew that what he was talking about was basically the final decision. He did not directly interfere with the affairs of the demon cult. They made it clear that they were suggestions. Seeing that everyone hadn't spoken, Zhou Hao glanced at the demon leader, nodded when he saw her nodded, and then said, Uncle Sanshur has been working with He Hong-san for so many years and has established a good business system. Since he has now defected, the ownership of all companies can only be redistributed, and these companies originally belonged to the demon cult, so now everything must be handled by the demon leader. Does anyone have any comments on this allocation? Every time he talked about a topic, he had to ask everyone what they meant. It seemed to be how democratic, but it was actually blocking everyone's mouth. At this moment, no one dared to oppose Zhou Hao's words, so he took this opportunity to directly centralize power. Now the leader of the demon sect has already said that if the position of the leader is passed to Xiao Zhao, the result of the concentration of power is that Xiao Zhao has a lot of words in the demon sect, and Xiao Zhao is his own person. Zhou Hao believes that as long as Xiao Zhao reigns for one day, the power of teaching will not become his own enemy. This is also his trust in Xiao Zhao. He believes that Xiao Zhao will definitely not let himself down. Xiao Zhao, who has never opposed Zhang Wuji, has never opposed Zhang Wuji. Although all this is just thinking about it in his heart, his mouth has continued. Under such a situation, if I talk about all the interests of the leader, it will definitely be fair to everyone. So I think according to the current distribution, 3/2 of the uncle's enterprise is allocated to the leader, and the rest is divided equally among everyone. What do you think? For example, the uncle master can take 1/3 of the half, and the others are allocated according to the strength of the elders. I suggest that there should be no problem. The three-master uncle's industry is actually not particularly strong compared to the entire demon cult, but it is not a small industry for the strength of each faction. Now he has taken half of it, and the rest is enough to strengthen their respective forces. But in this way, the demon cult leader's faction gains the strongest power. It was originally slightly stronger than the master uncle. Because of the existence of Zhou Hao, the two sides are not comparable. Now the demon leader's strength has increased again. The master, even though uncle soothed 1/3 of the remaining part, everyone could tell that uncle master would not have the strength to compete with the demon leader in the future. Zhou Hao didn't want to control his whole life, but in his lifetime, I believe that in the situation of the master and uncle, there is no chance to do the right thing with the leader. This is enough, he can't control too far. Everyone had no opinion on this kind of distribution. Master Zhou also had to admit that Zhou Hao was very good at being a human being. He killed the third uncle, and then assigned part of the third uncle's property to himself. One was wiped out, and the other was comforted. The powerful strength, the uncle master secretly sighed. This time the demon cult is also considered a reform and centralized power. In the future, the demon leader alone has the final say. It's just that they are thinking in their hearts that according to the current situation, the power of the leader has been greatly improved. Will the leader of the demon cult give up his position as the leader and let Xiao Zhao manage the affairs? Zhou Hao seemed to see through people's minds. After everyone had no objection to the distribution of benefits, he said to the demon leader, "Master, do you have any comments on my proposal? I have already said what I have said. If you think I am such a suggestion is not good, and it can be rejected." The demon leader smiled secretly. "Zhou Hao, this kid really knows how to act." This arrangement was clearly discussed by everyone last night, and now I have come up with a picture that is all my own opinions. But this is good. It is convenient for me what she said. She now admires Zhou Hao very much, and with thunder means, without a little manpower and financial resources, directly disintegrated the influence of the three uncles. However, she also understood that if she didn't have strong strength, she couldn't do this at all. After all, everything was premised on Zhou Hao's strong and extremely master state. Thinking of this, the demon leader was even more passionate. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou Hao, for helping us to eradicate this rebellion." Even though he knew that it was a play, the leader of the demon cult had to finish the whole show. First, he thanked Zhou Hao for a while, and then said, "Cooperating with He Hongsen for many years has had a certain impact on our education, but the overall contribution is not small, and there are many companies. So many companies have now become unowned, and naturally someone needs to take care of them." He paused and continued, "According to the advice of Mr. Zhou Hao, I think this is good. If all the property is returned to the church and our management talents are obviously not enough, then half is good. This half is mainly the dock. With the shipping industry, the other half should be assigned by seniors. You are now the most important elder." Everyone listened to her easily, but they slandered in their hearts. The demon leader is not a fool. She picked the industry as the lifeblood enterprise of the three uncles. Even if the remaining half is distributed to everyone, if there is no shipping industry support, it will not be possible. Smooth development. The shipping industry is undoubtedly the best company in Macau, next to the sea, and if all people do export business, the support of shipping is indispensable. Among Macau companies, it's not only Magic Education that has the shipping industry, but no matter how you say it, it is better to support yourself if you are doing business on your own land. Now that the demon leader masters the shipping industry of the three uncles, that is the lifeline. Although everyone knew it, no one dared to make any comments. Zhou Hao looked around at everyone there, as if he was looking for the next goal to stand up to his power. For this super master, everyone had lingering fears, and no one wanted to become a double. The demon leader was very satisfied with everyone's reaction and smiled and said, "Everyone, since the third junior brother's matter has been resolved, let's talk about the next leader. I've just said it because of my own fault. I feel that I can't manage well, so I decided to give up the position of leader, and my disciple Xiao Zhao will take over as leader. In the future, the elders will continue to be in their current positions. I hope everyone can help her manage the demon cult well, so that the magic sect gets better and better." Everyone was thinking, this time the strength of the leader faction has greatly increased, whether the leader of the demon cult will abdicate. After all, someone opposed it before. She said that she wanted to give up her position. Now there is no objection. She wants to change her words, and everyone will not have it. Opinion. Unexpectedly, she still wants to abdicate now. At this time, everyone really believes that the leader of the demon cult has decided to abdicate. Everyone does not know whether Zhou Hao is involved in all this, but she is now leaving her position instead of retreating from the demon cult. Obviously, it will still be behind Xiao Zhao. In this way, the strength of the leader's faction has no effect. At most, it has changed the surface of the matter. I see what everyone said. There should be no objection, so let's do it. Seeing that everyone was silent, the demon leader nodded and said, "The 37th generation of the demon sect came forward and obeyed." Xiao Zhao actually knew that today was to pass the throne to herself at the end, although she felt that she was still a bit early, but thinking of the words of the master and Zhou Hao, she stood up without hesitation, looked at the people around, and was very respectful. Li fell to his knees and said to his master, "The 37th generation Saint Xiao Zhao of the demon cult respectfully listens to the master's instructions." The leader of the demon cult nodded. His face became solemn, and he said in a very deep voice, "The 37th Saint Xiao Zhao, from today onwards, will accept the position of the leader. Everything depends on the rise and fall of the demon, whichever happens. We must contribute our youth to the demon cult." Xiao Zhao nodded and said, "I will follow the orders of the leader. There is no unnecessary nonsense. The whole process is very simple." In front of all the elders, the demon leader directly passed his position to Xiao Zhao. No one raised any opinions, and no one stood up and wanted to check Xiao Zhao's body. Zhou Hao helped the demon leader and Xiao Zhao to suppress the rebellion of the third master uncle by powerful means. Even though he did not really rebel, there was no chance. Everyone knew that the third master uncle had already refused to listen. The order of the leader, being suppressed by the people of the demon sect, now deserves the crime. The most important thing is that they can share the benefits of the three uncles. This is enough. Anyway, they have no power to compete with Zhou Hao, the ability of a supermaster. They couldn't estimate how strong they were, and they didn't know if everyone could make Zhou Hao helpless. The key is that everyone's mind is not aligned, and no one wants to do something that is eye-catching. Anyway, no matter whether anyone wants to deal with Zhou Hao or the demon leader, as long as they rush forward, the result will definitely be life-threatening. Seeing Zhou Hao split the three uncles into two with the White Tiger 5 Emperor's sword, there are still people who have the confidence to face Zhou Hao, unless he is a supermaster. Otherwise, he will be sent to death. Even if he is killed by someone else in the end, he will die. It's oneself. Then it's completely meaningless to rise up. The biggest problem of the demon cult is that it is greedy for life and fear of death and selfishness. This is also the main reason for the split of the demon cult. Zhou Hao knew all this, so he dared to use force to suppress it. He didn't worry about these people joining forces. They didn't have this possibility. The demon leader took the opportunity to pass on the position of the demon leader to Xiao Zhao. At this time, who would dare to question Xiao Zhao's situation, as long as he didn't want to die? Apart from kneeling down to worship the new leader, he was waiting to be hit by Zhou Hao's thunder. This difference, no matter who it is, can understand. And whether it is the leader of the demon cult or her apprentice as the leader, there is no big difference for these demon cultists. As long as their interests are not affected, they think it might be better for the leader of the demon leader. After all, Xiao Zhao is a young man, and the new things he accepts must be superfluous to the leader of the demon cult. It should be possible for the demon cult to advance with the times. It will definitely help the development of the demon cult. It's not necessarily how much feelings there are to teach. Except for those elder-level church members, others may not really have any sense of belonging, but everyone knows the truth that backing on the big tree is good for the coolness. If the magic sect is strong, it's your own. Strength will also increase. Zhou Hao looked at the demon cultists below, who had no meaning, and was full of emotion. Whether it was in ancient or modern times, it was strength that ultimately determined everything. If he were not an absolute master, today's situation would have changed. The leader of the demon cult and Xiao Zhao also thought the same way. They used to be in the demon cult, although they had a lofty status. But when could they be so banned? Almost completely exclusive, even if they had to seek the opinions of the elders on the surface. In fact, it was all oneself who had the final say, and there was no need to care too much about other thoughts. All this was the benefit of Zhou Hao's powerful force. The reason why the leader of the demon cult gave up the position of leader is not only because Xiao Zhao is more suitable for this position, but more importantly, she wants to spare time to study martial arts. If one day she becomes an absolute master, why should she be greedy for this position? Regardless of what everyone thinks, there is an important thing in front of you, which is also the main reason for holding the conference today. After Xiao Zhao became the new leader, there was no stage fright. It seems that she has become the leader of a young age and is very stable, next to her master. Even though the position of the demon leader has been given to Xiao Zhao couldn't push her aside now. In fact, if according to the normal rules, now the demon leader resigns, the position will naturally become the demon leader elder, but this time the procedure is a bit special, and he stays in the original position. Everyone, since the rebellion is over now, let's talk about dealing with the gambling king, He Hong's son. Before, because of a bit of unpleasantness, we forgot the business. The main purpose of our meeting today is to deal with the gambling king, He Hong's son. A good opportunity is in front of you, and I hope you all must unite as one. This is the only chance, Xiao Zhao said very solemnly before he took the seat of the leader. There was no surprise in what she said. Everyone knew that this was the main purpose of today's meeting. Now that the rebellion is over, it is natural to get to the point. The leader of the demon cult originally presided over the meeting, but now he has automatically become the supreme leader of the demon cult. The person in charge has become Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao's performance did not disappoint everyone. Even though she did not have the martial arts of the former leader, she still has the momentum. Let everyone be in awe, and the contempt in their hearts disappeared, and they all became serious. Xiao Zhao's gaze swept over everyone, and everyone suddenly felt that Xiao Zhao's gaze was no worse than that of the former leader. Although the gap between martial arts was huge, her momentum was good. Zhou Hao and the former leader of the demon cult nodded secretly. Xiao Zhao is indeed a suitable person to sit in a big position. He has such a momentum before he came to power. In time, he will definitely be able to monopolize the power of the demon cult. They believe Xiao Zhao has this strength, and in terms of her wisdom, she can certainly eliminate dissidents successfully, which is what Zhou Hao and the former demon leader can see. Xiao Zhao was also full of confidence in her heart. She had no doubt that she could control the demon cult. After all, she was already sitting in this position. Even if she didn't have a virgin body, there was no problem. The biggest problem is over. What I can't do. As for dealing with He Hong's-san, it's even simpler. Who is my husband Zhou Hao, the Hong Kong stock god, and now the youngest and most promising entrepreneur in mainland China. His strength, coupled with the strength of his own demon cult, let alone He Hong's-san, even the world's richest man should have the ability to challenge. But if Xiao Zhao knew that Zhou Hao is actually the world's richest man, she would not think so. Now, I must have wanted to scratch Zhou Hao. He didn't tell himself. The people in the audience were of another side. They didn't feel that Xiao Zhao was young and ignorant. They knew Xiao Zhao would definitely be a good leader under such a sharp glance. It seems that everyone is already well informed. Do you have any plans? Master, first tell me, what are your plans for this matter? Today we will mainly talk about how to deal with He Hong's-san and let this threaten us for many years. The scourge of death will be completely solved. Xiao Zhao sneered in his heart as he watched everyone's silence and suddenly asked questions. The master obviously didn't expect Xiao Zhao to throw the problem to himself, and he was stunned for a moment before he said, Teacher Master Nephew, today's meeting is hosted by you, and all plans are up to you. Xiao Zhao smiled secretly in his heart. This is his goal. He wants to let him concentrate all power in his own hands through the mouth of the master. Otherwise, he will come up with a suitable plan, but he doesn't believe it. What plans will the masters have in such a short period of time? In this way, the first opportunity for his own dictatorship comes. She is indeed very suitable for intrigue struggles, as Zhou Hao said to the demon leader. Xiao Zhao in such internal struggles, even if martial arts is not as good as the former leader, but her mind is absolutely suitable. Now that the strongest master has said that everything is subject to the arrangements of the teacher, everyone else will naturally bow their heads. Among all, only the master knows Zhou Hao's strength best. As a quasi-excellent master, he will join forces with the other three. It was actually possible to be easily broken and surrounded by Zhou Hao, and he even grabbed the master's Wei. Needless to say, everyone knew how big the gap was. Now Xiao Zhao stood behind Zhou Hao. No matter how rampant the master is, he would not dare to challenge him casually. And he was still thinking that as long as there is this super master, even if he leaves the island, he will not be safe. He hasn't heard of it. If a super master wants to kill someone, he can avoid it with precautions. Even if there are many advanced weapons in modern society, but it is too late to use them. No matter how advanced weapons are, they can only be used as decorations. Like the previous third junior brother, he actually planted a lot of bombs, and in the end, he didn't even have the chance to detonate. This is the gap. Xiao Zhao also knew that the master was photographed by Zhou Hao's strength, but she didn't think there was any problem. Zhou Hao was her own man. There was nothing wrong with relying on her own man. Even if it was a fox or a fake tiger, it didn't matter. She is not the kind of person who wants to face and suffer, swollen faces and fills up a fat man. She and Zhou Hao are not outsiders at all. It is very reasonable to use her husband to do something. Zhou Hao will spare no effort to help himself, because he thinks Xiao Zhao is his own woman. No matter what Xiao Zhao will become in the future, as long as Xiao Zhao does not betray her, Zhou Hao will always support her. When the two first met, there were some elements of interest in it, but since contact, their feelings have been very good. As Zhou Hao thought, Xiao Zhao had already spoken. Since the master said so, I'm not welcome. Haven't we already decided before? Zhou Hao will have a gambling match with He Hongsun tomorrow. Our company is always ready. As long as He Hongsun loses the game, we will spread the news that He Hongsun has lost $2 billion due to gambling, and the cash flow is no longer enough to support the normal operation of the company. If their stocks fall sharply, we will snipe him. This is the plan set by Zhou Hao and the former leader. It has been said before. Everyone naturally understands that they have not asked any questions, but they are still not sure that Zhou Hao can win the game. Although Zhou Hao was not very sure, but at this time he still opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Even if I can't guarantee a 100% victory in the battle with He Hongsun, at least I can make him lose money in the game. Don't worry, there will be no accidents when dealing with He Hongsun this time." When everyone saw that a supermaster made a promise, they felt a little more settled and listened to Xiao Zhao continuing. Now Zhou Haodu has given you a guarantee. Don't worry, you can now go back and concentrate your funds. Act at the time, but don't delay our actions because of funds. If anyone is delayed, they will all be dealt with as apostasy. Xiao Zhao had been laughing before. When it came to dealing with crimes, her eyes sharpened again. Although she had no experience in killing people, at this moment, there was a kind of murderous atmosphere. Not to mention that this kind of aura is the heart of the demon cultists. Even the former leader and Zhou Hao are very surprised. They didn't expect Xiao Zhao to have such a strong aura, and he is still killing. This kind of temperament can only kill people. It's a talent to own. This Xiao Zhao is actually born, and now it seems that choosing Xiao Zhao as the new leader is really the right person. Saying these words by the leader is equivalent to setting up a rule. The power of the leader of the demon cult is now unprecedentedly concentrated. With so many people in the audience, no one dares to raise objections. This is an absolutely good start. Everything is going in the direction predicted by Zhou Hao and the former leader. Although it may only be the beginning now, everyone is taking pictures of Zhou Hao's strength, but as long as there is a beginning, it can become a habit in the future. People's rebellious heart is getting weaker and weaker, and there will be no fancy to Xiao Zhao's obedience. Of course, although the main purpose of our action this time is to deal with He Hongsun, I think we will deal with him a major blow this time. The person who will really deal with him at that time is not us, so what are you dealing with this time? In Hun Sen's actions, you don't have to hand over the benefits to this teacher. In other words, how much power you have used this time, and how much of He Hongsun's business share, are all your own responsibility. Think about it. Xiao Zhao suddenly smiled sweetly when he saw everyone shuddering. Zhou Hao and the former leader applauded in their hearts. This was not mentioned during the discussions at the time. This was entirely Xiao Zhao's improvised idea, but this proposal was very moving. Wealth is an unbreakable truth. If they are allowed to act only for the demon cult, they will do it even if they are caught in the majesty of the leader. After all, it is different from taking the initiative to do it by themselves. The result of the action will not necessarily be okay, but now Xiao Zhao's words have moved everyone's heart. He Hongsun is the gambling king known as the King of Macau. How strong his financial resources are, everyone understands that he can suppress the business of the magic sect with his own power. It can be seen how strong he is. He can have more financial resources than the previous three uncles. A lot stronger, even if he couldn't really push him down this time. As long as he hurts his nerves and bones, the benefits are enough to make anyone's heart touch. Now Xiao Zhao actually said that all the interests are responsible for themselves. They will not want a little. This does not mean that the leader has provided them with a chance to make a fortune, and they only need to deal with He Hongsun and let the magic sect be in this incident. Get a chance to survive in the future. And as long as they succeed in sniping He Hongsun, they can not only gain a lot of wealth, but also serve the demon cult. Only a fool would disagree with such a thing that kills two birds with one stone. There is no surprise in the result, and they will follow the orders of the leader. At the demon cult conference, Xiao Zhao fully demonstrated the demeanor of a new leader of the demon cult. Although some people suspected that after Xiao Zhao took over as the leader, the demon church would not be affected, but when she was in charge of the teaching affairs, this doubt suddenly disappeared. Now, she can't say that she is much better than the former leader, at least not worse than her. The congregation didn't know whether all this was the former hierarch taught her, or her own ability, but whether it was taught or she was enough to be the hierarch. Xiao Zhao and the demon cultists discussed how to deal with He Hong's son. Zhou Hao could just watch the excitement. In this way, Xiao Zhao would be responsible for everything. Not only would she be able to gain power in the demon cult, but also you can also exercise Xiao Zhao's abilities. Zhou Hao will be willing to be a green leaf and stand by her side if you kill two birds with one stone. After all, Xiao Zhao will really manage the demon cult in the future. Zhou Hao just wanted to make the demon cult a tool for him to help him when needed, but he never thought that he really controlled the demon cult. This is not something that his energy can take care of. There are more important things, etc. It's yourself. Zhou Hao's biggest hidden danger in the demon cult has been removed from the three uncles, and the attitudes of others have naturally become very good. Anyway, the position of the demon leader has been fixed in Xiao Zhao's body, and she has Zhou Hao as a powerful helper. For the time being, no one will have a rebellious heart. And the most important thing is that everyone's interests are guaranteed. Not only do the benefits of dealing with He Hunsen belong to them, but if there is no threat of He Hunsen, the future development of the magic sect will be smooth. In this way, everyone will actually it was enough. Now the leader of the demon cult is Xiao Zhao, because there is Zhou Hao as a backup force to consolidate power in this way. If you change someone, you may not be able to secure this position. Now it is different from the ancient times. If you become the leader of the demon cult, you will have a lot of power. Now as long as you are assigned to work, everyone can be the Earth Emperor within their own sphere of influence. There is no need to grab the leader. Now Xiao Zhao has allocated enough benefits to everyone. This is enough to meet their requirements. As for the things that you desperately do, you should leave it to the young people. The youngest elders present are in their 40s and no one wants to go. Take the risk and fight against the leader of the demon cult, without seeing the fate of the three uncles. Now the masters and uncles are staying honestly, so don't think about it. Xiao Zhao's current position as leader is already very stable with the help of Zhou Hao's powerful strength. There is no need to worry about anyone questioning her inheritance rights, and no one will openly oppose his decision. In the first half of the demon cult conference, there was a little trouble due to the existence of the three uncles, but it was soon calmed down by Zhou Hao, and the second half of the conference became extremely smooth. In addition to deciding how to deal with He Hong's son, Xiao Zhao he also took the opportunity to promulgate some decisions, without exception, the methods of the central group, and even arranged some confidants under these elders. In fact, everyone understands what Xiao Zhao has done. As the saying goes, once the emperor and the courtier, now the leader has changed, and the people in some positions must be moved. Although Xiao Zhao is concerned about the face of some elders, or their own strength, it is not too much, but some people should be arranged to let them go to these elders' enterprises, whether they are acting as undercover agents or supervising, anyway. Assign some people to the past. It doesn't matter whether they can get the information they need at that time. Doing so is the same as taking a form, everyone understands. Everything was arranged properly, and the demon cult conference was almost over. Xiao Zhao's leadership this time was very smooth. Even if the former leader of the demon cult, he did not expect it to be so smooth. Sure enough, strong pressure is still necessary. At the end of the conference, everyone has to participate in a banquet. This is also the project of each conference. After all, the tense moment is over, and there is always a little relaxation. And the location of this banquet is on the ground. This is a place for serious meetings. And because the body of Uncle Sanshur was still thrown aside, someone had to clean it up. As for Zhou Hufa and the disciples of the other three uncles, no one cares about their fate anymore. Even if the rebels were not executed at the time, under the torture of the cannon, it is estimated that they will not be human. However, according to Xiao Zhao's request, Zhou Hao also agreed very much. Zhuo Jiao's martial arts was first spent by Zhou Hao. A quasi-extreme master is nothing in Zhou Hao's eyes, but if it is placed in the magic education, it is still a very powerful person. If you accidentally let Zhou Hufa run away, it will definitely be a trouble in the future. He is too familiar with the demon sect. Zhou Hufa, whose martial arts was abolished, was 20 years old in an instant. Now, let alone run away. Even if he were to leave, he might not be able to walk. Everyone saw Zhou Hao's abolition of Zhuo's martial arts and was shocked by Zhou Hao's cruelty again, and they secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, they didn't fall ill to compete with the leader, otherwise their own results would not be split in two. Or like Zhuo Hufa, life is better than death, and like a dog, he was thrown on the ground. They didn't know how Zhou Hao's martial arts was practiced, and they couldn't understand how Zhou Hao's so cruel heart was practiced, but everyone knew that it was best not to mess with him. Zhou Hao doesn't care what the people of the demon cult think about him. The things he has experienced for so many years are far more than those of the martial arts who claim to be the demon cult. If in these years he hadn't become so cruel, he would have died for a long time. How many times? Even though becoming a cruel person, it makes people feel inaccessible. At least it is better than becoming a dead person. In fact, his heart is only treating his own enemies. His friends, relatives, and his own women are very attentive. This is also the main reason why many women follow him desperately. Everyone in the demon cult would definitely not know this, and Zhou Hao couldn't explain to them. At the demon cult banquet, those who were originally in a state of lookout looked unsure of Zhou Hao, and eventually chose to show Zhou Hao good, in order to have a good performance in front of the new leader. At the banquet, Xiao Zhao has been with Zhou Hao. Although they did not have any particularly affectionate expressions, in the eyes of the demon cultists, they also guessed that the relationship between the two is unusual. It is estimated that Zhou Hao helped Xiao Zhao because of being Xiao Zhao's beauty was fascinated. They just thought that Xiao Zhao's charm was too great, but they didn't expect that they had a husband and wife relationship. In fact, it's no wonder everyone in the demon sect. According to the rules of the demon sect, the master must be the most pure saint. The former leader of the demon sect naturally understands this principle, but now she still passes on the position of the leader to her, which shows that she is very pure. But they didn't know this kind of inertial thinking and consciously helped them dispel the doubts in their hearts. The leader of the demon cult was persuaded by Zhou Hao a long time ago, and he didn't care about the most pure saint statement. Moving in the direction of prosperity, the demon leader will hand over the position to Xiao Zhao. Zhou Hao no longer puts the magic education in his mind now. What he thinks now is how to deal with He Hongsun tomorrow. He Hongsun, the gambling king, is a master who has been in the gambling world for many years, even if he has learned from the magic gambling. He has a lot of gambling skills, and he has the ability to predict, but if he really meets the gambling king He Hongsun, he will not have much confidence in winning. But now the magic sect is ready, he can only win this battle. Defeat. Moreover, the time to resolve the grievances between myself and He Hongsun for so long, and this gambling match did not happen to fit my plan. When I sneaked into Macau, I just wanted to defeat He Hongsun in the gambling world. Zhou Hao didn't pay attention to when the demon sect's banquet ended. He only knew that no matter which faction he had, he would come and show his favor. At the same time, he expressed his determination to Xiao Zhao and very supported the new leader. As long as the leader orders, he will definitely go. Very obedient completion, there will never be rebellion. Except for the faction of the masters and uncles, no one else has any worries in their hearts. After all, the people at most remain neutral in the rebellion. If it were in ancient times, they would definitely have trouble, and the current demonic cult would definitely not pursue it. Zhou Hao looked at the people of the uncle's faction and couldn't help asking Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao, now you are the leader of the demon cult. The faction of the uncle master has basically not suffered a little loss, and more benefits have to be allocated. How should they be arranged is better. You have to think clearly. If you really fatten up his power, it will be difficult to deal with in the future. Xiao Zhao stared at Zhou Hao, then looked at Master again, and said with a soft smile, "Husband, you will test me. You already have a solution in your mind about Master. Now you have to ask me." Zhou Hao smiled and knew that Xiao Zhao was very smart, and as she was promoted to the leader of the demon cult, he would naturally take on a sense of majesty. If he was not worried that Xiao Zhao would leave his control and become a family by himself, it would be pure nonsense. But he believes that as long as his strength does not weaken for a day, he will always be Xiao Zhao's heart, unless Xiao Zhao is the kind of person who forgets his roots. Zhou Hao doesn't know if Xiao Zhao is right, but now it seems that Xiao Zhao's personality has not changed much. I only hope that she will not be stunned by the desire for power in the future. Zhou Hao has not seen such a person. In fact, he didn't know whether it was right or wrong to send Xiao Zhao to the position of the leader of the demon cult. He just knew that Xiao Zhao's performance was very satisfying now, and he believed Xiao Zhao could always make people satisfied. Now he heard Xiao Zhao's words, and did not play with her anymore, and said his thoughts. Husband, I know you must have a way. According to your calculation, I guess they will definitely split. When the time comes, their interests will be separated, and they won't be the target of threats to me. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Xiao Zhao smiled. Tao. Zhou Hao nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Zhao is really suitable for these intrigue matters, and he quickly understood what he meant. In fact, his method is very simple. Among the masters and uncle factions, don't you have two quasi-excellent masters? Nowadays, one of the right guardians is a master and uncle, and the two have no kinship. It is estimated that most of them are also a community of interests. If this is the case, Zhou Hao will separate them. Anyway, after Xiao Zhao ascended the throne, the right guardian must not be the current person. He already has a rebellious heart and keeps a time bomb beside him. This is something a fool can do. The right guardian position was dismissed, and he couldn't let him have nothing to do. Xiao Zhao decided to turn him into an elder, and then assigned him some companies and let him do it. These companies are the industry of masters and uncles. People of the same faction, no one would have any opinions on this allocation. Even the masters themselves could not say anything. After all, in name, they belong to the demon sect. Xiao Zhao has a certain right to ask them to do what, and the most important thing is that Master Bobbin is a rightist defender, and it is impossible to oppose it, otherwise they might fall out on the spot. And if he really opposes the arrangement of the leader, Xiao Zhao can just use this to establish his prestige and directly condemn the master and uncle as a crime of rebellion. Now Zhou Hao is here, as long as he takes the shot, let alone the master and uncle. Even the master and the right, when the guardians join forces, the result is definitely not going to be better, and their lives are gone. How strong they are, they will eventually be divided between the leader and other strengths. Everyone knows that the masters and uncles were actually apostasy before, but it was not as obvious as the three uncles, and at the last moment, he chose to surrender to the leader, which saved his life, but he was in danger of being eradicated at any time. Of course, his strength is also the main reason why Xiao Zhao kept him. In this faction, there are two quasi-excellent masters. Except for the leader faction, they are the strongest. If they are eliminated, the strength of the demon cult will be greatly affected. A big influence. A sect has only 4 quasi-excellent masters. If you lose 3 at once, who can accept it? Zhou Hao is an absolute master, but he is not a demon sect at all. It was based on the above considerations that Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao thought of how to deal with the faction of the master. When Xiao Zhao announced such a decision, it turned out that everything was as they expected. Homeopathy agreed. Both of them are masters in observing words and colors, and the reactions of the master and right guard fell in the eyes of the two. If it weren't for Zhou Hao's insight, Xiao Zhao's carefulness, who is naturally suitable for intrigue, would really not find the expressions of the two. Variety. The master seemed to agree with pleasure. In fact, the corners of his eyes were beating slightly. Naturally, he was dissatisfied with the damage to his own interests, and the corner of the right guardian's mouth was slightly raised, which must be happy in his heart. Someone may understand such a delicate situation, or everyone may not understand. Anyway, at the end of the banquet, it was a happy situation for everyone. The 3 uncles were dealt with like a world away. Everyone has forgotten this person. The new leader Xiao Zhao is very happy. With everyone's support, everything seems to be logical. The main purpose of today's demon sect meeting is to teach the master to Xiao Zhao. Zhou Hao looked at the scene in front of him, with infinite emotion in his heart. Although the demons are selfish, they also have very good adaptability. This is probably the main reason why the demons can continue their hearts. When Zhou Hao and the demon cult banquet were over, he followed the 2 leaders of the demon cult and came to their place together. On this small island, everyone has their own separate space. As the former leader and saint, Xiao Shou and her, of course, all the masters have their own place. This is different from the guest room Zhou Hao lived in before. It can be regarded as an important place for magic education. If it is not for the unusual status, there is no chance to come in. Although Zhou Hao was a guest of the demon cult before and was also the key figure in this turnaround. He was not a member of the demon cult. He could only live in the guest room before. Now it is different. He is also not a member of the demon cult, but if he wants to enter this place, no one will raise objections anymore. The current Xiao Zhao, in the demon cult, has an unprecedented concentration of power. Although he has only taken over as the leader, but now he is very obedient and obeys Xiao Zhao's orders. Not only because of Zhou Hao's threat, but also Xiao Zhao's own charm. The reason why Zhou Hao came here with the former leader and Xiao Zhao is also a symbol of recognition. Everyone knows that the outsiders who can enter the palace of the leader must be the guests of the future demon cult. In fact, it is not surprising that if there is no Zhou with Hao's help, there is no such thing as Xiao Zhao's position as the leader now. Even if he cannot be successfully usurped by the three masters, at least the demon sect will be torn apart. When the three of them returned to the room of the former leader of the demon cult, there was no one here. Everyone knew that the three of them were together, and there must be confidential things to say, so naturally it won't be an eye-opener here. Zhou Hao, now there are no outsiders. I can tell you the truth. I actually don't want to be the leader. After so many years of teaching, it really distracts me too much. I don't have the patience to study martial arts. I will pass the position now. It is actually a good thing for me to give it to Xiao Zhao, but it is a matter of thanks to your help. Before entering the room, the former leader of the magic sect had already expressed his gratitude to Zhou Hao. Master, you are too polite. Isn't this all I should do? I'm all a family. Zhou Hao smiled and said very politely, don't call me the leader anymore. My name is Lu Hongmei, or you can call me Aunt Hong or Aunt Mei. I guess you won't lose money even if you call me. I will not be much younger than your mother. Former leader Lu Hongmei listened to Zhou Hao's words, but did not refute. Zhou Hao is Xiao Zhao's man after all. It should be done for the demon cult. He just corrected his title. The reason why the previous demon sect could not do the order and prohibition was because the elders were too powerful and threatened the rule of the leader. Now that everything has been developing in a good direction, Lu Hongmei should naturally follow the rules. Since he is not the leader of the demon cult, he should not be known as the leader. Zhou Hao also understood Lu Hongmei's thoughts. He just looked at the demon cult leader so young and beautiful, saying that she was believed by some people at the age of 30, and she looked mature, and she was also 25 or 26 years old. If I let myself call her aunt now, I'm a little embarrassed, but she is Xiao Zhao's master after all. According to her seniority, it is not an exaggeration to call her herself. For a while, Zhou Hao hesitated. Fortunately, Xiao Zhao was very clever. He also saw that the two of them were called this way, a little awkward, and said with a smile, Master, how can you be Zhou Hao's aunt? No matter how you look at it, just a few years older than him. After a pause, he said very simply, Why don't you? Zhou Hao, you can just call me Master Sister. In front of outsiders, no one will doubt it. Before Lu Hongmei could agree, Zhou Hao nodded and said, Well, I'll call you Sister Mei. You are really a few years older than me. If you ask me to call you Annie, don't say you call me. When I get old, I also have the suspicion of pretending to be tender, and tell me to look closer. Since Lu Hongmei can be the leader of the demon cult, he is naturally not the kind of pedantic person. After hearing the words of the two, he did not refute, but smiled and said, Well, then do it with you. I will be a teenager for no reason. Master, don't say anything. If you say that you are my sister now, no one will doubt it. I don't know how you maintained your care for so many years. I would have been very jealous. If I were your age, I would definitely not be as good as you. Get up young. When the time comes, people will be old and yellow. But what should I do? Xiao Zhao smiled while talking to Lu Hongmei, but his eyes were looking at Zhou Hao. Obviously, the following words were addressed to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao understood. He secretly smiled in his heart, but said very solemnly, This is a problem. When the time comes, people will become yellow and martial arts are not good enough. Who can like you again? Master, look, Zhou Hao is bullying people again. Isn't it just a bit higher in martial arts? What's so great? I can also practice internal strength now. I will definitely improve my strength as soon as possible. Don't think that the best masters are amazing. It must be reached. Xiao Zhao wrinkled his nose and hummed. Zhou Hao and the demon cult leader looked at each other and smiled. How many people dream of reaching the top master level every day? But there are basically few people who can reach this level, Otherwise, the top master will not appear so important. But in Xiao Zhao's mouth, the realm of supermaster seems to be reachable as long as she wants to. It is really dumbfounding. However, in terms of Xiao Zhao's aptitude, he really wanted to work hard to cultivate. After many years, he might not be able to reach this state, but they all knew Xiao Zhao's current state was too far away from the top master. The two of them did not discourage his enthusiasm. Lu Hongmei first changed the subject and said, "Zhou Hao, now I have stepped down as the leader, and I will be able to practice martial arts without any distractions. I want you to help me see what is going on. Is it because of my lack of qualifications?" Zhou Hao nodded. He didn't refuse Lu Hongmei's request and nodded very happily. He believed in Lu Hongmei's character. If she becomes a supermaster, she can only be Xiao Zhao's best helper, and it will definitely not affect her. When Lu Hongmei was the leader, she was already the strongest in the congregation. At that time, she could also grow the power of the masters and the third uncles. In fact, it has already shown that she is a soft-hearted person, otherwise there is no such disaster. She has a sincere feelings for Xiao Zhao, and she didn't hesitate at all when passing the throne. In fact, in Zhou Hao's opinion, if Lu Hongmei was born in another martial arts school, she might have made good achievements, and now she almost became a demon sect, the last leader of the world. Thinking in his mind, it would not hinder the dialogue between him and Lu Hongmei. He hesitated and said, "Sister Mei, now you find a quiet place and don't be disturbed. I'll check it for you. This process will take a while." Lu Hongmei did not hesitate to say to Xiao Zhao, "Xiao Zhao, you are now the leader of the demon cult. There are things to tell you. I will take you to see them now. From now on, these will belong to you. My mind, I'm all on the way to martial arts, and I won't intervene in educational affairs anymore. If you have something to look for, you don't need to look for me if you have nothing to do." Xiao Zhao nodded and did not refuse. She is a very reasonable girl, and now is not the time to discuss those useless things. As an outsider, Zhou Hao doesn't really want to participate in such confidential events as they are. After all, he has already said that he will not interfere in the affairs of the magic sect. If so, he should keep a certain distance with them. After all, Xiao Shou and himself are very close. Lu Hongmei didn't have so much contact with herself. Lu Hongmei saw Zhou Hao's hesitation and said to him, "Zhou Hao, you don't have to think about it. Since I brought you here, I'm not afraid you know too much. To be honest, if you didn't have you, I would be sitting in this position today. It's not necessarily Xiao Zhao who went on, speaking of which you are our benefactor. There is no need to avoid you at all, and I believe you." People said everything to this point. If Zhou Hao couldn't accept it, he would be a little too ignorant. Anyway, knowing more things would do no harm to him. Zhou Hao was silent. Knowing that he didn't think much anymore, Lu Hongmei walked to his bed under the gaze of Xiao Shou and Zhou Hao. Although most of the buildings here are made of wood, the residence of the demon leader is obviously stronger than the others. Except for the wood on the outside, everything inside is actually stone. Now the bed of the demon leader is a stone bed. If it weren't thickly laid on it, Zhou Hao would definitely not believe that she could sleep comfortably. She came to her bed and fumbled on it for a while. Suddenly there were two clicks, and a tunnel appeared on the ground near the foot of the bed, and a black hole stretched down the ground. Zhou Hao was originally a member of the organization. He had never thought that there would be an organization here before, but now that he saw Lu Hongmei's approach, he knew what it was and couldn't help but smile and said, "Sister Mei, you really follow suit here. In addition to some ancient traditions, I have placed institutions in my room, and it looks very delicate." Lu Hongmei originally thought Zhou Hao would be surprised, but found that not only was he not surprised, his eyes flickered, as if he could still see his own mechanism, which made her have to be surprised. Xiao Zhao also looked at Zhou Hao in amazement. She knew Zhou Hao far more than her master. Zhou Hao's current appearance is absolutely confident. He obviously didn't talk casually, but really understood the master's organization. But Xiao Zhao himself saw this organ for the first time, or did Zhou Hao find out? With doubts in his mind, Xiao Zhao asked quickly, "Husband, can you understand the mechanism that the master just now?" Zhou Hao smiled and didn't say much. Instead, he walked over and fumbled a little at the place Lu Hongmei had just fumbled. With his fingers lightly buckled and twisted, the floor that had just been opened closed again. Xiao Zhao is not so good. She doesn't know the exquisiteness of this mechanism after all, and Lu Hongmei, who is looking at it, can't help but stare. She knows this organization very well. When the master taught herself hand in hand, she still learned it for a long time. It is a special technique for opening and closing. If you have not learned it, you can't switch it at all. Don't worry about others. Even if they see it, they can't open it. But now Zhou Hao didn't have much study at all. He just glanced at it at random and shut down the agency. What kind of ability was this? Sister Mei, Xiao Zhao. In fact, the mechanism theory is clear. It is just a kind of use of the mechanical spring. No matter how it is designed, as long as you understand the principle of setting this kind of thing, there is no mystery. This mechanism is just better than others. The mechanism is a little more ingenious, and people who don't understand can't turn it on and off at all. Zhou Hao smiled slightly when seeing the two women looking at him in surprise. Husband, how can you still understand the mechanism? You are a monster. You are obviously young, so you know everything. Xiao Zhao was intimate with him, and he did not shy away from speaking, exclaiming. Although Lu Hongmei didn't say anything, his eyes were full of amazement. This kid really is that no one can match martial arts, studies, or business skills. Now he even understands such a partial mechanism. I really don't know what he wants. Zhou Hao didn't say much, but in his heart he thought of his 2 lives. If you count the age of the previous life, even if he is not as good as Lu Hongmei, he is far bigger than Xiao Zhao. It's okay. I just learned something about organs in an unintentional adventure together. When I have solved the problem of Hihong-san, I will arrange some things for you to improve your safety factor here. Otherwise, I really don't worry about those people. Zhou Hao said casually and changed the subject. Lu Hongmei and Xiao Zhao moved in their hearts. The people of the older martial arts school naturally knew how much help the organization can bring to the school, and they would not underestimate the effect of those mechanisms. Zhou Hao didn't say anything more, but twisted randomly on the mechanism, and the tunnel appeared in front of the 3 again. No one will be surprised at this time. Since Zhou Hao can see the secrets of the mechanism, it is not a problem to turn it on and off, but Xiao Zhao is still very curious at this time. The secret path in the bedroom of the demon lord has it. What? This is something she didn't know since she was a child. Xiao Zhao, now you are the leader of the demon cult. You will live here in the future. It's time to tell you everything here. Let's go down. I will tell you as I walk. Lu Hongmei saw Xiao Zhao's curiosity. While taking the lead down the tunnel, he said to the 2 of them, unlike ancient times, this secret path is filled with torches. In modern society, it is natural to use electric lights, which is not only convenient, but also brighter. In the tunnel, there is a row of steps. How deep it is, Xiao Shou and Zhou Hao can't see the end. They are probably quite deep. They just follow Lu Hongmei step by step. Zhou Hao doesn't know who built this tunnel. It seems that there are hundreds of steps. In this way, they will eventually go deep into the ground for hundreds of meters. This is an island, so much deep underground. Zhou Hao really admires the magic sect. For the builders here, this is definitely not a small project. The tunnels seem to have no end. Zhou Hao felt that at least 10 minutes had passed, and they hadn't reached the end yet. He really didn't know what kind of heart the people who built this tunnel back then could actually build the tunnel so deep. Probably guessing Zhou Hao's thoughts, Lu Hongmei explained as he walked in front. Don't worry, this tunnel is a bit long, but there are reasons for it. You will know when you arrive, but for now I will remain suspenseful. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao followed her. They were indeed a little curious. They didn't know what kind of secrets they had. She needed to sell them like this, but with Zhou Hao's knowledge, they had already guessed it vaguely, and as the terrain grew more and more, even more determined, Zhou Hao's mind. After walking for another 5 minutes, according to the speed of everyone, it is estimated that at least 500 meters have been descended. Each step of this step is made of marble, which shows that the project is not small. Okay, this is the end of the tunnel. There are organs on the walls here. Zhou Hao, can you see it? There is only one wall at the end of the tunnel, as if this tunnel is a dead end, and there are no doors to see. Lu Hongmei turned his head and smiled at Zhou Hao beside him. Zhou Hao has been studying organs for a short time. If you can see the organs here at a glance, Zhou Hao is not so rampant, but since Lu Hongmei has said it, he must have organs. As long as he knows there are organs in this place, Zhou Hao can find them. Come out. He didn't speak, but just stepped forward and came to the wall reluctantly. His eyes scanned for a while, and he gently probed the wall. After a while, he smiled and said to Lu Hongmei, Sister Mei, The mechanism here is really real. Subtle, much better than the outside switch. Of course, this is related to secrets after all. If you can't set up a more powerful agency, if someone finds out, there will be no secrets here. How about it? Is it impossible to open it? Lu Hongmei listened to Zhou Hao. Said that, in my heart, there is something that Zhou Hao can't handle. If Zhou Hao can see the organs here, Zhou Hao would be really powerful. Zhou Hao sighed and said, Sister Mei, you really underestimated me. There is no nonsense, just a quick slap with both hands on this wall. Wherever he shoots seems to be recessed, and then again it pops up quickly. After repeating this process 3 times, Zhou Hao had enough to take 9981 times. Even though the number was not large, Lu Hongmei and Xiao Zhao were stunned to think of such a solution in such a short time. The method, let alone use it immediately, it is estimated that even if someone teaches it by hand, it will take a lot of time to learn. In fact, Zhou Hao was also secretly grateful in his heart. If he hadn't remembered some of the more peculiar institutions described above when he was studying organs, and had practiced because of them, there is really no way to use this organ today. Originally, he thought that such an organization was no longer visible in modern society. At that time, he remembered that it was also because it was very distinctive. Not only was it very complicated to set up various traps, but it also had to be correct in a very short time. In the time, according to what is needed, if a person does not reach out well, he can't do it. Zhou Hao speculated that at least the realm of a first-class expert is required. Lu Hongmei looked at the slowly opening wall and watched Zhou Hao for a long time before speaking. Zhou Hao, tell me the truth. Aren't you really a monster who has practiced martial arts to the top and then rejuvenates? Zhou Hao couldn't laugh or cry. Before he could speak, Xiao Zhao was already beside him and said, Husband, is the master telling the truth? I have also heard that some people practice martial arts to the utmost level and they can rejuvenate. Now, are you really an old monster? Xiao Zhao, what are you talking about? I don't have to live forever. It's just that I age slowly. Lu Hongmei heard Xiao Zhao's words and said first, Master, you are really immortal. Since I am sensible, you are like this. You are really amazing. I thought, if I were your age and have such youth and beauty, I would definitely die of joy. Otherwise, when the time comes, no one likes me. Xiao Zhao took Lu Hongmei's hand and said with a grin. Zhou Hao was even more speechless this time. It seems that every woman can't control her emotions when she talks about beauty. She was talking about her own affairs, so why did she digress like this? The two women were still discussing their beauty topics unconsciously. Zhou Hao couldn't stand it anymore, so he had to speak. Two beauties, interrupt. You can discuss beauty anytime. Now this door is open. Should we go in first? The demon leader and Xiao Zhao looked at each other. Both of them were a little embarrassed. They had indeed forgotten everything in front of them because of discussing beauty matters. Because of the nature of a woman, no one can change it. Zhou Hao could only shook his head and smiled bitterly. Women are indeed animals that can pull their thoughts away at critical moments, whether they are big or small women. If they didn't meet more women, it would be true for these two women. There was no way, but now he didn't feel that he couldn't stand it, and first stepped into the cave in front of him. The space of the stone cave is not small. After all, the tunnels in front of it have been used for a lot of projects, and it will naturally be built here, and it looks not even smaller than the hall of the previous demon cult conference. There is a hall in the middle of this cave, and there are 4 small rooms next to it. Each of them has a stone door closed. Zhou Hao doesn't know what's in the cave here, but it's not an unowned stone cave. Zhou Hao had no idea of risking treasure hunting. When Zhou Hao was inspecting the cave, Xiao Zhao also walked in. It was the first time she walked here. She was curious about wherever she was. While watching, she asked Lu Hongmei and said, Master, what is it for? It doesn't seem to be special. Isn't it just a few stone chambers? Seeing how you value it so much, I thought there was a particularly important baby. Lu Hong eyebrows stared at Xiao Zhao angrily, and then said, Zhou Hao, this is the most important place of our demon cult. Although you are not a member of the demon cult, your relationship with Xiao Zhao is destined to have a solution to our demon cult. For the fate of not being open, I brought you here without any other meaning. I just show you my sincerity. If Xiao Zhao needs your help in the future, please do your best. Seeing Lu Hongmei speaking solemnly, Zhou Hao said seriously, Sister Mei, don't worry, Xiao Zhao's relationship with me If she has any difficulties, I will definitely help. Xiao Zhao stared at the two in a daze. Although she is good at fighting intrigue and has experienced a lot, after all, she is far from Lu Hongmei and Zhou Hao. Now the conversation between the two makes her feel that she is loved and loved by the master. Zhou Hao loves herself too. She has unprecedented warmth. In order to ease the atmosphere, Lu Hongmei quickly changed the subject and smiled, and said to Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao, "You can't see what's special here, because you don't know the situation here. Now I will let you see what's special here." Having said that, I walked into a room first, and there was no mechanism set on the door here. After all, if the mechanism outside could be broken, there would be no insurance for any mechanism set in it. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao did not hesitate, and followed Lu Hongmei. Walked into this stone room. There are no other things in this stone room. All kinds of books. Some are ancient books, some are modern printing. Here is a big library, but the books on each shelf are different. The higher the level, the less. Even at the top level, there was only a single book. Although Zhou Hao didn't see what book it was, he knew that the higher the level of the book, the higher the level, and it must be a more important book. This is the most secret place of our magic sect. All the martial arts of our magic sect are recorded here. Not only are there some martial arts that are now practiced, but there are even some martial arts that no one does, but are very domineering. And these martial arts is also the source of our demon cult's reputation. Seeing Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao looking everywhere, Lu Hongmei explained. While talking about taking out a book, handed it to Xiao Zhao and Zhou Hao. "Look, for example, this ice palm. This is the superior palm of our magic sect, but the most basic requirement for practicing this kind of martial arts. It is necessary to have internal strength above the quasi-extreme level. Otherwise, it will not be able to induce the coldness of the ice palm at all. However, among our magic sects, so far, only 3 people have successfully cultivated. The others either have insufficient internal strength or have different internal strength attributes. Practice." Zhou Hao saw that this ice palm was placed in the 3rd row before, and the martial arts in the 3rd row already required quasi-extreme internal strength. So if you go up, the cultivation conditions must be higher. Before coming here, Zhou Hao knew that there was not a single master in the magic sect. At best, it was quasi-extreme. He had no confidence in the martial arts of the magic sect. Looking at the frost palm in his hand, Zhou Hao realized that it was not the defeat of the martial arts of the demon cult. It was really because no one could practice to reach the realm of the ultimate master. One martial arts school would have been so wonderful. It won't be the achievements now. There are many people with superior qualifications in the demon cult. For example, Lu Hongmei is one, but she just couldn't pass that hurdle. Zhou Hao didn't say much. He opened the Frost Palm secret book in his hand. It contained not only the cultivation requirements, but also how to practice, detailed methods, and various exercise routes. If you practice such martial arts alone, definitely it's troublesome, but if the realm is reached, it won't be difficult. At least in his opinion, the difficulty of this martial arts called Frost Palm is really difficult for a quasi-extreme martial artist, but he is already very easy to use. His martial arts tend to be more masculine. Learning those martial arts that are very powerful and powerful can do more with less, but because of his special experience, learning some feminine martial arts is not too difficult, at least better than the same masculine style. The masters are much faster. Just after Lu Hongmei's introduction, after reading the entire secret book, Zhou Hao changed the internal force attribute in the body according to the above exercise method, and suddenly a cold air appeared on the palm, almost a thin layer visible to the naked eye. Frost formed on his hand. Xiao Zhao and Lu Hongmei beside him could feel the coldness in Zhou Hao's hands, and the two girls stared at Zhou Hao in disbelief. Zhou Hao ignored the surprise of the two of them. As he became familiar with the secret book, the cold air in his hand gathered more and more, and the thin ice on his hand gradually thickened. However, his right palm condensed into ice while holding the secret book. His left hand is still warm. When his right hand was completely covered with ice, Lu Hongmei took a deep breath and asked, "Zhou Hao, I saw you do it before. Your internal power should not be able to practice such a partial martial arts, and I did not feel that you have a little sign of the practice of feminine internal strength. What I practice is really fierce internal strength, but I just read this secret book and wanted to try if I could practice it. I didn't expect it to happen, but my control is not good enough. If I can achieve instant freezing, even if it succeeds. Zhou Hao slowly felt the icy breath on his hands and said honestly to Lu Hong. Lu Hongmei took a deep breath again, but her eyes were full of heat. Although she didn't know if this could be done by a supermaster, she knew that someone at her level would definitely not be able to reach it, and she yearned for the supermaster realm even more. Xiao Zhao was very curious. After listening to the conversation between the two, he unconsciously stretched out his little hand, touched Zhou Hao's frozen palm, then fought a cold war, and said in horror, "My husband, your hand. It's so ice, it's really ice cubes. You can melt it quickly, or your hands will freeze." Zhou Hao smiled slightly, and when he turned his right hand over, the ice on his hand began to melt, and the speed was still very slow. Just like the freezing process before, all three of them could clearly see the whole process. This technique is indeed amazing. When all the cold air in his hands was gone, the temperature around Zhou Hao began to rise again, and the ice that had condensed on his hands before seemed to have never appeared before and disappeared naturally after it melted, if it hadn't been for Xiao Zhao to feel the ice before. Existence even thought it was an illusion. Sure enough, it is a sub-saint level secret book. It really has a magical effect and such a powerful technique. It is a pity that no one of our demon cult can practice it. It is a pity. Even if he hasn't seen its ability against the enemy, Lu Hongmei and Xiao Zhao could also see how powerful this secret book was. But they also knew that this secret book could not be practiced by anyone, and Lu Hongmei could only sigh inwardly that no one in the demon cult could practice it. Zhou Hao nodded and said, "This exercise is very special, different from ordinary martial arts. Although it seems very partial, if you use it unexpectedly, people of the same level will probably suffer." His words even more affirmed the power of this skill. The same level will suffer. That is, if Zhou Hao uses it, even the top master will suffer. Originally, this was just Lu Hongmei casually showing it to Zhou Hao, but I didn't expect Zhou Hao to be so fast. Zhou Hao casually took a secret book to practice, and he already knew how to use this secret book. Whether it was Lu Hongmei or Xiao Zhao, he admired this kind of learning ability, but it was not a question of qualifications, but a question of state. They are so far from the realm of the top master, it is impossible for them to be as relaxed as Zhou Hao. In fact, the main reason why the top masters are better than the quasi-top masters is that they can turn corruption into magic. Even ordinary martial arts will become very magical in their hands. Now Zhou Hao is just realizing the martial arts recorded in the secret book in front of him. The ice palm itself can be listed as a sub-sacred secret book in the demon sect. At least it has shown its power. The general martial arts in the hands of supermasters can be very good. Powerful, not to mention a good martial arts. Lu Hongmei looked at the frost palm secret book handed over by Zhou Hao and shook his head with a wry smile. "I thought that even if you become a supermaster and want to learn martial arts here, it will take a long time. I didn't expect that you would use it in just a few minutes." Zhou Hao didn't want to explain to her too much. He just shook his head and smiled. He is different from other supermasters. Those supermasters have very strict internal strength. Only he is special. The source of his internal strength is not hard work. He wants to learn some new things, and it will be easier than ordinary people. This is the main reason why he can use Ice Palm in the shortest time. Naturally, he would not explain this to Master Lu Hongmei, let alone whether they could understand it. This involved too much privacy, and Zhou Hao had no habit of revealing privacy. After listening to Lu Hongmei's emotion, Xiao Zhao also said, "Master, since Zhou Hao can learn so fast, is it possible that all the secrets here can't be troublesome to him? If he can learn all the martial arts here, is it martial arts? Will be much stronger, maybe invincible in the world." "Stupid girl, how easy it is, martial arts together. It's not as good as you know how to do it. Many people are just a set of very ordinary martial arts, but they can beat the world invincible. When one martial arts reaches a certain level, there will be great surprises. The feeling of work, even if you have such amazing skills or special methods, in front of such a person, it can't do anything at all." Lu Hongmei touched Xiao Zhao's head and said with a smile. Zhou Hao was a little surprised. This Lu Hongmei is indeed a master who has been stuck in the quasi-excellent for many years. Although her realm is not small, her understanding of martial arts is already good. At least she can understand the difference between masters and ordinary martial artists. In fact, he belongs to the kind of super master. No matter how many methods the opponent has, he can completely suppress it with force, unless the opponent has a stronger method than his own. Otherwise, he cannot pose a threat to him. Zhou Hao has always believed that he should belong to the kind of one force to drop the 10 clubs, but his strength is so strong that no one in this world can resist it, especially after the relationship with Xiao Zhao. His internal strength seems to have broken through another bottleneck. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't found the top master to try his tricks for a while and couldn't determine what level of progress he had reached, he would know that he had almost no opponents now. After talking with Xiao Zhao, Lu Hongmei probably also knew that Xiao Zhao couldn't understand this kind of truth. It was easy to say, but to truly understand that it must reach that level. After thinking about it, she walked to the bookshelf that she hadn't moved before. This is the tallest bookshelf in the room. There are more advanced secret books here. Zhou Hao estimates that it is a martial arts with a higher level than the ice palm. There are only 2 secret books on the second floor and only 1 on the highest level. Zhou Hao didn't yearn for these martial arts, but he wouldn't mind if he had a chance to see it. After all, my own martial arts are mostly self-created, and it is not a bad thing to be able to learn from other advanced martial arts. Lu Hongmei did not take down the martial arts secrets above, but said to Zhou Hao, this is the essence of martial arts of our demon sect. There are 3 secrets in it. So far, no one has successfully practiced except for the founder. This is not because their realm is not enough, but because they really cannot comprehend the essence of it. So they have been placed here, and some even suspect that it is impossible to succeed. Zhou Hao did not speak, but walked over and looked at the 3 books on the shelf. With his height, he can naturally see the names on them. But these 3 books do not have the names of martial arts secrets at all. They just put them there. The books, but they are all paper-bound notebooks, which are ancient books at first glance. You don't need to ask the names of these secrets. I don't know. These secrets have been cultivated since ancient times. Even our leader is just listening to them as legends. Lu Hongmei dispelled Zhou Hao's words. Doubt. Sister Mei, these 3 secret books, can I take a look and try to see if I can practice? Zhou Hao thought for a while and asked Lu Hongmei. Lu Hongmei refused without any hesitation. Zhou Hao, this is not too embarrassing. These secrets are the biggest martial arts secrets of this sect. They are different from other secrets and are the ultimate killer. Even if you are important to us, and you are also closely related to Xiao Zhao. After all, you are not a member of the magic sect. Even if you are in the magic sect, you must have been in the sect for at least 20 years, and only people with the status of elder or above can see it. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao looked at each other. Although they were not sure whether this secret book could really be cultivated, just looking at such demanding requirements at least showed their preciousness. However, Zhou Hao is not a character that is difficult for a strong man. He did not continue to inquire. If I had the opportunity to see these secrets, I would naturally take a look. Now that there are so many rules, and it is impossible to determine the authenticity of the secrets, Zhou Hao is no longer out of line. Probably because the atmosphere was a bit embarrassing, Lu Hongmei did not stay in this stone room anymore, but took Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao out, and said as he walked, "Look here, it's just one of them, and there are 3 other rooms." Yeah. After speaking, they walked into the second room. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao naturally followed closely. The first room was the library of the magical martial arts secrets. What the second room should be. They were full of curiosity, even if they were small. Zhao has never heard of another place like Demon Cult. After taking over as the leader, everything here belongs to her. She definitely wants to know more than Zhou Hao. When the 2 people stepped into this stone room, they had already pounced on their faces. They didn't know how many kinds of elixir there were. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao both felt refreshed. Don't look at the inventory inside. Just like that, Zhou Hao already knows that all the things here are treasures. He has studied medicine. Even if he doesn't reach the level of his own master, he is not comparable to ordinary doctors in the world. He just smells it with his nose. After a while, I can at least know that there are at least 5 kinds of medicinal materials hidden here, which are very rare or even invisible outside. This is where the magic sect's medicinal garden and various medicinal materials have been collected for many years. Everything here needs to be taken care of by the leader himself. If one day is delayed, there may be a lot of losses here, but it is basically no longer planted. We don't have anyone who can really exert the power of the elixir. Lu Hongmei explained as they watched the two of them looking around in the room. Zhou Hao really saw a small medicinal garden here, where precious medicinal materials such as ginseng and ganoderma were planted. The most exaggerated thing was that he actually saw Tianshan's snow lotus in a small area next to it, which is extremely regional. It's really weird that the drug of the drug appeared here. If he hadn't seen the cold air coming up in the place where the snow lotus was planted, he would even think that the snow lotus was fake, and he didn't know how the people of the demon sect would think of building such a medicine garden. Lu Hongmei obviously knew that Zhou Hao was proficient in medicine. Seeing his eyes gleaming, he smiled secretly and said to Zhou Hao, you don't need to look at those. Those are just newly grown, and they are still young. Look here. When Zhou Hao's gaze turned, Lu Hongmei opened a medicine box next to it. Even though he had some psychological preparation, Zhou Hao was still surprised when he saw the items inside. There was a ginseng inside. Unlike ordinary ginseng, it was actually golden all over. Zhou Hao naturally knew this kind of ginseng. The root golden ginseng. This is not something ordinary people can find. This kind of medicine has almost exceeded the standard that normal people can measure. And such precious medicinal materials were actually just one of these medicine boxes. It can be seen that the other medicine boxes were probably of the same grade. Zhou Hao really felt that he had been a poor man all his life, even though he finally saw the rich man. Seeing Zhou Hao's appearance, Lu Hongmei smiled and said, Zhou Hao, our magic sect does not have any inventory. Even if we are down to this day, we have not really gone into desperation. Since you are proficient in medicine, you naturally know these medicines. Value. If I put out the auction, what kind of results do you think it will have? Zhou Hao is not a slanderous person either. Listening to Lu Hongmei's words, he can't help but sigh with emotion. If the medicines here are all of this grade, as long as you put them out for auction, it is estimated that the benefits obtained will not be a problem with He Hongsen. The magic sect is worthy of being passed down for many years, and it has enough strength to say it. No matter how frustrated, it is still not comparable to He Hongsen, who has only accumulated decades of accumulation. It seems that the outside world has wrong views on the magic sect. Lu Hongmei was not so proud, but smiled and said, You are so wrong. The demon sect has indeed gone downhill. Although these are genuine products, they are not a last resort. How could we go this way? A prodigal act. Zhou Hao nodded approvingly. Some of these medicines are decades old, and some are hundreds of years old. The golden ginseng I just saw has a growth period of hundreds of years. Obviously, these things were left by the predecessors of the magic sect. In the future, if the demon cult has fallen to the point of putting these things out for auction, then it really has come to an end, and whether it exists has to be considered. Lu Hongmei clearly saw that Zhou Hao understood what he meant, and did not continue this topic. Instead, he said to Xiao Zhao, the master is no longer the leader. You will have to take care of everything here in the future. It is actually very simple, just check it often. Xiao Zhao knew that this was the master's instruction to him, and immediately nodded and said, Master, you can rest assured, I will definitely come down to check it often, and there won't be any problems here. Lu Hongmei was very satisfied, and then said to Zhou Hao, look at the things here. If there is anything you need, I know you are proficient in medicine. If you have anything that needs to be used, it is my thanks to you. But if you want to make alchemy or something, then forget to give us a copy. After all, I also provide medicinal materials. Zhou Hao laughed dumbly, looked at Lu Hongmei's serious eyes, at least put her smile away, and then explained, Sister Mei, I think you may have read too much legend, and look at me too much. I am not a Taoist priest. I don't know how to do alchemy, but if I need anything, I'm certainly not polite. There was nothing on the surface of Lu Hongmei, but she couldn't help being disappointed. The reason she brought Zhou Hao here to see, she didn't think about giving Zhou Hao a chance. If he knows how to refine those medicinal potions, she would provide him with medicinal materials. But now listening to Zhou Hao's meaning, there may be those things in this world, but Zhou Hao will not refine it, which broke her dream. In fact, Lu Hongmei has been the leader of the demon cult for so many years and has never forgotten to break through her own realm. However, due to her aptitude, she has never succeeded. She thinks that her internal strength may be insufficient. If her internal strength breaks through forcibly, she may have become a supermaster. However, after years of practice, the internal strength has reached the bottleneck, and there is no special reason to make progress. Zhou Hao naturally didn't know what Lu Hongmei was thinking. In fact, he knew there was a way to improve his internal strength. That's how he came. But besides the fact that medicinal materials are hard to find, the risk is also very high. It's not a last resort. Who will do such a thing? Such a madman is too rare. Since the three of them had already seen this place, there was no need to stay. Lu Hongmei left the stone room again with them and walked into the next one. This place is different from the previous one. The things stored in this room give people a chilling feeling. Everyone standing in it can feel the cold and killing air. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao, you don't need to ask to know that this is definitely a place for weapons and blades. Zhou Hao, Xiao Zhao, this is our demon cult's treasure pavilion. The treasures stored here are all our demon weapons and defensive armors from ancient times to the present. If it weren't for modern society, there are too few opportunities to use it. It won't be placed here anymore. Lu Hongmei explained that they would surely be able to guess what was here. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao thought that it was true, but none of the things here were on the surface. They were all placed in boxes. Even so, they could feel it, and they could see that there were good things inside. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao followed Lu Hongmei into the third stone room. This is different from Qianliangjian. The things in front are of great value to martial artists and ordinary people, but the things here are not easy to calculate. In the era of cold weapons, a magic weapon may be invaluable, but now this kind of thing has not been taken seriously. It is not that their role has declined. There is really no use at all. Even if you really do it, a pistol is absolutely beyond cutting a sword of iron as mud. At least a pistol does not require long practice. Now that Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao entered the stone room, although they didn't see any collections here, the feeling of entering has made people feel chilly. Xiao Zhao has never experienced this kind of feeling, but Zhou Hao knows that the special murderous aura contained in the sharp weapons in this absolute stone chamber can also be seen from this. The weapons placed in it are not ornamental items. Kill countless magic weapons. Although Zhou Hao can be regarded as a modern martial arts master, he is in a different era. Zhou Hao himself is not a martial arts person. In this society, there are actually very few martial arts people with martial arts. He used to yearn for the days of ancient knights, wielding swords and walking across the rivers and lakes. Now that he has this ability because of his high martial arts skills, but he has never had this opportunity. Not only because the rivers and lakes no longer exist, even the so-called gangs of the underworld. Also completely different from ancient times. Also because there is no real good sword. Whether it's Gulong novels or Jin Yang's novels, there will be mentions of magic weapons, various swords and swords. Hong Kong Asia Television is his industry. He is naturally very familiar with such TV series. But Zhou Hao can do everything in TV series. I can't touch it. He now has the wealth of the world's richest man, but he has never collected magic weapons. He didn't expect to see such a treasure unintentionally today. The magic sect has been passed down for many years, and it shouldn't be difficult to collect some of the more powerful weapons and armors. Just as Zhou Hao thought, after Lu Hongmei entered the stone room, he explained to the two of them, Zhou Hao, Xiao Zhao, this is the collection room of our demon cult. It seems that you may not keep up with the times. But before, everything was a sensational treasure. While talking, Lu Hongmei took out a dagger from one of the small boxes. The dagger wasn't long, but the cold air on it seemed to make people retreat 3 feet. If she were not a master of quasi-extreme skills, and had the aura of being the leader of the demon cult for many years, she would have been afraid of such a dagger. At least now Xiao Zhao only dares to look at this dagger, not to approach it. Weapons kill too many people, and it seems that they will have spirituality. Zhou Hao was not as timid as Xiao Zhao, so he fixedly looked at the dagger in Lu Hongmei's hand and felt the breath on it. Lu Hongmei nodded secretly. The supermaster is indeed not very comparable to others, but he explained, look at this dagger. It has a history of 500 years so far. When the Qing soldiers entered the customs, our predecessors of the magic sect, with this dagger, at least 10 high-ranking generals of the Qing soldiers ended up. As for the number of other people who died under the broken dagger, we have no way of calculating. Before the two of them could speak, they pulled a piece of hair directly from their heads. As they watched, they placed the hair on the dagger and blew a light breath. The hair quickly became 2 knots. Really blowing short hair. Although I have not tried cutting iron like mud, Everyone knows that this dagger can definitely do it. This weapon can be called a magic weapon with 500 years of steel-making technology. At least Zhou Hao knew that such a treasure was one of the few in ancient times. However, this dagger was not well known, and it was indeed rare. Lu Hongmei put the dagger back to its original place, walked in, opened the box in it, and said, "Every item here has its own value. Let alone the commemorative significance, it is its own value, which can already be calculated. It's a baby." After a pause, he sighed. Unfortunately, although they are all treasures themselves, they can only be used as collectibles in this society. Zhou Hao understands what she means. The magic weapon also needs to be used to be a treasure. If it is placed here, it is at most a display item. Although it can't affect the baby's own ability, it has been unable to exert its maximum value. But for this phenomenon, Zhou Hao couldn't help it with the emergence of the times are different. Xiao Zhao looked at the things here. In addition to weapons, there are armors, and curiously asked Lu Hong eyebrows. "Master, is there any particularly powerful armor here that can be invulnerable and can give people a very complete protection?" "Of course there is. In addition to the collection of various weapons, we also have those ancient treasure armors, otherwise the invulnerable golden silk armor, and the like, but such things can only be used in front of swords. Up to now, people use guns to hit you on the head. No matter how good your armor is, it is useless, and even if you hit you, these armors cannot be completely invulnerable, and the penetrating bullets still protect you. I can't help you." Lu Hongmei does not practice in closed doors every day, but also has a certain understanding of modern weapons. Zhou Hao nodded. Lu Hongmei was right. He has seen more worlds. He naturally knows the difference between guns and ancient cold weapons. At the very least, people don't use them to dance knives and guns in front of you. If you have a sniper rifle, just shoot directly. Headshot. There is no possibility of hitting your body. Xiao Zhao thought about the same reason and said with some disappointment, "I thought I could find a good thing to protect myself from here. It turned out to be so useless." Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei laughed dumbly. This Xiao Zhao is actually very precautionary and knows to find protection for herself. But she is also a little naive in thinking. If a person does not have enough ability, even if he is given a peerless weapon, it is still better than not an ordinary warrior. Lu Hongmei didn't explain these principles to Xiao Zhao. Her martial arts is not enough now. If she reaches a certain level, Xiao Zhao can understand this theory herself. In the eyes of the two of them, she came to a box in the inner part of the stone room, took out a very thin silk garment from it, handed it to Xiao Zhao, and explained, "Xiao Zhao, you will put this dress on when you go back. Well, this is the clothes of opinion baby. It is invulnerable to fire and water, invulnerable to swords and guns, and can withstand the full blow of the quasi-excellent master 3 times. This is the only one here. Let alone the effect of this dress. The silk design has already made girls like it very much. The shape of this dress is like the tulle underwear of ancient women. If you wear it now, it will have no effect at all." Xiao Zhao happily took the silk shirt and looked through the gestures. This dress seemed to be designed for women with a medium figure. Xiao Zhao was not the kind of tall woman. This dress is just right to wear on the body, as long as it is covered on the outside. The last coat, no one can see its existence. In the demon cult, both Xiao Zhao and Zhou Hao believe that safety is absolutely more important than beauty. After all, the demon cult is also an organization of martial arts people. There are too many people who can master martial arts. Danger. Zhou Hao looked at Xiao Zhao happy, and had to ask Lu Hongmei, "Sister Mei, what you gave Xiao Zhao is a good thing, but this thing seems to be only useful for ordinary swords. If it is a weapon in this room, I'm afraid it can't be resisted, and in this world, there are magic weapons. I don't think there should be only demon cult." Of course, the magic sect has now withered. Although these collections are many, they are far less than ancient times. There are so many treasures in this world. Rumors are just more famous. Lu Hongmei nodded. But before Zhou Hao could continue to speak, he continued, "But don't worry, this silk garment is very special. It can not only resist ordinary swords, but even the magic weapon can hurt it. Otherwise, it is absolutely rare. It can't be saved until today." Lu Hongmei didn't say much nonsense, but took out a sword from the box next to it. This sword was placed quietly in the box. It looked nothing special, and the body of the sword was dark. If it hadn't been placed in this stone room, Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao would not believe that it was a magic weapon. Lu Hongmei took the sword in his hand and said to Xiao Zhao, "Xiao Zhao, you hold the silk garment firmly and let you see it." She was holding a sword in her hand and pouring her internal strength into it. Zhou Hao knew that the power of this sword had increased by at least 30% in an instant. If it was a magic weapon in itself, it would now be even more advanced by a level, a master. His internal strength can sometimes be used as a magic weapon, just like his own White Tiger 5 Emperor sword. Xiao Zhao took the clothes obediently. She knew that the master was definitely going to show off the defensive power of the clothes, and let Zhou Hao and herself see how powerful it was. Lu Hongmei is a master. When Xiao Zhao was ready, the sword she was ready to strike was cut out in the blink of an eye. There seemed to be several inches of sword gangs on the dark sword. If it weren't for Xiao Zhao, Lu Hongmei reminded Xiao Zhao to prepare. Okay, now this sword might actually hurt Xiao Zhao. Zhou Hao nodded secretly when he saw it. Perhaps in terms of absolute strength, Lu Hongmei was still far from a top master, but he was not too far behind in the understanding of martial arts. When will Lu Hongmei realize the ability of condensing qi to transform into shape, that is, when he successfully breaks through? After all, the main characteristic of the Supermaster is to condense and transform into shape, just like his own White Tiger 5 Emperor sword. Only when it really reaches this state, in order to ignore the general martial artist. What Lu Hongmei lacks is the guidance for this ability. The thoughts flashed in his mind, and the scene before him attracted his attention. Lu Hongmei's sword was sharp, and the tip of the sword was squishy. According to the truth, such an attack was close at hand, unless it was stronger than Lu Hongmei. It's definitely hard to deal with. But the silk clothes in Xiao Zhao's hand was like a bottomless pit. He just absorbed the sword gang, and the sword was cut on it, and it didn't hurt him at all. Well, this dress is very special. In addition to its physical defense capabilities, the strongest thing is that it can absorb the internal strength of martial arts masters, so that it can withstand the 3 attacks of quasi-extreme masters. I said that the same point was attacked. Otherwise, the defense cannot be broken. Lu Hongmei finished the performance and put the sword back in the box. She didn't experiment with the sharpness of the sword. In this stone room, there was no weapon of low grade, and those weapons that were not of low grade could not enter this stone room. Xiao Zhao looked at the unscathed silk clothes in his hands. His eyes were full of love, the style was good, and it had such a good protection ability. Everyone knew its value. Without knowing that he had such a treasure, if anyone wanted if you want to attack yourself, it seems like you have an extra life. Zhou Hao nodded. In this way, Xiao Zhao's safety can make him more attentive. He believes that with the current situation of the demon sect, most people really dare not count against Xiao Zhao unless one day he is gone. However, Zhou Hao doesn't believe it will happen. The relationship between himself and Xiao Zhao is very strong. It is not purely because of the combination of interests. Even if someone wants to separate the relationship between the two of them, it is not so easy. As for whether he will fall, or being killed by someone, Zhou Hao never even thought about it. He still doesn't believe anyone has such an ability. Besides, if he is really killed by others, he doesn't think he has a chance to be born again. No matter what he thinks, Lu Hongmei has already come to a small box. After opening it, he takes out the contents inside. The contents inside are very strange, not like weapons, but they look like ornaments. It can be seen that the production is exquisite. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao looked at Lu Hongmei's hand curiously. They were a little curious about what it was, whether it was a weapon or armor. Zhou Hao, I know that you are a super master. When facing the enemy, you don't actually need any weapons, but we do have something that suits you well. This is also the weapon of a predecessor of our demon cult. Lu Hongmei didn't let the two wait long, and handed it to Zhou Hao with the weapon in his hand. Zhou Hao curiously took this jewelry-like weapon and fumbled on it, and found that there was a clever spring-breaking mechanism. With a finger on it, the jewelry was opened and bounced. The place he was holding in his hand happened to be the handle of the weapon, and what popped up was the 3-foot aimant. This jewelry-like weapon is actually a piece of software, which is different from the folded one. It is completely incredibly soft and seems to want. Any shape can be changed at will, and when the mechanism is touched, it can immediately become a sharp sword. It is definitely a magic weapon for home travel and killing people. If you have such a weapon on your body, It will be invisible to anyone, especially the chill that appears on it. Among the power of this software is not only its camouflage effect, but more importantly, its own quality. Zhou Hao took the software in his hand and gently input the internal force into the sword. Although he knew that this kind of sword could certainly carry the internal force, he was afraid that the internal force would be destroyed by the input of too much force. Let's not talk about its ability and material, but this design is actually very satisfactory to Zhou Hao. It can be used as a decoration in peacetime, and it can be used as a weapon with hands. Although the chances of using weapons for the top masters are not high, they really do. With weapons, you can also improve your own strength, and if this weapon is still a treasure, the improvement will be even higher. Zhou Hao understood this, and Xiao Zhao and Lu Hongmei naturally understood, otherwise Lu Hongmei would not give this sword to Zhou Hao. In this stone room, the only weapon suitable for Zhou Hao's use was probably this sword. After Zhou Hao's internal attention was paid, the sword straightened immediately, as if it were an ordinary sword. His softness could not be seen at all, and the coldness exuding from it was enough to explain its sharpness, especially on it. The looming Jin Gang can really achieve the effect of Zhou Hao's internal strength increase, and he has not input enough internal force to appear Jin Gang. Sure enough, it is a good sword. Such a sword can be regarded as the best for the top masters. I really don't know where your predecessors of the demon cult come from such a good sword. Zhou Hao looked at the soft sword in his hand and exclaimed. Lu Hongmei smiled and said, "How about it? Like it? I know that this kind of sword will definitely suit you. There is only one of this kind of sword in the entire collection room, and it is said that this kind of sword was the only one in the martial arts at the time. You can see how precious it is." Zhou Hao nodded, and there was no doubt that under the ancient steel-making technology, there can be such a high-quality product, and it is absolutely impossible to copy. Xiao Zhao watched it a lot of fun, and she reached out to touch the soft sword. In her opinion, it was just a soft sword, which shouldn't hurt herself, and it was still in Zhou Hao's hands. She actually just wanted to see if it was sharp. This is not to blame Xiao Zhao. After all, Xiao Zhao had never practiced martial arts before, and the source of her internal strength was Zhou Hao. She had no common sense of martial arts, and naturally, she had no concept of weapons and the internal strength of powerful martial artists. Baby, coupled with Zhou Hao's attention to internal strength, she is definitely the best weapon among the magic weapons. She is really not afraid of death. Fortunately, Zhou Hao has reached a very high level of martial arts, and his internal force can be retracted and released freely. Seeing Xiao Zhao's little hand stretched out, he quickly dissipated the internal force and shakes his wrist to make the soft sword change from straight to soft. Cotton look. Zhou Hao's reaction was quick, and this made Xiao Zhao feel empty. Even so, he was shocked. If Xiao Zhao became the leader of the demon cult, he would become a disabled person who lacks fingers. Hao's guilt was serious. He became an enemy directly from a guest of the demon cult. Xiao Zhao, don't move. This sword is very powerful. Don't you want your own fingers? Zhou Hao hadn't spoken yet. Lu Hongmei already groaned. Master, don't say it's so scary. I don't think this sword is special. It's just a bit more beautiful and a bit more fun. Could it be that I can lose my finger just by touching it? This is too exaggerated. She spit out her little tongue, and then she didn't believe it. Lu Hongmei shook his head. This apprentice is probably spoiled by herself. She didn't believe it when she talked to her. After thinking about it, she said to Zhou Hao, "What do you think of this sword?" Zhou Hao was stunned. Didn't you say that it was pretty good before, but now that Lu Hongmei asked, he asked truthfully. Absolutely a good sword. A sword of the first class of a magic weapon. In this stone room, it should be considered a good one. Top grade. I don't know whether this sword is top grade or not. It is not from the same era. In fact, it cannot be classified. But I know that it is at least the most special sword in this stone room. I will give you a try. Lu Hongmei smiled. She said that she was looking for something. Even if Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao didn't know what it was, they could guess that she was going to find something from this stone room for Zhou Hao to try the sword. Everything in the stone room was a very famous treasure at the time, whether it was a sword or armor. If it weren't for Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao to believe that this software was powerful, she would probably be reluctant to use them to test. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao, I looked forward to how powerful this sword was. It's just that Lu Hongmei walked around in the stone room, still can't seem to be sure what should be used, Which one is a treasure? She is not willing at all. Finally, he rolled his eyes and smiled, and said to Zhou Hao with a smile, Zhou Hao, your soft sword is piercing this side of the stone wall. This is all specially made. Even some swords that cut iron and mud here cannot penetrate. You try. Zhou Hao didn't expect Lu Hongmei to choose this way in the end, but that's good. It saves you from destroying the treasure here, and he didn't hesitate. The software flicked slightly and turned into a straight sword again, except for the narrow blade. At the same time, it was thinner than a normal sword, so it was hard to see that it was a soft sword. Zhou Hao, don't pour internal force into it. Just use your own strength. What we want to test is the sharpness of the blade. Lu Hongmei quickly reminded him when he saw the sword beam emerging from the sword. Zhou Hao thought for a while and felt that it made sense. If his internal force was poured into the blade, the final result would be the sharpness of the sword or the effect of internal force, and he would not be able to distinguish it. Then, as soon as the internal force was reduced, the soft sword would be left with its own ability. In fact, Zhou Hao's ability to instill internal power is also an instinct, and Zhou Hao never takes it lightly when facing an enemy. With the experience of a previous life, Zhou Hao knew what kind of opponent he encountered. He should not be underestimated. Otherwise, the end result would be his own tragedy, and he didn't want to die again. Under the gaze of the three of them, soft sword was like inserting tofu. It easily inserted into the stone wall next to it. There was no barrier at all. Zhou Hao couldn't even feel that he was exerting force. Only then did Zhou Hao understand that solving it easily is not necessarily the only option. It is said that it is very easy to solve the problem, and it is very suitable to put it directly in this place. Master, this sword is so powerful. Isn't it a joke? This stone wall is not hard enough. Xiao Zhao was a little distrustful of the sharpness of the soft sword and questioned. Lu Hongmei didn't give too much explanation. Whether the problem of the stone wall is really solved, there is little here, but there are a lot of swords, and each of them is a baby who cuts iron like mud and blows hair. You can take it whatever you want. Try one out. Just do it when he thinks of it. Lu Hongmei took out a sword from a sword box beside him, and he knew it was a treasure without even looking at it. Lu Hongmei directly grabbed the sword and pierced the stone wall next to the place where Zhou Hao's soft sword was inserted. As a result, the sword did not pierce directly like the soft sword before. Instead, there was a ding sound. Echo. Before Xiao Zhao could speak, Lu Hongmei suddenly raised her eyebrows. An internal force poured into the sword, and the sharpness of the sword suddenly increased by 3 points. At this time, Lu Hongmei swung the sword again to stab the stone wall next to it, and the tip of the sword was already 3 feet green. Mang, that is Lu Hongmei's Jiangang. This time, the stone wall did not resist Lu Hongmei's sharpness, and it was like a piece of soft tofu being cut in by a knife. But when the sword was inserted halfway, Lu Hongmei could no longer continue. Zhou Hao, try to pull out your soft sword and see how it feels. Lu Hongmei finished all this and said to Zhou Hao. After Zhou Hao's previous soft sword was inserted into the stone wall, it didn't move. Now I listened to Lu Hongmei's words and didn't inquire. He nodded directly. With a little harder wrist, the soft sword was pulled out by him very obediently. No changes, still cold. Lu Hongmei nodded. She didn't pull out her own sword, but said to Xiao Zhao next to him, Xiao Zhao, you come to pull out this sword. Xiao Zhao was taken aback, but at the request of the master, he still obediently walked to the side of the sword, stretched out his hand to hold the hilt, and pulled it out forcefully. In her opinion, this sword is not as good as Zhou Hao's sword, at least for herself. With great strength, she was able to pull out the sword, but as a result, she tried 10% of her strength, but the sword remained motionless. This result can only show that the sword has been clamped by the stone wall. How hard the stone wall is, she finally has a concept, and at the same time, she has a deep understanding of the powerful software in Zhou Hao's hands. Xiao Zhao, infuse your internal strength into the sword, and then draw the sword. Don't always rely on your own strength. You are no longer an ordinary person. You are a martial arts master and a person with first-class internal strength. You have to learn to use your internal strength and don't let them waste in your body. Lu Hongmei suggested after Xiao Zhao had no response for a long time during the experiment. Xiao Zhao's heart moved. Although she has her own internal power, she has very few opportunities to use it. If this continues, she will be a waste person who has no internal power and cannot use it. Zhou Hao secretly nodded as she watched nearby. Let alone Lu Hongmei's own strength, at least this ability to teach apprentices is much better than herself. Lu Hongmei will not let go of any opportunity to teach apprentices. By trying the sword skills, let Xiao Zhao practice using his internal strength. Xiao Zhao's internal strength is naturally much worse than Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei, but it is also a first-class master level. After the internal strength is poured into the sword, Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei can see clearly that the sword is slowly being pulled out. A sword is no more than 3 feet long. Before Lu Hongmei stimulated the stone wall, the length was about 1 foot 8. For such a 1 foot long sword, Xiao Zhao just took 5 minutes to pull it out. If it weren't for the martial arts of 3 people, and their eyesight is far beyond ordinary people, they can't even see the sword being drawn. Now everyone doesn't need to have any doubts. The software in Zhou Hao's hands is not at the same level as this sword. If Xiao Zhao's is a sword, Zhou Hao's soft sword is a magic weapon. The gap during this period is very huge. Sister Mei, this soft sword is indeed very powerful. In addition to its shape, it is enough to be a treasure in itself. Zhou Hao looked at the soft sword in his hand and nodded in praise. Lu Hongmei smiled and said, "If this sword is here, no matter how good it is, if it is cleverly designed, it is just a decoration, but if it is delivered to you, it should be very useful." Zhou Hao did not object. Lu Hongmei said it is true. No matter how good this sword is, it can only be used as a decoration if it is given to myself. If it is given to myself, it is at least a self-defense treasure. If I do it with others, I don't want to use it. The martial arts of mass destruction only use close combat. With such a weapon, he can definitely achieve unexpected results. Lu Hongmei knew that Zhou Hao would not refuse, so he gave the scabbard to Zhou Hao. This soft sword is so powerful, and its scabbard is naturally specially made. It is soft like rubber and can be changed in shape at will, but Zhou Hao knows this. Most of the scabbard is some kind of animal skin. Lu Hongmei didn't seem to know the texture of this scabbard. He didn't explain at all. He just said to Zhou Hao, in many movies, someone uses a soft sword as a belt. You can try it. Zhou Hao's heart moved, and he took a look at the shape of this soft sword. If it was used as a belt, it seemed to be really okay, and it could be looped in a circle and interlocked end to end. Probably this was also for the convenience of the user to carry it. On his waist, it happens to be a belt. If you just buckle the motor spring, you can pull it out to confront the enemy. When he buckled the soft sword on himself like a belt and did not feel any discomfort in his actions, Lu Hongmei smiled and said, "Okay, we are finished here. Let's go to the next one." Xiao Zhao unconsciously touched the soft sword on Zhou Hao's waist. There was nothing wrong with it, and the pattern on the scabbard was very beautiful. Zhou Hao seemed to have an extra beautiful and retro belt, except for knowing the inside story. Xiao Zhao and Lu Hongmei of Xiao Zhao and Lu Hongmei. When people see them, they will certainly not doubt that Zhou Hao is surrounded by a soft sword. Zhou Hao didn't comment on this soft sword like Xiao Zhao. With his strength, from the use of the sword, he could guess how powerful this sword was. Now that he was his own, Zhou Hao was only happy in his heart. In the third stone room is a weapon, and there is the last one. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao are also very curious about what is in it. The first 3 rooms are all good things, and the 4th room should not be the legendary sect, or the gold and silver jewelry in every place where the treasure is hidden. If the demon cult has so many stocks, I can still be afraid of He Hong's son. Just as they thought, in the 4th stone room, there was no big box for storing jewelry at all, and there was nothing special. It seemed that it should be a bedroom for rest. "Master, this won't be the bedroom where I will practice exercises in the future. Although it is a bit old, this big bed is not bad. If I sleep on it, it will be very comfortable." Xiao Zhao looked back and forth in the stone room, and then suddenly faced the room. After talking about it, I became interested in the big bed. After speaking, he looked at Zhou Hao unconsciously. His eyes were full of charm. Everyone knew that he was comfortable sleeping on a big bed, rather than rolling the sheets. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao followed Lu Hongmei into the 4th stone room. This stone room seems to be nothing special. There are no large boxes or small boxes, and there are no bookshelves. It looks like a very ordinary room. The bedroom, and there is a big bed. For such a stone room, Neither Xiao Zhao nor Zhou Hao understood why Lu Hongmei took them in very solemnly. Seeing what she meant, this room seemed to be the most important thing among all the rooms. Lu Hongmei also saw their doubts and did not explain. Instead, he said to Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao, "You two see if there is anything special about this room. This is the most important one among all the rooms. It is also for us, the one with the highest value." Zhou Hao didn't speak, but looked around in the room. He wanted to see if there were any organs, but after turning around, he didn't find anything special. It seemed to be an ordinary room, and Xiao Zhao did. After observing it for a long time, she just couldn't see what was special in this room. She and Zhou Hao had the same view. This is an ordinary room at all. How could it be important? But since Lu Hongmei said that, there must be something special. This time, even Zhou Hao, a well-informed person, has not figured out the value of this stone room. In the end, the two had to focus their attention on Lu Hongmei. Lu Hongmei looked at the two and smiled and said, "I don't see anything special. If someone doesn't know the secret here, you wouldn't think of it, and it's also the good intentions of our demon sect predecessors to cover up the special features of this stone room." As she spoke, without waiting for Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao to inquire, she walked directly to the big bed. In this room, the most eye-catching thing was the big bed, but no matter how you looked at it, the bed was just a stone. There is nothing special about the bed. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao had focused on it before. Zhou Hao even checked whether there were any organs on it, but after looking at it for a long time, there was no problem. Seeing Lu Hongmei walking by now, Zhou Hao frowned slightly. Could it be that there was something on this bed that he didn't know about the mechanism? That's a wonderful skill. He didn't think he could understand all the mechanism, but it was too little to let himself know the mechanism. Before he finished thinking about it, Lu Hongmei did not activate any mechanism, but took off his shoes and sat on this stone bed, as if he was preparing to practice exercises, sitting cross-legged, and then said to Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao, "I will start practicing now. Look carefully at the changes in this bed." Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao nodded. They already understood what Lu Hongmei meant. The peculiarity of this bed might have something to do with practice. After Lu Hongmei talked to them, she began to condense her inner strength and let her inner strength wander through her body. She dared to do this in front of Zhou Hao, which has shown her full trust in Zhou Hao. Every martial arts master is practicing. At that time, the defense power will drop, unless it reaches the realm of the top master. If it is attacked by someone at this time, it goes without saying. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao are her apprentice, and the other is her son-in-law. They are the closest people in the world to her. Now Xiao Zhao is the leader of the demon cult. Even the kind of disciple usurpation is not may appear. Zhou Hao is very clear about how Lu Hongmei's martial arts is and what level it has reached, but it is the first time seeing Lu Hongmei practice. This is different from hands-on. Now Lu Hongmei has fully demonstrated his abilities in front of Zhou Hao, allowing him to see at a glance. Although she is a woman, her skill attribute is actually a masculine type. No wonder she has reached the quasi-extreme state, but she cannot practice such a powerful skill as Frost Palm. It seems that if Xiao Zhao practices magic martial arts, she will probably follow this path. Numbers, and such numbers are not suitable for women at all. A woman's body is yin. If you practice martial arts, it will naturally be more effective than a feminine martial arts practice. But the results of feminine martial arts practice will make women more feminine. It is not a good thing for the master of a faction to appear too feminine. Zhou Hao secretly sighed. No matter what you do, you have to pay a certain price. Lu Hongmei is in charge of the demon sect, and she has to work hard to practice martial arts. When she practiced, the difficulty encountered was 3 points greater than that of others. It's not easy for her to achieve what she has achieved today. No wonder it's hard to break through the realm of a supermaster. Her hurdle is much higher than that of an ordinary warrior. If she hadn't met herself, this book would be hopeless. It should be possible for myself. When he was thinking about it, strange things happened. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao were watching Lu Hongmei's movement. When her internal force was running in her body for a week and gradually entering the state, the temperature in the stone chamber suddenly began to rise, although the speed slowly. But with the perception of two people, they can clearly distinguish the changes before and after. And with Zhou Hao's eyesight and feeling, the source of this temperature can naturally be found. No wonder Lu Hongmei said that this place is a treasure. It turns out that the big bed under Lu Hongmei is emitting a kind of heat. This kind of heat is not scorching and uncomfortable, and it is very suitable. Human body. The heat it emits, as if to help Lu Hongmei cultivate, it can be absorbed by Lu Hongmei. And because this heat is like the sun shining on the body, it makes the body warm, and the original Lu Hongmei is more than yin and less masculine. With the help of heat, the body's physique has been gradually balanced, and it has gradually become more masculine. Such a strange phenomenon, let alone Xiao Zhao, an inexperienced martial arts novice. Even Zhou Hao was stunned. How the bed was made, this is amazing. The role of this bed is definitely beyond any drugs and weapons. For a martial arts master, medicinal materials and weapons are all auxiliary products. But for a martial arts master, your own strength is the most important thing. Otherwise, how good the items you have, you can't play their role at all. It is a waste product, and practicing martial arts is always the eternal pursuit of martial arts people. No matter what kind of things, what can really help people and what everyone valued is definitely something that aids cultivation, and this kind of thing is what everyone dreams of, but they can't get it. The abilities of this bed now are enough to be called a treasure. If a martial arts person cultivates on this bed, he will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Now he understands a little bit that Lu Hongmei is cultivating here, even if the cultivation technique is not suitable for her. With today's achievements, in addition to her talent and hard work, this bed is absolutely indispensable. He didn't know what this bed was made of. He can now clearly feel that this bed is like psychic. The heat released can only slightly help Lu Hongmei, but it will definitely not affect its cultivation. And the most important thing about this kind of heat is that it can only help people in bed, and it won't hurt people in other places. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao stood here for a long time without any discomfort, except for feeling warm. Other feelings have not changed much from before. Lu Hongmei just wanted Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao to see the special features of this bed, instead of practicing here. The inner force runs in the body for 2 weeks, but within half an hour, she opened her eyes and smiled to Zhou Hao. Xiao Zhao said, "How about it? Do you feel the wonder of this bed?" "Master, this bed is so amazing. It can actually help you practice internal strength. No wonder you pay so much attention to it. It is really too important." Xiao Zhao, hearing Lu Hongmei's words, he immediately said excitedly, "Sister Mei, what kind of famous is this bed? It has such a special effect." Zhou Hao also asked, "This is nothing special. There is something more special. Zhou Hao, you can practice the cold palm just now. Can you also cultivate the inner strength of the feminine attribute?" Lu Hongmei smiled, and instead asked Zhou Hao without answer. Zhou Hao was slightly startled, but Lu Hongmei didn't expect Lu Hongmei to say this, but he nodded and said, "Well, in my current realm, I can cultivate with any attribute of internal strength, but my major is not feminine internal strength. What's wrong?" Lu Hongmei nodded to the place beside her and said, "Zhou Hao, you are in bed." "Ah, go to bed, Sister Mei, you are not so good." Zhou Hao hesitated for a while, always feeling inappropriate. "Bah, what do you think? I'll let you come up and feel this big bed. What are you thinking about at a young age?" Lu Hong brows blushing, as if he understands the ambiguity in what he said, dissatisfied with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao quickly coughed in embarrassment. Such a stunning beauty like Lu Hongmei would make people go to bed next to her. As long as it is a normal man, she will have a bit of bad thoughts. She is just Xiao Zhao's master, and from her appearance, she looks almost like her sister. Zhou Hao thinks that he thinks so, which is completely in line with the truth. However, in front of Xiao Zhao, he must now show sufficient respect for Lu Hongmei. He is just a bit romantic, not a real hooligan, so he doesn't dare to mess around. Thinking in his heart, the obedient slippers walked onto the stone bed. When he really came up, he could also feel the strangeness of the big bed. The previous heat seemed to disappear with Lu Hongmei's work, as if he had never appeared before. The foot is still on the ordinary stone bed. Xiao Zhao was so ambiguous about the relationship between Master and Zhou Hao, and she didn't know if she didn't see it. Anyway, she didn't care at all. Seeing Zhou Hao sitting cross-legged on the bed, she quickly asked, "How do you feel, husband?" "It doesn't have any special feeling. It's like an ordinary stone bed. I think this should be its most bizarre place. It was clearly dissipating heat just now." Zhou Hao shook his head. "You are really a smart person. This bed is like this. If no one is practicing on it, It is no different from an ordinary stone bed. Only by practicing on it can you feel it. But if you think about it, if you don't know the inside story, unless if you want to live here, who can practice on this? Such a baby, don't want to be known by outsiders casually. Lu Hongmei nodded and said with a smile, Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao have already thought of this. They really admire the predecessors who built the stone bed here by the demon cult. He has a very good understanding of the human heart. The key is to make such a stone bed, which is even more powerful. Don't be stunned. You first try to run the feminine internal force. Lu Hongmei said, already walking off the stone bed. Zhou Hao nodded and waited for Lu Hongmei to step down from the stone bed before he started to run his internal strength. There seemed to be a layer of cold on his body immediately. Even the hit Xiao Zhao and Lu Hongmei couldn't stand the cold and unconsciously withdrew 2 steps backwards. They secretly calculated that Zhou Hao is an absolute master, and with a little luck, he has such power. This is much more powerful than the quasi-extreme master. As expected, he is not a master at the same level. It depends on the difference between the internal strengths of the 2 sides, and you know why the extreme experts are rare. Zhou Hao works in front of them without worrying about their safety. Not only do they have a close relationship with them, but they also have to rely on their own strength if they want to gain a foothold in the magic sect in the future. Regardless of their interests, they cannot do without themselves. And the most important point is that the top masters still have the ability to protect themselves when they perform their exercises. They will not be attacked casually because of the content of their training, unless the opponent is also a top master. But there are only so few top masters in this world. It's hard to meet each other at first, but the chance of encountering one during practice is almost lower than the chance of winning the 6th lottery. Zhou Hao's internal strength also runs around his body for a week like Lu Hongmei. But his internal strength attribute is a feminine internal strength. Just like when practicing cold palm, the surrounding body is enveloped by cold. Lu Hongmei and Xiao Zhao looked at each other and felt that they couldn't use common sense to judge a supermaster. Even without the help of a stone bed, this guy is far from being comparable to ordinary people in practice. They are also considered lucky. All those who practice martial arts, it is very rare to be able to witness the practice of the top masters with their own eyes. For the quasi-top masters, such an experience is actually even more rare. In addition to feeling Zhou Hao's greatness, Lu Hongmei also wants to learn from it. Zhou Hao's internal energy revolved for a week, and the stone bed started to activate. But unlike the previous heat, it seemed to become a cold ice bed, on which it released a cold air that was very suitable for Zhou Hao's internal force attributes, and it was still unable to affect the person standing by the bed. All the icy air was absorbed by Zhou Hao. The one who felt the deepest was Zhou Hao himself. With his current realm, he has rarely calmed down and cultivated in this way, and that kind of cultivation is no longer helpful to people in his realm. However, the practice this time gave him a very different feeling. He has rarely improved his internal strength through practice. This time he has also increased a little, although only a small increase. It is enough to surprise Zhou Hao. At his level, it's already difficult to get a little bit of progress. The double cultivation with Xiao Zhao had such an effect before, but as the number of times increased, the effect became worse and worse. Now if it wasn't for me to have other things, I really want to keep going. Stay here to practice. Zhou Hao's exercise experiment on the big bed was different from Lu Hongmei's before. His internal strength and cultivation was different from that of Lu Hongmei. But the big bed seemed to have spirituality, which did not disappoint at all. It accompanied Zhou Hao's cold internal strength, yes. He assisted. Lu Hongmei and Xiao Zhao were watching. Zhou Hao's body was getting more and more cold, as if he was about to wrap him up, but Lu Hongmei and Xiao Zhao didn't feel much at all. When Zhou Hao started doing exercises, they can still feel some cold air. As Zhou Hao's ICBC runs, the cold air seems to have been absorbed. Only then did they really understand how strong the top masters have control over their internal strength. The top masters seem to not want to waste a little of their internal strength. As long as they start to control their internal forces will form an internal circulation in their bodies. Their bodies themselves as an area, no matter how much internal force, it can circulate in their bodies and provide them with infinite strength. Xiao Zhao doesn't have a deep understanding of martial arts and doesn't quite understand what it means, But Lu Hongmei knows clearly that it's no wonder that the supermasters are not afraid of will warfare. The internal power in their bodies can actually be self-sufficient and cycle. Even if internal power is consumed, they will also be replenished immediately. Unless they encounter a very strong opponent, there will be no internal weakness. In this day and age, martial arts masters are inherently very rare, and those who can reach the top are even rarer. It is actually impossible for a top master to meet a master of the same level or threaten him to besiege. She now understands even more why Zhou Hao seemed to have no effort at all in the face of the siege of the Big Brothers and others. They had really miscalculated with Zhou Hao's idea of consuming internal energy. Zhou Hao's exercise this time was the same as Lu Hongmei's previous exercise. It was just to test the function of the big bed. After the internal force had been running in the body for 2 weeks, he stopped continuing to practice. Although he still had some intentions, Zhou Hao still knew clearly now what should be done. 2 cold lights flashed in his eyes, and the cold air on Zhou Hao's body slowly dissipated. It seemed to be the feeling of practicing the exercises before. After a while, he sighed with emotion. It is really a good thing. Cultivation on this is just a week. The effect of daily practice is not bad. No wonder Mei Mei said it is the treasure in the eyes of martial artists. Compared with the other 3 rooms, the effect of this stone bed is simply against the sky. He commented so. Lu Hongmei smiled happily. Zhou Hao, this big bed is very powerful. If one person practices internal strength, the effect will be very good here. Of course, I think Xiao Zhao will practice on this. It won't be long before she should have the opportunity to go to another level. And since she can have such good conditions, let's put some pressure on her and let her practice various attributes. Although this kind of exercise is laborious, it should be a great help for breaking through to the top realm in the future. Zhou Hao thought a little, nodded, and said to Lu Hongmei and Xiao Zhao, as a top master, Zhou Hao's suggestion will naturally not be rejected. Lu Hongmei's biggest injustice in her life is to break through the quasi-top realm and become a top master. Now knowing that Xiao Zhao has a great opportunity, she directly agreed on her behalf. Xiao Zhao's feelings towards her master are like her daughter's treatment of her mother. As long as Lu Hongmei agrees, she will certainly not refuse. It seems that the only thing she has not obeyed the master's order in her life is the development of the relationship with Zhou Hao. But this is also understandable. Girl outgoing. When she grows up, she will always turn her elbow out. But fortunately, Zhou Hao is still very kind to her. After Zhou Hao finished his suggestions, he asked Lu Hongmei and said, Sister Mei, this big bed was made by your senior demon sect, right? What kind of material is it made of? It's really amazing. Lu Hongmei glanced at Zhou Hao, suddenly guessed his thoughts, and said with a smile, Zhou Hao, you don't have to think about it. Even if you find this material, it won't have such an effect. The reason why this big bed is so amazing, the key issue is not the material, but its location. Without waiting for Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao to inquire this time, Lu Hongmei has already explained, Zhou Hao, you and I should feel something when walking down from above. The distance to the ground is at least a few hundred meters. It's really deep. It's estimated that there are no kilometers. There are hundreds of meters. Is there any problem with this? Zhou Hao asked. Of course, the mystery here is actually that it is deep into the underground of the island. You think that our magic sect bought this island because it is overseas. In fact, the most important thing is that there is a mystery under this island. The location is actually on a volcanic mountain pass. Lu Hongmei explained unhurriedly. Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao were taken aback. They really didn't expect that there would be a volcano here. This is not a joke. If the volcano erupts, let alone Zhou Hao is an absolute master. Even if it is upgraded to a level, it will not be able to hold it. Seeing their reaction, Lu Hongmei smiled and said, Don't worry. This is an extinct volcano. Otherwise our predecessors would not dare to do it. However, although the volcano is dead, the 1,000-year fire source here is indeed real. The bed can use the fire source above to help me cultivate my internal strength. Zhou Hao frowned and asked puzzledly, Since this is an extinct volcano with such a large fire source, why can I cultivate the feminine ice internal force? It can also help me. This is its most bizarre place. This location is very special. Generally speaking, water and fire are incompatible, but here is a bit special. I don't know what geological movement is due to this volcano. This island was formed on it. And the most important thing is that the volcano was dead because it was frozen. In fact, there is a large iceberg under our island. Lu Hongmei smiled lightly and explained to Zhou Hao. Although Zhou Hao is not an expert who specializes in geology, he has some common sense. He knows that the place where the Pacific Ocean meets the Asian continent is the location of a geological movement. Many years ago, this was not like this, but he did not expect it to be so magical. If there is an extinct volcano under the island, it is surprising, but it is unbelievable to hear that this volcano is actually frozen. This is the southern part of China, a tropical place, and it is always there all year round. With zero temperature, there is no place where there is ice and snow at all. There is an iceberg hidden here. Don't even mention seeing this place. I haven't even thought about it, but this is the situation before my own eyes. Regarding Lu Hongmei, Zhou Hao would naturally not doubt that if it were not for such a special geology, the big bed under him would not have such a weird function. However, because of the weird location of this bed, Zhou Hao understands that even if he finds the material of the big bed, he cannot replicate this big bed. After all, its main function is probably to transmit these two extreme energies, but it does not. What a special effect. Master, we have always lived on fire. Although this is an extinct volcano, after so many years, who knows if this volcano will suddenly erupt, or let's change the place. Xiao Zhao was finally beside him. Plug in. Her words made Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei laugh dumbly. Lu Hongmei smiled and said, "Silly girl, how can an extinct volcano erupt when it erupts? As long as it can be defined as an extinct volcano, there is basically no chance for it to erupt. Otherwise, Mount Fuji in Japan would have long been ruined Japan." Zhou Hao also smiled next to him. Xiao Zhao, you don't have to think too much. Since the predecessors of the demon cult have determined that this volcano is an extinct volcano, there should be no problem. They don't dare to make fun of the lives of their own sect. Yeah, Xiao Zhao, don't think about it. The sacred place for cultivation here will belong to you in the future. You must improve your abilities as soon as possible. Master, and Zhou Hao can only help you. You can really sit in this position. It's up to you, you understand. Lu Hongmei also said next to him, I know the master. I will definitely improve my strength as soon as possible to make them really obedient. Xiao Zhao nodded obediently, and then said to Zhou Hao, Husband, don't wait for you and the king of gambling after the battle is over. Come here to practice Qigong. It is impossible for Zhou Hao not to be heartbroken, but after hesitating, thinking about his own capital, he still shook his head and said, My current martial arts has reached a certain level. Even if I want to improve my level, I don't rely on hard practice. You just need to practice more in the future. Although Xiao Zhao was a little disappointed, he also understood what Zhou Hao meant. As an absolute master, the real improvement of one's abilities does not lie in the cultivation of internal strength, but in the study of the ability to condense qi and transform. Lu Hongmei took Zhou Hao and Xiao Zhao to see the 4 precious stone chambers of his demon cult, then took them to the hall, and then they were seated separately before continuing. Our demon cult can still exist in the world. In fact, the main reason is that we have these wealth. If it hadn't been for the existence of these 4 stone chambers, they might have been disbanded long ago, and the secrets here are only known to each generation of leaders, and they are all told to their heirs after passing them on. And because of the power of the demon cult, most of the transfers are before death, so in the same era, among the demon cult, there is only one person who really knows this secret. Our current situation is special. Lu Hongmei paused and continued. Master, we are so good. We keep secrets together. Xiao Zhao said, holding Lu Hongmei's hand. Lu Hongmei touched Xiao Zhao lovingly. Only when the two of them were together, Lu Hongmei could take off the majesty of the leader. Xiao Zhao also became a charming girl and said to Xiao Zhao with a smile, Silly girl, what if it's not because of Zhou Hao's help? How can we successfully complete the transfer? If the old leader does not die, according to the habits of our demon cult, how can it be the new leader's turn to inherit? Zhou Hao doesn't know the history of the demon cult, but looking at the situation of their transfer this time, he can guess a little bit and sighed in his heart. Some of your demon cult's doctrines are too cruel, but probably this can be preserved to this day. One of the reasons. You're right. If our demon cult is not selfish or profit-oriented, Perhaps no one is observing the leader's orders. This is actually very good. As long as you can guarantee their interests, they will be very obedient. First sighed, and then smiled. Although it seems like everyone is cooperating, rather than for a common goal, Zhou Hao, who knows the heart of the people, nodded in agreement. In addition to having deep feelings, the actual relationship of interest is the most reliable, and of course it is based on himself. On the basis of powerful strength, if the demon cult leader's first line does not have enough abilities, he will still face rebellion, just like the previous three uncles. Xiao Zhao, who is very good at intrigue, is indeed very talented in this area. After listening to the two of them, she immediately understood the key point and nodded and said, "Master, we must make ourselves stronger in the future. If you can think so, I can rest assured. Anyway, with the help of Zhou Hao and me, your position can only get more stable, and there will be no rebellion." Lu Hongmei nodded and said to Zhou Hao, "I will take you down this time, and I hope you can help me to see why I have not been able to break through for so many years." Zhou Hao had already thought that Lu Hongmei needed her own help, and did not refuse, nodded and said, "Sister Mei, I will check your route of movement and see what affects you later." Lu Hongmei nodded and agreed, and then said to Xiao Zhao, "You will be responsible for everything about the demon sect in the future. Although I am not passing the throne to you now because of my death, I can't intervene in educational affairs now. I plan to follow Zhou Hao left here to join him in the gambling game against He Hongsun. This is the last thing I did for the demon cult." Xiao Zhao was startled and said with a bit of dismay, "Master, why do you have to leave? Isn't it good to stay here? It can be regarded as helping me. You are now the leader of the demon cult. You can decide for yourself what you will do in the future, and I am leaving just to make a breakthrough in my martial arts, and it is not impossible to go forever. If there is anything we can call, we can communicate now. It's already very developed." Lu Hongmei smiled. It is now the end of 1999, and it has not been a few days since the return of Macau. Mobile phones have long been used in Hong Kong. As long as Lu Hongmei is holding a mobile phone, he can contact him immediately even in the north and south of the country. However, compared to the bulky mobile phone, Zhou Hao remembers that in his previous life, the mobile phone was light and thin, which is very convenient. Thinking of this, he suddenly wondered whether he should get involved in the communications industry, at least for Apple. Should pay attention. He still didn't know what Jobs was doing. He thought in his heart that after the Macau incident this time was over, he could go and see for himself, and he couldn't let foreigners make so much money from China. Zhou Hao's 2 days at the demon cult's headquarters has caused earth-shaking changes to the demon cult. He also has a very in-depth understanding of the demon cult, and because of his unusual relationship with the leader, many of the secrets of the demon cult that only the leader knows. He also knew it. For these secrets, Zhou Hao couldn't imagine before he came into contact with the magic sect. He always thought that the magic sect was not as good as before, but what they had hidden was definitely not comparable to the general martial arts sect, let alone his plan with almost no sect. Even those martial arts sects that have been handed down for many years are not necessarily stronger than them. However, these are not important issues for Zhou Hao, and he does not intend to break into the world. Now the social martial arts is of little use. The key is how to develop in society. Xiao Zhao became the leader of the demon cult. For Zhou Hao, it was tantamount to mastering the entire demon cult. Although he did not intend to interfere with the development of the demon cult, if he needed help from the demon cult would definitely go all out, and that was enough. Zhou Hao didn't plan to dominate the world. After Lu Hongmei told Zhou Hao all the secrets of her magic teaching, she naturally hoped that Zhou Hao could help her break through her current realm and let him check all her practice processes unpreparedly, but Zhou Hao had no good way in the end. Everyone has a certain chance and a variety of coincidences to break through their own realm. Although Zhou Hao is a martial artist, he did not practice it step by step. Apart from helping Lu Hongmei see the reasons why he can improve his realm, he really wants to break through. At the current state, only Lu Hongmei's own efforts can do it, at least to enable her to be able to condense and transform. Zhou Hao has no reservations about this, and tells Lu Hongmei all. Although he didn't help Lu Hongmei to break through, he also pointed out the direction for her. Such advice is often more important than telling her how to practice. With fewer detours, no matter who it is, it will be more hopeful to break through. Zhou Hao's last night in the magic sect was spent watching the magic sect collection and pointing Lu Hongmei. The next morning, Xiao Zhao sent a boat to send Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei away from the general altar of the magic sect. But everyone knows that the demon sect needs stability at present, and Xiao Zhao, as the leader, naturally cannot leave casually. Lu Hongmei has decided to follow Zhou Hao, just like her apprentice is following her master. She has now put down her position as the leader of the demon cult and is determined to practice and break through her current realm as soon as possible. Following Zhou Hao is definitely the best choice. Zhou Hao naturally didn't have any opinion. Although Lu Hongmei was not a supermaster, the person with the strongest martial arts around him was just a first-class pinnacle. A person who truly trusted Lu Hongmei should be regarded as the highest. When there is something, I don't want to take action. She can help. Lu Hongmei is a big beauty. She definitely has the face and is eye-catching to bring her around. If she really does it, she can also be a super thug. How could Zhou Hao refuse to do two things with one stone, and at most try to help her break through? Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei are together. In fact, the relationship is quite complicated. They should be regarded as mother-in-law and son-in-law. However, the relationship now is more like a master and apprentice. In front of outsiders, it is the relationship between the boss and the secretary. It's a bit unclear, what is the relationship? But this is not important. They get along together, and the relationship is very harmonious. Lu Hongmei has been the leader of the demon cult for many years. In fact, he has a coercion that ordinary people can't bear, but in front of Zhou Hao, this kind of momentum can't be exerted at all. Regardless of their relationship, Zhou Hao will take Lu Hongmei to participate in today's heads-up match with He Hongsen. The bet is at 10 o'clock in the morning. When they arrived at the game venue, the time was just right. It was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. They could take a break. The venue of today's game is Macau's largest casino, Lisboa Casino. It is the industry of He Hongsen and the most well-known one. Choosing the game here this time not only shows that the gambler pays attention to the game, but also because here is the most famous and reputable casino. This time Zhou Hao was able to challenge He Hongsen mainly because he was the number one in the gambling competition. If it were not for such a ranking, even if the two had any grievances, if Zhou Hao challenged He Hongsen would have reason to refuse. In fact, Zhou Hao did not expect that his decisive battle with He Hongsen would eventually be in this form. When he came to Macau, he always thought about how to deal with He Hongsen, and also thought about winning him in his best bet. It's just that Zhou Hao was a little bit in a dream when he could really bet with him. How could he think that he would be the first in the gambling contest and be taught by the gambling demon? The things in this world are really early, is it decided? Zhou Hao was a little surprised by this result, but he also felt it was quite good. He himself possessed gambling skills that ordinary people do not possess, and now he has acquired the gambling skills of gambling demons. In this regard, even in the face of He Hongsen, he has certain at least he has the confidence to deal with He Hongsen. And in order to deal with He Hongsen today, he has made a series of preparations. According to He Hongsen's influence in Macau, he is really going to be overthrown, which will inevitably affect Macau's economy. But now that he has made preparations, even if He Hongsen falls, Macau can also stabilize the economy. After all, I am also the richest man in the world. After allied with so many economic powers, if I cannot stabilize the economy of Macau, I am too incompetent. In the 1997 economic crisis, Hong Kong was not greatly affected by its own help. Now there is no economic crisis at all. I must allow Macau to smoothly transition. This is not only because of the central government's intentions, but it is also my own. Patriotism. This time the gambling game is the champion of the gambling contest against He Hun Senator. No matter what the media is, they will not report it. This is the rule of every competition. That is, no matter what He Hun's son wins or loses in the end, the media will definitely not report, but you can like gambling. The top 8 players in the competition watch the game. This kind of game is like a contest between top masters. Even if you just watch the game from one side, it will be of great help to the players. The regulations like He Hongsen can be considered as a support for the backward. As for how much people can learn from the game, it depends on their own skills. When Zhou Hao came here, he saw the people preparing to watch the game. These people were all met in the final quarterfinals. Except for Bai Chongxing and Jingxi Mahjong, He didn't know anyone else, but after all, everyone was competing on the same stage. Can be considered. Acquaintance, say hello one by one. Of the 7 people present, none of them were withdrawn, who only knew about gambling. They responded very enthusiastically to Zhou Hao's greetings. At the same time, they encouraged Zhou Hao to go all out. If he could defeat He Hongsun, he would really become famous. Up. Among these people, there are some true feelings or hypocritical politeness. Zhou Hao doesn't care. Anyway, no matter what kind of thinking they have, everyone will not have any intersection in the future, and he is not a real gambler, and he has no ambitions. Gambling. Brother, where did you go in the past 2 days? I thought you didn't dare to face He Hongsun's bet, and you ran away privately. By Changsheng, Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Zhou Hao are familiar with each other, and wait for everyone to finish. After the greeting, the Jingxi Mahjong Devil had already joked with Zhou Hao with a smile, but his eyes had been fixed on Lu Hongmei beside him. Bai Changxing didn't speak, but looked at Lu Hongmei. It was not how lustful the two of them. He really knew Zhou Hao's identity. There seemed to be no simple woman who could follow him. The previous Xiao Zhao was a very clever one. The girl, although this woman does not look as youthful and gorgeous as Xiao Zhao, she is more graceful and luxurious, just like an adult version of Xiao Zhao. Compared with Xiao Zhao, Lu Hongmei is actually more attractive. After all, her temperament is definitely not what an average woman can have. Even those Hong Kong sisters and Asian sisters who claim to be very elegant temperament can only pale in comparison. Zhou Hao naturally knew the charm of Lu Hongmei. Seeing the appearance of Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon, he knew that he must have paid great attention to Lu Hongmei. He smiled and said, "Isn't it a rest these 2 days? I went to Xiao Zhao. At home, she was sent back. She has something to deal with at home, but it hasn't come for the time being. This is her sister, Ms. Lu Hongmei." Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon didn't understand Xiao Zhao's identity, but they could guess from her temperament and manners that she was definitely not a small family. Now a sister has emerged, who is so outstanding, and they are even more certain. Xiao Zhao's background is extraordinary. It's just that even if the two of them wanted to break their heads, they couldn't imagine that in front of them was the former leader of the demon cult, and she could be regarded as a great master in terms of her identity, but she was too beautiful to cover up that temperament, and because by Zhou Hao's side, she naturally restrained herself and became a woman of elegant temperament. Although they didn't know the identity of Lu Hongmei, Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon still greeted Lu Hongmei instinctively. While her temperament made them feel good, they also secretly guessed in their hearts what this woman came from. Lu Hongmei performed well. Since coming to Zhou Hao's side, he has always regarded himself as Zhou Hao's entourage. He also responded politely to the greetings of Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Changsheng, without the pretense of being a high-ranking teacher. Zhou Hao nodded secretly. When Lu Hongmei followed him, he was indeed a little worried that Lu Hongmei could not let go of the demon leader's face, and that it would cause trouble for him by following her. Now that she looks at her, he feels at ease. This woman is sure. He knows how to advance and retreat very much, and now there will be no trouble following myself. Zhou Hao, who was in a good mood, spoke with a smile, and said to Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong, "Brothers, I have not been here in Macau in the past 2 days. Are there any new changes? I feel that He Hongsun should not treat me. There is no movement at all. Brother, you really guessed it. Didn't you abolish He Hongsun's nephew He Shaohan? He has already sent a message in the past 2 days. Who can kill you and ask him for a reward of 10 million yuan? It hurts you. As long as it is confirmed, 1 million will be in their hands." Bai Changxing had the best news, and he immediately smiled when Zhou Hao asked. Zhou Hao was a bit taken aback when he heard what Bai Changxing said. He didn't expect He Hongsun to use such a method, and laughed blankly. What's wrong with the gambling king? Isn't it the so-called underworld? Killing order, actually spending money to buy my life. Who knows what he thinks, let alone whether it can be successful. For you actually use this method, I think he has a problem with his head. Jingxi Mahjong Momo curled his lips, using this method to deal with a supermaster. Everyone know the result. Bai Changxing also said on the side, "This time He Hongsun is destined to be laughed at. The method he uses is estimated to cause you some trouble, or even no trouble. Isn't this slap yourself in the face? I don't know what He Hongsun thinks. He will think about such a stupid trick." Before Zhou Hao spoke, Lu Hongmei suddenly said. I think there may be a misunderstanding in this matter. Although He Hongsen usually offends many people, he is definitely not such a stingy person, and the person who uses Xiaojia methods, since he has decided to Zhou Hao should not be able to make a bet on such a small move. He can be regarded as a well-known person. If it is not a problem with his head, how could He Hongsan go to someone to laugh at? I think so too. After all, He Hongsun is also a generation of gambling kings. If he doesn't have this kind of aura, he won't have today's achievements. Most of them should be people around him, pretending to be his name and issuing orders. Zhou Hao he pondered for a moment and agreed with Lu Hongmei's point of view. Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Chongsheng did not speak. They are both smart people. In fact, they thought of this, but they did not speak. Now listening to Lu Hongmei, they are also muttering in their hearts, who is this woman? Understand, even his behavior and style of doing things are known. They now feel that Lu Hongmei should be more than just Sister Xiao Zhao. Zhou Hao didn't guess what they were thinking. He smiled and said, it doesn't matter, anyway, as long as He Hongsen falls, everything will turn into a joke. Those who want to deal with me, don't take action, forget it, really take action. There will be no good results. While speaking, he suddenly pulled out a dagger from a waiter next to him, and then in the waiter's incredulous gaze, he lightly flicked the dagger with his finger, and the dagger suddenly broke into 2 sections. With Zhou Hao's current martial arts, it's easier to break an ordinary dagger than to tear a piece of paper, but the waiter seems to be hell. He probably never thought about the scene of a person breaking the dagger with his finger except the TV. Here, you can see it in real life. Let's go. It's not difficult for me to do it for you. Although you can do things about taking people's money and people's calamity, but I think you should investigate the person you want to deal with, and don't take your own life because you are not paying attention. Zhou Hao didn't feel embarrassed by the waiter, smiling to him. Zhou Hao brought Lu Hongmei to the match against He Hongmei. The people who can really see the game this time, in addition to the top 8 players in the gambling competition, He Hongsen and Zhou Hao can also bring 2 people, no matter who they are. Followers. This can be regarded as a means of protection. After all, not every gambling player is as capable as Zhou Hao. In case the opponent loses the gambling game and is not certified, then he will really do it and bring 2 bodyguards to save his life. This is an established rule, everyone understands. Zhou Hao is a great master himself, and Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon can be regarded as his own. They are all on the scene, and there is no need to bring a lot of people. Only one Lu Hongmei will follow. Regarding Lu Hongmei, in fact, everyone can't touch the depth. This woman is definitely not an ordinary woman in terms of temperament. Everyone can even feel that Zhou Hao has a faint respect for her, but it is claimed to the outside that this woman is Zhou Hao's follower, or it can be said that she is a secretary, but she really doesn't know who she is. Moreover, as martial arts masters, the Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Chongqing both possess the realm of first-class masters, and even further, they can reach the quasi-extreme state. However, in this realm, it is impossible to see Lu Hongmei's strength, and they can't figure out Lu Hongmei. Whether it was a martial arts master, they saw that Zhou Hao had always been wearing Lu Hongmei. They only had a guess in their hearts, but they were not sure whether she could martial arts. It's just that both of them knew that Zhou Hao was a super master. Even if they brought a woman without martial arts and wanted to retreat, there were only a handful of people in the world that could stop him, and they would naturally not give any opinions. Zhou Hao could naturally guess their thoughts. When he came with Lu Hongmei, they had already expressed a bit of incomprehension. In addition to doubting Lu Hongmei's identity, they were also doubting her strength. He secretly smiled in his heart, the world's top master. It's rare. Generally, the quasi-extreme is already the peak power. Lu Hongmei, a veteran quasi-excellent master, can be used as an absolute master in a sense. With the strength of Jingxi Mahjong and Bai Chongsheng, it is impossible to understand this realm. Regarding martial arts matters, Zhou Hao also knows that in the gambling world, it is not that important at all. Many gambling masters are actually not martial arts. Then how Hun Senator he is recognized as the king of gambling, but he has no performance in martial arts. Maybe a little skill, but definitely not up to the grade. In fact, it's easy to understand that unless a very powerful genius seldom can achieve the top level of martial arts and gambling. After all, people's energy is limited. There are not many people like Zhou Hao in this world. Don't let people live. All this is before entering the arena. Everyone is thinking about it. Who will pay attention to these useless things when the game is really started and can only focus on today's gambling game? Not only because both parties are masters, but more importantly, because this bet is too big. $2 billion is just a number. If you really gamble, it would be difficult to come up with so much cash. As a result, you have to discount the price, including any real estate, stocks, and the like can be used as collateral. Even a tycoon-level tycoon like He Hong-sun doesn't have that much cash, let alone which bank can collect so much money. Zhou Hao is actually the same, but for He Hong-sun, he is much simpler. Just put a part of the company's stock is enough to offset the amount. If it wasn't for Zhou Hao not wanting to be too shocking, he really wanted to use his relationship to make $2 billion for gambling. As for the security issue, Zhou Hao had never thought about it. He didn't believe anyone would dare to rob it this time. Let's not talk about whether you can succeed or not. Just this courage is no longer what ordinary people can have. It's okay to have a dozen supermasters come together, but such things can't happen at all. Everything now depends on today's gambling game. Zhou Hao Lu Hongmei looked forward to the appearance of He Hong-sun. The start of the game was 10 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Hao arrived at 9 o'clock. He Hong-sun did not disappoint. At 9:30, he had already brought people to the competition venue. Because of the limitation of the number of people he brought, his appearance was obviously small. Too much. He Hong-sun is still awe-inspiring and full of momentum. Everyone who meets him is very respectful. This is a generation of gambling kings and the big boss of the casino. All the staff know his identity, and everyone is in awe from the heart. Zhou Hao and others were deeply moved. He Hong-sun has been famous for many years. In addition to having a big name, he also has his own industry. In so many industries, he is the staff's food and clothing parents. They can see that these employees' feelings about He Hong-sun are not just pretending. People are very impressed. After so many years of hard work, it seems that he has also been very successful. No wonder he has not stood for so many years, not only because of his outstanding gambling skills. Zhou Hao and others are even more stunned. This time it is Zhou Hao's shot. If you change to an ordinary person, it is not necessarily He Hong-sun's opponent. Just looking at the momentum of this guy, it has overwhelmed ordinary people. Fortunately, Zhou Hao he is a super master himself, and his net worth is much more than that of He Hong-sun. In front of him, he will not show timidity at all. He Hong-sun took two people. One of the two people was a master he met at the dock. When he dealt with the robbers, he showed his strength. Although he was halfway behind Lu Hongmei, he was compared with Jingxi Mahjong. Bai Changsheng was a lot stronger. And the other person he brought, Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Changsheng, could not see the depth at all, but they knew that He Hong-sun would still be with him at this time, and his strength would never be weak. They guessed that this person, should he is a quasi-excellent master, perhaps nothing in Zhou Hao's eyes, but in the eyes of Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Changsheng, this person is a master. It's just different from their feelings. The two people around He Hong-sun were also shocked. They didn't know what Zhou Hao's skill was, but they could see Lu Hongmei's strength, especially the master that he had never seen before. He was also a quasi-excellent master. Seeing Lu Hongmei at this time, even though she was not close, she could feel that her strength was only above her, not below her. This was a big surprise. He is a bodyguard hired heavily by He Hong-sun. If he is in the martial arts, he is also a well-known figure, and he is no less than the general leader of the martial arts school. If the current martial arts school is not lonely, he will eventually be defeated by economic strength. Will not come out to be bodyguards. But the woman who was less than 30 years old on the other side gave him a greater pressure. He knew that this was a performance of strength. Although he could see that Lu Hongmei tried his best to suppress his strength, there is always more pressure among the masters of the same level. There will be some induction. He thinks that martial arts is already good, and it is difficult to meet opponents in ordinary times, let alone in Macau. Even in the mainland, he will not easily meet opponents. Unlike Zhou Hao, he basically does not get involved in the world, and he is not a martial arts. People's martial arts master, he often communicates with masters of various martial arts. This person is like Zhou Hao's father-in-law Li Tsongyan. He is based on the sect family. He usually has nothing to do with others. He has heard that there is no powerful sect in Macau except for a demon sect. How can the teacher be mixed with Zhou Hao? This is something that he can't imagine. What's more, He hasn't heard that there are super masters in demon cult, so quasi-extreme is already the limit. How can demon cult be possible? Send a quasi-master to protect Zhou Hao. He had heard before that there were no special bodyguards around Zhou Hao, and during this time he hadn't heard of any new helpers Zhou Hao had. Since Zhou Hao's identity was exposed, the Pluto branch has been closely followed by the gambling king, He Hong's son. Attention! Now such a master suddenly appeared. He really had no bottom in his heart. He could feel that this quasi-absolute master had reached the pinnacle of quasi-absolute masters. As long as one step forward, he would be a top master. This is a joke. Once she becoming a super master, pinching yourself to death, like crushing an ant to death. This master has heightened his vigilance. The martial arts together is very mysterious. Even if they are all in the same realm, there is a big gap. Just like Zhou Hao's strength has reached its peak, several other top masters, Zhou Hao, have also seen him. Although he can't say that he stabilizes the others, at least will not lose. And if you fight to the death, Zhou Hao believes in his current strength. It is not a problem to fight two top masters alone. It is also because of this reason that He Hongsan's bodyguards and Lu Hongmei are both quasi-top masters. But there is a certain gap. Lu Hongmei has already touching the threshold of the extreme realm. He Hongsan's bodyguard estimated that there was no hope in his life. The communication between martial arts masters can only be felt by a few people. Zhou Hao secretly seemed that a Lu Hongmei had quelled the master He Hongmei's laboriously invited. If he knew his own strength, I wonder if he would turn around. Escape. Of course, Zhou Hao would not do such a thing. If you want to attack He Hongsan with force, you don't have to take the effort to participate in today's gambling match. It is what Zhou Hao wants to do to really defeat He Hongsan head-on. As He Hongsan walked over, Zhou Hao sneered unconsciously. Zhou Hao, you are really punctual. Are you eager to let me win your 2 billion? But I don't know if you lose to me 2 billion. Your name as a Hong Kong stock god will be in our Macau. People despise it. I really look forward to it. He Hongsan was very angry and walked in front of Zhou Hao with an overwhelming momentum. Zhou Haoyun smiled lightly, as if he did not realize the pressure of He Hongsan at all. As he got older, Zhou Hao's thin temperament became more and more obvious, as if nothing was in his eyes, and as if everything was in mind. It just won't affect him. Even a person like He Hongsan can't guess what Zhou Hao means in his eyes, and he can't help but darken in his heart. He Hongsan couldn't guess Zhou Hao's thoughts, and those audiences couldn't understand what Zhou Hao was thinking now. According to the truth, no matter who faced He Hongsan, he would feel nervous. But Zhou Hao was not nervous. But also, can he smile so easily? Didn't he put He Hongsan in his eyes at all? In the eyes of everyone's speculation, Zhou Hao continued to smile and said, Mr. Gambling King, 2 billion is just a drop in the bucket for me. Even if I really lose here, it's just spending money for fun. What impact? Everyone felt that Zhou Hao was too crazy. There was no limit. He was a young man and didn't know how to converge. Even Jingxi Mahjong and Bai Chongxing felt that Zhou Hao was talking a little bit too much. The US dollar is not the renminbi, nor is it the Hong Kong dollar or Australian dollar. Many people have no idea how much money there is. But Zhou Hao said that such a large sum of money has become his entertainment funds. How proud and arrogant it is. But it can also be seen that Zhou Hao really doesn't care about the money. He Hongsan's face has changed. 2 billion US dollars are already equivalent to 1/5 of his belongings. If he wins Zhou Hao in this game, he can get a generous return. If he loses the game, I might fall into the predicament of poor capital flow. It's just that this idea was left behind by him in an instant. How could he lose to Zhou Hao? Even if this kid has learned gambling with his uncle and reached the level of his uncle, he will not be his opponent. He will win. In fact, people who know Zhou Hao, like Lu Hongmei, don't think Zhou Hao has any problems at all. For a super rich with a net worth of over 100 billion, it is not an exaggeration to say that 2 billion are entertainment funds. Lu Hongmei does not know Zhou Hao's specific wealth, but it is certainly not a problem to guess that he has stronger capital than He Hongsan. In the meeting between Zhou Hao and He Hongsan, the two were tit for tat, seeing the audience's heartbeat speeding up. No wonder he dared to challenge He Hongsan. In terms of momentum, Zhou Hao did not lose to this gambler at all, and seemed full of confidence. His self-confidence is different from the confidence that is forced out, but he is truly not afraid of He Hun's senator. Such a person seems to have not appeared for many years. Since He Hun's son became the king of Macau, no matter who faced him, would lower his head. That super tycoon naturally carried a kind of coercion on his body. When I met He Hong-sen at the birthday party, he was still a little-known young man. But now it has been more than 2 years. Zhou Hao has become the world's richest man, and no matter his aura or his temperament, he is no longer comparable. Hun's son is slightly worse. Although there is still a certain age difference between the two people, to outsiders, there is no difference between the person who came here. It is like a battle between the two. The two sides are equally matched. Everyone does not know why they have such confidence in Zhou Hao. But looking at his aura, he is indeed no worse than He Hong-sen. The few people who are familiar with Zhou Hao are the ones who are most emotional about this phenomenon. Both Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Changxing admire in their hearts. It is absolutely correct to let Zhou Hao be He Hong-sen's opponent this time, and Lu Hongmei feels the same. It's right to decide for yourself. It's a matter of time for Zhou Hao to confront He Hong-sen head-on. Now such a separate challenge should be the best way. He Hong-sen also knows that Zhou Hao will definitely deal with him, whether it is He Shuiyun's matter or Hong Kong stock market grievances. Both myself and him must end up. It was just based on his understanding of Zhou Hao that the final battle was actually at the gambling table, which really surprised him. But because of this, he was more confident in defeating Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao's ability to perform in business, even He Hong-sen, the gambling king for many years, has to admit that he is great, let alone his performance in the stock market. The golden finger Soros is planted in his hands. It is estimated that it is difficult for the whole world to find someone who is better than him. But this kid chose to compete with himself in the gambling world. I really don't know if he is self-defeating or is looking for death. Although He Hong-sen follows a prudent habit, he has thought about what will happen after he loses Zhou Hao. If Zhou Hao wins the $2 billion, his stock and company will definitely suffer a certain impact. But he believed that he would not lose to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao doesn't need to say too much. Whether he can win against He Hong-sen or not, the key lies in the gambling table. Anyway, he has the gambling skills taught by the gambling demons, as well as this unparalleled ability to predict. It's not that easy. There is no host for this game. As long as both parties are sure to start gambling, and there is a more reassuring staff who is responsible for the cards, gambling can be done. This is a private gambling and has nothing to do with the gambling game. It can be regarded as a kind of welfare. Now that both parties are ready, there is no need for so much nonsense. He Hong-sen and Zhou Hao sat down at both sides of the gambling table. Since it is a high-stakes gambling game, it is natural to use the more popular international gameplay. Internationally, the most formal forms of large-scale gambling are stud, and among the gambling forms Zhou Hao is most familiar with, stud is also one of them. Although I don't know if He Hong-sen is good at this form, Zhou Hao doesn't have any. He hesitated to choose this gambling method. The audience also understand that gambling in this way is the final choice at this time, and no one will have any doubts. Zhou Hao is standing next to Lu Hongmei, and He Hong-sen is standing next to 2 bodyguards. The rest of the spectators can only stand on the side. At this time, no one can believe that if someone peeks at their cards, the final result will definitely be affected. Neither Zhou Hao nor He Hong-sen want to appear like this. The matter is about 2 billion gambling capital. Even Zhou Hao dare not underestimate it. In fact, everyone present saw the big bet this time, but didn't know that it would not hurt Zhou Hao at all, and Zhou Hao's dealing with He Hong-sen would not hurt his own roots. The person in charge of the licensing is also the staff in the casino. Zhou Hao doesn't think he dares to cheat. With so many gambling players watching, if he still dares to cheat, unless he doesn't want to live, he doesn't think this dealer can reach if he cheated in the eyes of so many people without being caught. Then he would not be a dealer, at least he would be a gambler. Except for Zhou Hao and everyone else, they also understand this truth. No matter who is in charge of dealing cards, it is impossible to cheat in front of so many people. The game is about to start, and everyone believes in their own eyes. The gambling king He Hong-sen will choose this way to play the game. He is absolutely confident. Even if he wants to cheat, he is not afraid of being seen, but I don't know if Zhou Hao has this kind of ability to do tricks in full view, if he can. There is no problem facing He Hong-sen. In the previous gambling game, Zhou Hao showed a little gambling skills only in the finals, but the opponent he would face was not that good. Hun-san, to a large extent, did not require effort at all. Now it is different. Wang has been famous for a long time, and he has stood firm for so many years, showing his great strength. He is not the number one in the world, and he will lose. It's just that in public, the gambling king, He Hong-sen, has not lost for many years. The reason why the gambling king is so famous is because of this. In a game of gambling, the gambler's luck is certainly important, but personal skills can often change the outcome of the gambling. This is a universally accepted truth. Everyone does not know how Zhou Hao's luck is. By Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon feel a little bit. His luck is already very good. As long as he has enough skills, it is not impossible to win He Hong-sen. He Hong-sen sat on the table and smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, if you want to come to me for a bet, you can challenge me directly and participate in the competition in the name of Wang Xiao. Isn't it a bit too petty? Gambling king He Hong-sen, this is such a big man. How can I challenge you casually like a nameless man? If you refuse, then I am not too shameless, since I caught up with such a game. I just take part, using Wang Xiao's name. But because he signed up, I just came to participate." Zhou Hao smiled casually and said improperly. He Hong-sen sneered, and then said, "Zhou Hao, with your ability, it shouldn't be a problem to force me to gamble. Don't say that you are so incompetent. It's not the first day you met. The gambling king really understands. Okay, let's not talk about those useless. Now the gambling game is about to begin. What kind of rules the gambling king plans to do?" Zhou Hao smiled, no more nonsense, and asked. He Hong-sen is not a nonsense person. He pondered for a moment and said, "Since our bet is so big this time, then we shouldn't be too stingy. Every time the deposit is 100 million, we bid 50 million at a time. Stud has no upper limit. How is it?" As he spoke, he had placed his bet on the table, as if he was ready to stud at any time. Everyone looked at He Hong-sen. The gambling king has the aura of the gambling king. In the eyes of outsiders, the huge sum of 2 billion, in his eyes, is just a handful of stud money. Since there is no upper limit, if you get a large deck of cards, you can direct decisive battle. There was a smile on Zhou Hao's mouth. If He Hong-sen didn't have this arrogance, he wouldn't even be qualified to be his opponent. Zhou Hao was also an arrogant person. He planned for so long. If the opponent is someone who is not worth the effort, that would be disappointing. Since the gambling king said so, then we will follow this rule. Zhou Hao thought, and put the gambling money on the table. Before coming, they had already exchanged the bet into a bargaining chip. Naturally, it was impossible to get everything all on the table. However, everyone knows that what these chips represent can definitely be exchanged in the end. Regardless of whether it is He Hong-sen or Zhou Hao, there will be no problems. This is a kind of credibility, someone who can spend $2 billion for gambling. Not even this point of credibility. Both Zhou Hao and He Hong-sen are ready. The staff in charge of dealing cards put the prepared playing cards on the party table and asked loudly, "Two of you, the cards will be opened soon. Do you want to check?" Reaching out and patted it, a deck of cards was spread out on the poker table in a half-moon shape. Everyone could clearly see each card. The eyes of Zhou Hao and He Hong-sen would naturally check on it, even if He Hong-sen himself attaches great importance to this deck of cards. If there is a problem, $2 billion are someone else's. In addition to the two players in the game, the other spectators are also observing this deck of cards. Even if they know the cards this time in their hearts, there must be no problem. They must be checked out of the gambler's habit. "No problem, let's start the card deal." He Hong-sen first spoke, and at the same time threw 100 million chips into the table, then looked at Zhou Hao and said, "Zhou Hao, how about it? Let's try your luck first." Zhou Hao smiled and didn't say much. He just threw the chips into the table and waited for the dealer to deal with the cards. The dealer nodded and quickly washed the cards in his hands. The skillful movements made everyone very satisfied. With so many people present, everyone could tell that the dealer did not cheat and his technique was very clean. He Hong-sen and Zhou Hao can naturally see that they are still very relieved of the dealer. At least this person can be fair. In fact, everyone knows that people who do this work must be good at shuffling cards. The method of cheating is even more commonplace. When they were dunked at the poker table again, He Hong-sen and Zhou Hao both got a card. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. No one looked at the cards and signaled the dealer to continue. As a result, He Hong-sen's first card was a red peach. Phew, this is already a big card. Everyone turned their gazes to Zhou Hao. His card face was relatively small, just a tricky one. As for the whole cards of the two, no one knew, including Zhou Hao and He Hong-sen. They didn't even look at the whole cards. As if it had no effect at all. Zhou Hao glanced at He Hongsun and said with a smile, "The king of gambling, do you want to continue? Your hand is much bigger than mine." He Hongsun looked at the ace of hearts on his surface and smiled, and said to Zhou Hao, "The size of my card is very obvious. If I don't want a card, can I be worthy of such a card?" Threw 50 million chips on the gaming table and said to the dealer, "Give me another card. I'll see how I feel this time." The licensing staff did not deal with the cards, but looked at Zhou Hao. If Zhou Hao didn't follow, the round would naturally end. Only when he followed the cards would the round have meaning. Of course, Zhou Hao would not admit defeat, and smiled and nodded. Since the gambling king is interested in continuing to play, I definitely have no reason to give up. Give me a card too. It's the second card, so everyone says below. Not allowed. Both sides have placed a bet. The licensing staff began to perform their tasks, and each one issued a card again. Because He Hongsun's card face was bigger in the last hand, he naturally dealt his card this time, and before his card was an ace of hearts. This time the second card is actually an ace of hearts, and it can be connected with the ace of hearts. The top is a king of hearts. In this way, He Hongsun's card is likely to become a straight flush. Zhou Hao's card is still relatively small, but it is also very suitable. It is actually an 8. Although from the single card, Zhou Hao's third card is smaller than He Hongsun's Heart King, but the card has already surpassed him. Zhou Hao, this time yours is bigger than mine. It's up to you to choose whether to bid or not. But you can think clearly. I have 3 cards now, 2 of them are hearts. If the result becomes a straight flush, you will be 4 of 8. I am not older or younger than me, and there is still time to look back. He Hongsun saw Zhou Hao's 1 to 8, not anxious at all. Instead, he laughed. Zhou Hao and He Hongsun didn't seem to be fighting, but like an old friend. After hearing He Hongsun's words, he smiled and said, "The king of gambling, you really know how to bluff people. You only have 2 hearts, so you want me to be a straight flush? I'm not so timid. Just give me another card." Both of them had a good bet in front of the game, but everyone knows that such a game will only be a wonderful, decisive battle at the end. Everyone is patiently waiting, and the 2 in the game are naturally very calm. According to their gambling game, they bet 100 million at a time, and then bid 50 million at a time. After a round, as long as the last card can be held, at least the winning or losing will reach 250 million, and their 2 billion will not last long. Such a gambling game. Everyone present has never experienced it. After all, such a gamble is not an exaggeration to say that it is the war of the century. Not to mention gambling. Even in a real business war, it is very rare to reach this number. In the Hong Kong economic crisis, there were only a handful of people who could make a profit of about $2 billion. But this gambling table could have that. Big wins or losses. The mental quality of the dealers is also very good. Both sides have already dealt the 4th card. In the face of such a big game, they are not soft at all, and they soon dealt He Hongsun and Zhou Hao again. He Hongsun's luck is really good. The first 2 are the Q of Hearts and the King of Hearts. This time he actually got an Ace of Hearts. This way everyone can see that this is a straight flush, and as long as his 5th card is also the same with hearts, at least he can make a flush. However, Zhou Hao's cards are also good. The 4th card is still an 8. From this point of view, Zhou Hao's hand is already 3 of 8s. Whether it is 3 of 8s or full house, his card face is still greater than that of He Hongsun. It seems that there is one fight for the first one. He Hongsun was also a little surprised. Zhou Hao's luck was really good this time. As a gambling king, he naturally saw that Zhou Hao didn't do any tricks. He was at least not weaker than himself when he got such a card purely by luck. And he also believed that Zhou Hao had good skills and was really a difficult opponent to deal with. Zhou Hao actually didn't expect his luck to be so good. He actually got such a card in the first hand, but it's not important. The key to a deck of cards is the whole cards, and now neither he nor He Hongsun knows the whole cards. Neither of them has seen it. How about it? Now there is a card. Zhou Hao, do you want to continue? I am basically sure that it is a straight flush here. If you continue, don't blame me for beating you first. He Hongsun looked at Zhou Hao. He hesitated and immediately spoke. The bet between Zhou Hao and He Hongsun has entered the final step. Although Zhou Hao is temporarily ahead of He Hongsun on the card, He Hongsun is right. His current card should obviously be a straight flush. In the eyes of ordinary people, This kind of card is actually very good. If you can get a straight flush so easily, how can others win money? Simply give the money to the other party directly. But such cards are for the gambling king He Hong-sun. It's easy. He Hong-sun watched Zhou Hao not speak and immediately spoke again. How about it? Why don't you give up, so you can lose 50 million less? Well, since the gambling king said so, this one will continue to bid. Otherwise it will really make people think I am afraid. Zhou Hao seemed to understand, smiled, and said to He Hong-sun, then instructed the licensing staff to give himself a card, which was the last card. Everyone is staring at Zhou Hao's card. If he can get another card, it is already a big card. Unless He Hong-sun is a straight flush, the flush is generally less than Zhou Hao. The god of luck did not disappoint this time. Zhou Hao's last card was actually the out-of-print 8. Even He Hong-sun didn't expect Zhou Hao's luck to be so good. Nothing was useful, and he got 4 cards. 8. This kind of card is actually not small at the stud table. Even if it is not like a straight flush, it can already sweep the table without a straight flush. He Hong-sun's cards did not disappoint. Although the 4 cards seemed to be unconnected for the time being, it would be hard to say if the last whole card was turned over. He got the 4th card, which is the last one. Impressively, it's a 10 of hearts. He now only has a jack of hearts, which is a straight flush of hearts. As for whether his whole card will be this kind of jack, no one knows. But everyone believes that if He Hong-sun wants to turn this into a jack of hearts, it is not impossible. After all, this card hadn't appeared at this time, but everyone also had some expectations to see how Zhou Hao controlled the game. Now everyone's 5 cards are all together, and neither of them looked at the whole cards. If Zhou Hao wants He Hong-sun to practice a straight flush of hearts without any changes, he only needs to hold a jack of hearts in his hand. Use skills to change cards. According to logic, Zhou Hao could also change his hand at this time, but he did not do that now. When it was his turn to talk about stud, he unexpectedly gave up the game. He didn't even look at the opponent's card. Just give up, which is a bit confusing. In fact, Zhou Hao himself doesn't understand why this is the case. He just usually feels that he thinks that this round is about to lose, so he decisively gave up the game. He possesses the predictive ability that others don't. When facing his own disadvantages, he would choose to give up. Without this ability, he would never know how many times he would have died. Others were puzzled by Zhou Hao's actions, and it was a pity for him that He Hong-sun's last whole card did not turn over. As long as Zhou Hao showed his whole first and became a jack of hearts, He Hong-sun would have no chance at all. Everyone had no choice but to sigh in their hearts. Maybe Zhou Hao can't make a jack of hearts. After all, not everyone can change cards indefinitely when gambling money. No matter how powerful a gambling player is, they have their own skills to make changes. But it is a gambling technique, not a special function in the movie, which cannot be made out of nothing. Everyone almost understands what these audiences think, but the person who is really surprised is He Hong-sun, because his whole card is indeed a jack of hearts, and his deck is a straight flush of hearts. He did not expect the hand style to be so. Shun, you don't need to do anything to get a big card directly. It's just that he has experienced a lot, which is not a major event at all. The key is that he can't understand Zhou Hao's instant retreat and feel shocked. What kind of experience does this kid have, and how can he be so alert? According to the situation in the gambling world, as long as Zhou Hao changes his hand at this time, he has a chance to win himself. He actually gave up 250 million. What did he think? Others don't know. He Hong-sun knows very well that in his own casino, although the playing cards are not problematic, they are indeed specially made. Even if you want to change the cards, you must have the same material, otherwise you will directly get 1,000. At the gambling table, especially the master duel, in fact, everyone knows that the opponent will pay 1,000, and the audience also knows that these people must not be honest when they are gambling. But as long as they are not caught on the spot, they can only say the opponent is lucky, but once caught at the gambling table, whether to lose money or cut his fingers, then let the opponent handle. He Hong-sun was thinking just now, if Zhou Hao really changed his hand and was eventually exposed, would he chop his fingers or make him lose money? But Zhou Hao actually gave up at this time. He was a little confused now, whether Zhou Hao saw the flaw or gave up when he couldn't win. In any case, the first game ended with He Hong-sun easily winning. The total amount of gambling between the two people today is 2 billion. If it is true that when the final stud is reached, the winning side will pile up more of its own money, and the other side cannot keep up. Money opens the opponent, either to give up the game or to increase their own chips. Calculated by this method, in fact, after the final score, you may not only win 2 billion. If you are lucky, you may win more. After all, the other party will have to make additional bets. Now that He Hong-sun has won Zhou Hao in the first game, he has already taken a lot of advantage. If he prefers to play lie, he doesn't have to bother at all. As long as the final stud is enough, even if Zhou Hao has a bigger one. He can't open He Hong-sun's cards, and he will watch the chips enter little by little. Of course, He Hong-sun would not use such a rascal method, and he also knew that such a method would be of no use to Zhou Hao. He wanted to increase the bet and would not hesitate at all. This kid is very rich. Zhou Hao, at the end of the first game, I will beat you a little bit. How about we continue to start, or you should take a break first? Although he felt Zhou Hao was a little bit confused, he still teased him. Nothing special, but everyone can feel the contempt. Zhou Hao is a smart person. He can naturally hear He Hong-sun's tone, and smiled and said, "Brother, you are really kind. But for people like us, it's okay to gamble for 2 days and 2 nights, and you won't take a break. If you're older, I'm old. If I want to rest, I don't have any opinion. I'm still young anyway, and I have time to wait for you." He Hong-sun's heart burst into flames. This kid is really clever. Not only did he say that he was old, but he also put his identity in the position of his peers through his identity as a gambler. In fact, the relationship between his daughter He Shuyun and Zhou Hao can be understood by anyone who has a heart. According to his identity, Zhou Hao is actually He Hong-sun's son-in-law. Although both parties do not recognize this relationship is true. Exist. Now that Zhou Hao said that, he and He Hong-sun were not the Wang-in-law at all, but the brothers and sisters. This could also be regarded as a discussion between the teachers and the students. For Zhou Hao, at least nominally speaking. In fact, the people watching the game here, in addition to He Hong-sun's bodyguards, as well as the staff responsible for the licensing, are all He Hong-sun's opponents. These people participate in the gambling competition, and their ultimate goal is to challenge He Hong-sun. Now I see him in front of Zhou Hao. I didn't take advantage of it, and I was full of emotion. Jingxi Mahjong Devil and Bai Changsheng are even more stunned. Today, Zhou Hao can play against He Hong-sun. It is really the most suitable. Only people like Zhou Hao can face He Hong-sun with ease, and the momentum is not weak. Even if, by Changsheng, he has always wanted to defeat He Hong-sun, but in terms of strength and luck, he would have to lose to He Hong-sun by half. Otherwise, he would not be how Hun's son is now. If he really became the championship, will probably still be lost to He Hong-sun. Now that Zhou Hao takes a shot, the result will definitely be different. In the eyes of everyone, He Hong-sun and Zhou Hao saw that although they were of different ages and identities, they sat on both sides of the gambling table, and neither of them was weaker than the other. In fact, Zhou Hao himself knows that after so many years of experience, there are not many people who can really fight against him face to face, and this He Hong-sun must be one of them. Macau gambling king, a generation tycoon. If he can't hold it in front of him, that would be disappointing. Since neither side will show weakness, naturally the dealers are busy. He can still keep calm and do his job well. But the card game immediately fell into entanglement. He Hong-sun won the first game, and then he gambled normally. He didn't rely on the chips to suppress the opponent. Anyway, he couldn't suppress it. It would be better to follow the normal route. After all, it seemed atmospheric, and he didn't want to really push Zhou Hao. I'm in a hurry. When this kid fights hard with himself, it is really possible that both will suffer. To outsiders, the game of stud should be very fast, and like TV, all the bets are pushed up at every turn. It is basically fictional. The real thing is that you come, and I will win each other. The kind of gambling method that pushes all the bets up at once is that both sides feel that this time is the final. They push up all the bets and directly divide the winner. This situation is often through several visits. After gambling, I will do this. I will push everything up when I come up. It can only make people think that I have met a fool. He Hong-sun and Zhou Hao are not fools. No one wants to play desperate competition. Those audiences understand that no one feels impatient. Anyway, they all come to watch the game. The more they play against each other, the more they learn. There will be more. In fact, their skills are not bad. Now they are mainly learning the skills played by the gambling king, He Hong-sun. On the gambling table, sometimes they are not relying on their own good cards to win money, but psychological tactics. Although Zhou Hao has a vivid confrontation with He Hong's son, in the eyes of everyone, he is still more inclined to learn from He Hong's son. After all, he has been famous for many years, and there are still many things that are really worth learning. Zhou Hao is too young. From beginning to end, he seems to be a casual play. People who are not serious at all, others want to learn but don't know what to learn. As the gambling continues, Zhou Hao's perception ability is very strong, and he can always stop at critical moments. Although he occasionally loses, it has no effect on Zhou Hao, and as long as he can win, before all the money will come back if you lose. Gradually, both the audience and He Hongsen discovered Zhou Hao's ability, as if he could foresee the danger. Even if he loses in the end, he loses in the gold and the bidding money, and will never lose in the final stud. Money, this kind of ability is simply against the sky, and it is equivalent to directly cutting off He Hongsen's opportunity to cheat Zhou Hao. In this way, there is no other way except for hard work. Everyone knows that Zhou Hao just gave up the game based on his feelings. He didn't do any special means at all. There was no peeking or the act of holding cards. He looked relaxed and relaxed. The more so, the more people. With chills, no one can figure out how Zhou Hao did it. He Hongsen has been in the gambling world for so many years, and he has encountered any kind of master. But even the world's #1 master cannot predict the size of the opponent's hand, so as to avoid bad luck. If Zhou Hao can do it, this is incomprehensible, and it also feels a headache. He Hongsen has actually changed cards in the game. As a veteran gambling king, he has no such skills, then don't come out and mix up at all. But the current situation is that even if he changes the cards, Zhou Hao can feel it and quit at any time. He believed in his own method, let alone Zhou Hao. So many people shouldn't be able to see it. But why did Zhou Hao feel that he had changed his cards and chose to give up? After several rounds, he couldn't get it. Understand, doubt in my heart, is this kid really lucky? Although Jingxi Mahjong Mo and Bai Chongqing have a good relationship with Zhou Hao, and they have also played against Zhou Hao in gambling competitions, they never expected Zhou Hao to do this. At this time, they thought it was too wise to let Zhou Hao and He Hongsen compete. Now, they guessed that He Hongsen probably couldn't tell the truth now, and he wanted to vomit blood. Obviously, he had prepared the cards, but after Zhou Hao said, all the cards were thrown for nothing. Regardless of the good cards, Zhou Hao gave up directly, but after he had a big card, he would definitely be able to lose. Get the money back. According to this calculation, although the bet between Zhou Hao and He Hongsen did not tell the winner, it took a long time, and as long as it was spent, Zhou Hao could kill He Hongsen. Such a completely unreasonable way of playing, no one can bear. Zhou Hao is like looking at He Hongsen's cards and gamble. Now He Hongsen also knows why Zhou Hao dared to gamble with himself with such a big bet. This guy doesn't need any special skills at all. This ability is enough to make him feel bad. Zhou Hao and the gambler, He Hongsen, entered a stalemate in the gambling game. This situation was actually unexpected. They originally thought that the finals of Zhou Hao and the gambler would end simply. Just like many masters, the game will be determined. Or 2 or 3 games. However, they have been fighting and killing, and they have reached the 9th game. Although Zhou Hao is slightly weak, his current ability is fully displayed. Gambler He Hongsen has nothing to do with him, and it is hard to say who will win in the end. In fact, it is reasonable to have such a situation. They are not the kind of adventurous people. Even though they are at the gambling table and do not want to make a desperate move, there is no such thing as a stud. In this way, the two of them are fighting for luck, strength, and at this point, the two are still not easy to distinguish the outcome. The difference in strength is not big. The gambling king has a variety of very superb gambling skills. Zhou Hao has the ability to predict danger. The two are evenly matched in this regard, and it is reasonable that it will eventually become difficult to decide. The audience didn't know Zhou Hao's abilities. Seeing that he was able to fight the gambling king, He Hongsen, so much, the difference in strength between the two was very small, as if they were two people of equal strength. Everyone doubted the previous ones. During the game, Zhou Hao retained his strength. Thinking about it this way, except for Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong Devil, those people felt that Zhou Hao was able to sit here for granted. Although luck took a part, the most important thing was that his strength was strong enough. Zhou Hao didn't know that he had a gambling game with He Hongsen, and he was regarded as a master gambling player. Otherwise, he would really have to laugh or cry. Although he is not a novice gambling player, at least not a veteran, even if he has won now. The gambling skills were also learned from the gambling demons. Fortunately, I have a strong comprehension, otherwise I don't even have this ability. But these are not important anymore. In the eyes of the audience, they all understand that Zhou Hao is a master, and he is indeed a disciple of the gambler, and his strength is strong. By now, if everyone does not know the relationship between Zhou Hao and the gambler, then the news is too closed. They are now wondering whether the grievances between the gambler and the gambler continue to Zhou Hao's body. The gambling game is a bit like a division between divisions. Zhou Hao looked at the gambling king's chips, and then at his own. After 9 gambling rounds, the gap between the two is about 1 billion yuan. If this continues, it will be very detrimental to him. Even if he finally wants to, if you want to win He Hong-san, you have to add more money, and if you lose the game, you have to add money to him. Zhou Hao didn't think he could easily defeat He Hong-san. In the field of gambling, which he had only recently contacted, Zhou Hao did not have arrogance. No matter how strong his martial arts were, they were all in the field of martial arts. These are 2 fields. However, he has great skills, which fully assist his deficiencies in gambling, and can often do things that many people can't do. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao's heart moved. It is better to do this. Although it is a bit of a trick, he is betting on the table. Isn't trickery the style it has always been? Zhou Hao threw the 100 million bet into the gambling table and said to the dealer, "Bring me a card. This is the 10th hand. Let me see how good this is. Can I win all the money? Come here. After playing for so long, I'm already tired." The dealer did not speak, but the gambling king He Hong-san laughed and said, "Zhou Hao, you young man feels tired, and my old man feels the same way. Let us see how this game is going." Right. While speaking, he threw in 100 million without hesitation. The 10th sentence of the game is actually nothing to He Hong-san. However, in his gambling career, it is very rare to be able to compete against others to reach 10 rounds. Basically, this happens only in the early stage of his debut. After he became famous, he has never encountered it. Zhou Hao is really too difficult this time. It's even more cunning than Loach. Whenever he has a big hand and can kill the quartet, he will give up gambling. I really can't figure out how he knows that his hand is big. Does this kid have clairvoyance, just like those with supernatural abilities in movies? However, he also knew that this possibility basically did not exist. Otherwise, Zhou Hao would not be an ordinary person. Such a person would not exist in theory, and if it did exist, he would have been arrested for research, and it would still be possible. He is happy. Zhou Hao didn't know what He Hong-san was thinking. After he got the first hole card, he didn't look at the old rules at all. He also looked at He Hong-san and said, "Mr. Gambling King, although I am very young, such a bet is really boring. Exciting, I want to sleep after playing." I really yawned. Everyone around can't wait to give Zhou Hao a kick in the past. Each bet is almost more than 200 million US dollars. This is money that many people want but can't get. He actually feels that it is not exciting enough. How much can it stimulate him? Especially Lu Hongmei, who is next to Zhou Hao. She is now acting as Zhou Hao's secretary and entourage. She even has the meaning of a bodyguard. But in fact, she knows very well that in front of Zhou Hao's outstanding skills, she even has the opportunity to resist. No, and such a person actually said that he was sleepy playing cards, which shows how irritating he is. Fortunately, his opponent is not himself, otherwise he would really vomit blood. Only then did Lu Hongmei really feel that Zhou Hao is a teenager in his 20s. People. Zhou Hao appeared in the demon cult, just like a young man, and his actions were fierce. He smoothed the internal strife of the demon cult with the momentum of thunder, and personally felt like a veteran of the world, even if he had been in the world for decades. The old guys are not necessarily more straightforward than Zhou Hao. For a time people forget his age. With this naughty character now, Lu Hongmei realized that his age was actually not that old, but she didn't know that Zhou Hao was a human being. In terms of age, it was completely different from his current appearance. Not to mention his psychological age was impossible to measure. Zhou Hao's words made He Hong-san's face look ugly. He Hong-san attached great importance to this gambling game. He took out 1/5 of his net worth and had to be cautious in every game, for fear of being calculated by Zhou Hao. In other people's places, there is no interest at all. He really wanted to vomit blood. It seemed that in Zhou Hao's eyes, He didn't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. If he hadn't been famous for many years and had his mind, He Hong-sun would really turn his face away. But now he can only smile deeply. Zhou Hao, don't you feel that it is not exciting enough? We don't have so much money. As long as you don't run away casually, let's come to a stud, not that there are no problems. A one-time bet of 2 billion should be exciting enough. After a pause, he laughed again. But I'm sorry, you should be less than 2 billion now. If you really stud, I'm afraid you can't even follow it. Zhou Hao was naturally unwilling to show weakness, and he also smiled. Mr. Gambler, don't worry. As a professional gambler, if you don't even have enough basic chips, it's really embarrassing. Don't say you are only more than me now. Less than 1 billion. Even if I only have 100 million left, I can still accept your stud, and I still have 4 billion spare funds, so you can rest assured. All the people present were well-known figures in the gambling world. Zhou Hao said this in front of so many people. Naturally, no one suspected that he was joking, but everyone was still shocked that this guy actually brought $6 billion to the gambling game. No wonder he hasn't taken the matter seriously. People are well informed. As long as there is money to bet, Zhou Hao can continue the game, and it will be enough to raise the bet after a while and also reflect Zhou Hao's financial resources from the other side. $1 billion. Even though it is not cash, if you say you put it out, you can take it out without affecting his business. Everyone understands the truth. As a tycoon, He Hong-sun could not understand this truth. He spent 3 days to organize various companies and enterprises to get such $2 billion. However, Zhou Hao has already prepared 6 billion, which is worthy of Hong Kong. The stock god really has strong financial resources. Now he is a little grateful that Zhou Hao is too confident in himself and put the battlefield in the casino instead of the stock market. Otherwise, with Zhou Hao's strength, as long as he uses the stock market, he will really lose his money. Thinking of this terrible consequence, He Hong-sun felt a little chilly. Zhou Hao, who he didn't think about, has grown to where he is today in such a short period of time. He is really a powerful character, and he is more vigilant in his heart and cannot be at the gambling table. Lost to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was naturally able to guess He Hong-sun's scruples about him, smiled, and said to the dealer, I was stunned. The 10th game is open. Don't hesitate. Mr. Wong will definitely follow me. Despite what he said, the staff turned their gazes to He Hong-sun, meaning to ask him if he would follow and be fully responsible. The gambling king, He Hong-sun, will naturally not be embarrassed by the staff. He threw the 100 million bottom gold into the poker table very painfully, nodded and said, Since Zhou Hao has already said, this round may be the winner, how can I? Maybe not to follow. I will also open a card. In fact, the dealers had already guessed that they would continue. They only asked about their duties, and the cards were dealt out quickly. Zhou Hao didn't look at the card he was holding, and the one that was lit was not too big, a 9, which didn't affect other people's cards. At best it was a medium card, but it was also satisfactory. And as if the first card was repeated, He Hong-sun's first card was an ace of hearts. Everyone clearly remembered that at the time of the first card, He Hong-sun's first card was this, but at that time Zhou Hao the first card is 8. This time it is 9. Everyone didn't know if the scene in the first game would be repeated. Zhou Hao didn't know. He looked at He Hong-sun and smiled at him. Every time the gambler's cards are not small, it seems that I am not necessarily you, opponent, but the king of gambling. You can give up this hand. You think the hearts are really not for you. Your character should be suitable for spades. Everyone is smart, and it is natural to understand that Zhou Hao is alluding to He Hong-sun's black heart and admire Zhou Hao. This kid is probably the first person who dared to talk about He Hong-sun in person. He Hong-sun naturally understood what he meant and snorted in his heart. Zhou Hao's tricks could not make him angry. He knew that Zhou Hao wanted to irritate himself, but he was a taboo at the party table. He had been famous for so many years. How could I not know this truth? Zhou Hao, I will naturally continue to bid. This card is so much bigger than you. I have no reason to give up. As for whether the red heart suits me or the black heart suits me, let's wait and see. He Hong-sun said, signal the deal. Zhou Hao shrugged and didn't say much. He didn't seem to deny what He Hong-sun said. He also threw in 50 million and let the dealer continue. Everyone has seen the two competing against each other for the 10th time. Although Zhou Hao said this time that there might be a win or lose, it is only possible. Whoever can take it seriously, quietly watched the gambling on both sides continue. Although everyone didn't care, they were still shocked when the second card of He Hong's son and Zhou Hao was dealt. This round really has to follow the direction of the first round. He Hong's second card, it was a king of hearts. The order was the same as the first one, and Zhou Hao unexpectedly got the second 9. Although Zhou Hao's card changed from 8 to 9, there was no difference in form, and the size was similar in this gambling game. They all thought, this time it was a coincidence. Could it be that the beginning and the end were all in this form? In fact, Zhou Hao and He Hong's were also a little surprised to get such a card. Their memory is naturally fine. The first round has not been long before, and now they have to repeat that round. They also seem to think this is a match. Kind of hint. Zhou Hao, it seems that your situation is not good this time. At the critical moment, you actually got me the same card before. Your card is now bigger than me. Do you continue to bid? Can't you repeat the same mistakes and give up this card? I am not threatening you. Maybe my whole card is really the Jack of Hearts. He Hong's looked at the cards and said to Zhou Hao with a smile. In fact, at this time, it's psychological pressure. If Zhou Hao has no experience, he might be really upset, but he won't be anymore. He smiled without pressure. Since I have already got a pair, how could I give up? Not to mention the illusory ones. I only know that for the time being I am ahead. The audience also secretly commented on the two of them. The gambling king He Hong's son, a veteran master, has such a performance, which is not beyond everyone's expectations, but Zhou Hao is different. This kid is just a little-known young man. Such a good concentration is really unexpected, and the gambling with the king of gambling is not let down, and the psychological pressure of He Hong's son is completely ignored. The audience thinks that they are not so powerful. In fact, He Hong's son was also secretly muttering in his heart that Zhou Hao was no longer in the pool 2 years ago, and now he has grown to a terrible level. He must have beaten him today, otherwise he will really ride to his neck. Then my good days are really over. Zhou Hao's strength makes He Hong's son very jealous. He doesn't need to use too many skills at all. Just looking at luck can already cause pressure on him. The gambling king, He Hong's son, has been famous for many years. Over the years, he has encountered many opponents. The top few in the world did not bring him such pressure. What's more, he couldn't figure out the number of Zhou Hao's way now. He didn't know if it was Zhou Hao's ability or Zhou Hao's luck, but now the two people's gambling match has entered a white-hot stage. Zhou Hao has already got a pair of 9s. Although the opposite He Hong's son has a straight flush of hearts, everyone knows that this may not necessarily make a straight flush of hearts. After all, are the other two really like the first, who it's also impossible to say. Even He Hong's son can't guarantee that all this is for luck, and according to today's gambling game, Zhou Hao's luck is not weaker than He Hong's son. Before talking, Zhou Hao had already thrown $50 million into the gaming table and smiled at the dealer. Bring me another one. Let me borrow some luck and see if I can get a 9. After speaking, I looked at He Hong's son on the opposite side. Naturally, He Hong's son would not show weakness. He also smiled and threw in 5 million. He smiled and said, I want to take a look too. Everyone also focused their eyes on the dealer. He was like a robot, with no expression change at all. He just handed the cards to the two people obediently. Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't expect Zhou Hao. With such good luck, he really got another 9. However, Zhou Hao is not the only one who is lucky. He Hong's son's luck is definitely not bad. It is like a repeat of the first card, and he also got the ace of hearts for a straight flush. In this way, the two are like the first. The only difference is that Zhou Hao's card has changed from 8 to 9. Now there is still one card short of it, and the winner should be divided. I didn't expect that my luck was so good. I really got a 9. Guess whether I can get the last 9. If you guess it right, you have hope of winning today. Zhou Hao looking at his 3 Zhangjiu, he smiled and said to He Hong's son. He Hong's son was not angry. He had a straight flush hole card. Don't worry too much. After all, it is hard to say whether Zhou Hao can get the last 9, and if he really can't get a straight flush, just give up. Zhou Hao saw that He Hong's son did not speak, nor continued to run against him. He also looked at Bai Chongxing and Jingxi Majia. The two were his supporters at this time. He smiled slightly, and he knew that they were very happy, and then looked at Lu Hongmei. She also smiled to herself. So everything goes without saying, Zhou Hao's supporters did not let him down, and now his battle with He Hong's son, in a sense, represents everyone. He Hong's son was very unhappy when he saw the expressions of the 3 people on the opposite side, especially by Changsheng. Who is he? He Hongsen's natural way. This kid has always wanted to push himself down, and now he and Zhou Hao are entangled. They really don't stop pushing themselves down. Zhou Hao didn't wait for He Hongsen to think about it. He already smiled and said, He Hongsen, everyone is acquaintance, and there is no need to talk nonsense. I will ask for the last card. If you want to follow it, just continue. After speaking, he began to ask the dealer for the last card. His own card is the worst of 3 nines. He Hongsen cannot get a heart. It is not easy to win himself. Of course, if he can get a tie, his own cards are not small, and foul house is also considered a big card. Zhou Hao's thoughts are actually similar to those of He Hongsen. He Hongsen's cards are now 3 big cards. Even if he can't get the card of hearts, he can still make 3. No matter it is QKA or any of the 3, he has a chance. Kill Zhou Hao. At this time, neither Zhou Hao nor He Hongsen would give up the game. Together, they threw 50 million into the gaming table. In fact, in the first 9 rounds, the two of them were able to deal with all the cards at the end, otherwise they would not have such a big win or loss. But by the same reason, generally when they reach the last one, they will decide whether to stud or not. If they cannot stud, the next game will start. Everyone is considering whether they will really stud this time. The dealers are really dedicated and admirable. They have almost reached the final battle. They can still be so calm, and the hands of the dealers don't sweat. It's really great that He Hongsen can find such a person as the host. Zhou Hao looked at He Hongsen, then at the last card he got, and grinned. Mr. He Hongsen, the king of gambling, you said my luck is like this. The last card, am I stud, or you continue to give up? It seems like the cards in the first game are repeated again. He Hongsen looked at his cards and Zhou Hao's cards. Even though he was well informed, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It was true that the first card was repeated. He really got a 10 of hearts. Now he is only 1 short. Zhang Hong Tao Jie. Zhou Hao's 4 of 9 is shown in front of everyone. Now it doesn't matter what his whole card is. After all, the 4 of 1 that can really play a supporting role can only meet an opponent who is also a 4 of 1. He Hongsen is obviously a straight flush of hearts. Of cards. Everyone turned their gazes to Zhou Hao. And now the situation of the first hand is repeating itself, and everyone has almost no doubt that He Hongsen will definitely turn the last card into a jack of hearts. Everyone thinks that if Zhou Hao studs, he must hold his hand. This is the only way to become a jack of hearts, but everyone doesn't know that He Hongsen would be happier if Zhou Hao really changed his hand. There was no response to Zhou Hao's words. He Hongsen just watched him not speak, obviously waiting to see whether he chose stud or continued to give up. I have already given up the first hand. If I give up the game again, is it a bit too unseated? And I have already played so many cards. I can believe that your luck is so good, and you can do it every time. Make a straight flush. That flush is too worthless. Zhou Hao didn't disappoint and smiled slightly. Zhou Hao didn't wait for everyone to speak. He already pushed up all the bets, and at the same time gestured to Lu Hongmei behind him, smiling and saying, Since it is a stud, it must be over. The king of gambling, I will fill the bet. Let you bet the same as mine. Lu Hongmei nodded to Zhou Hao, took out a few portable documents from him, and handed them to Zhou Hao before he said, To He Hongsen, Mr. Gambling King, here are the shares of several companies with a market value of $1 billion US, just filling the boss. If you don't want to give up the game, put all your money up. It's definitely more than yours, not less than yours. At this time, everyone was sure that Lu Hongmei should be Zhou Hao's personal assistant. Otherwise, they would not do such a thing at this time. But they still looked at Lu Hongmei with admiration. Except for the martial arts masters who know Lu Hongmei's fine eyebrows, she really didn't expect Lu Hongmei, a weak-looking woman, to be able to be neither humble nor overbearing when faced with the gambling king, He Hongsen. They thought that this is probably the gathering of things and the division of people. What kind of boss there will be, what kind of employees. He Hongsen had actually dealt with the demon cult for many years, but he had never seen Lu Hongmei, and he never thought that the woman in front of him was the former leader of the demon cult. He also looked at Lu Hongmei in a little surprised and felt no impression. Zhou Hao saw that He Hongsen paid much attention to Lu Hongmei, but he didn't care at all. The leader of the demon cult, a quasi-excellent who is close to the top master. Even if He Hongsen is a very powerful person, it will not cause pressure on her. Lu Hongmei was a demon back then. The teacher, That momentum is not weaker than He Hong's son. Mr. Gambling King, do you have any comments? If you don't want to continue betting, you can choose to give up. If you want to continue, I think you should bet. I'm right. Lu Hongmei looked at He Hong's son. Below, instead of flinching, he took the initiative to speak with a smile, and his aura was not consciously released. This kind of aura was not only shocked by He Hong's son. Except for the few martial arts masters, everyone felt a kind of pressure on them, and secretly said in their hearts that it is really not an ordinary person who can follow Zhou Hao. A woman with such a momentum is really too horrible. He Hong's son has seen martial arts masters, and there are also 2 martial arts masters around him, but he mainly guards against the assassination of Zhou Hao and some other people. He has a high status and many enemies. He must always ensure his safety. He doesn't know what level Zhou Hao's strength has reached, but he knows that there is someone in his hand who is a top expert. As long as he is there, he will be able to overcome many assassinations, but he doesn't know that he has not really experienced a master. The pressure, or because of something, he actually thought this woman was stronger than the bodyguard next to him. Both of He Hongsen's bodyguards are masters. Although one of them has not reached the quasi-extreme height, they are not far apart. Feeling the aura of Lu Hongmei, the 2 of them took a step forward in unison, blocking He Hongsen's front. This is purely an instinctive reaction. They all have the responsibility to protect He Hongsen for many years. It has basically become instinct. No matter what the occasion is, they only want to confront Lu Hongmei. The strength of this woman is really terrifying. Already close to the top, He Hongsen's 2 bodyguards, one is quasi-top and the other is top level. If they face Lu Hongmei alone, they are still a bit unstoppable, but the 2 of them work together, just as powerful as Lu Hongmei. Everyone was watching. Although they might not be able to understand the joints, everyone could see that the woman beside Zhou Hao, apart from the identity of the personal assistant, should also be very difficult. At least the nervousness of the bodyguard has explained everything. This woman is terrifying, but everyone is watching the excitement, and no one talks too much. Bai Chongxing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon were dark in their hearts. This woman was really amazing. No wonder she could be with Zhou Hao. Although they believed that Lu Hongmei was still a bit close to being a supermaster, they should not be far apart. Seeing the swords drawn by both sides, Zhou Hao secretly laughed. He, the Supreme Master, hasn't taken a shot yet. They are already so nervous. This is really boring. Let them all be honest. After all, today's battle is a gambling game, not martial arts. He thought in his heart, raising a hand, waving it in the air very naturally, and said with a smile, "Red eyebrows, don't be rude. Mr. He Hongsen is not something you can offend. I believe he will continue to gamble." Everyone didn't feel anything special. They thought it was Dad who was speaking and asked his bodyguard and assistant to stop. Then Lu Hongmei stopped obediently. This is all because of Zhou Hao's identity, except that he can do it as the boss. Order and prohibition. This kind of momentum is very commendable, and there is nothing special. But the 3 people involved didn't feel that way. Lu Hongmei felt a gentle force, which directly resolved the pressure caused by the 2 of the other parties' joint efforts, and also protected herself and allowed herself to retreat smoothly. The 2 on the opposite side were different. They felt that Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei suddenly appeared in front of an impenetrable force. They didn't know where the source of this force was, but they knew that this force was definitely not something they could resolve. Can only retreat. Because the 3 of them are equal in strength, in the imposing duel, under normal circumstances, if no one resolves it, only one of them will be the end. But now the situation seems to have changed a little. Even if they were fools, after regaining their power, they only had to think about it for a moment, and they guessed that Zhou Hao was instigating everything from it, and he just used one hand, without any gesture, and waved his hand like a casual chat. But it can dissolve their aura with invisible power. Not to mention that they have met, even if they have never heard of it, who can calmly resolve this kind of imposing duel between gestures and gestures. The quasi-excellent masters around, He Hongsen, even think that even the absolute masters cannot do it. Actually, it's not to blame for the 2 of them. Zhou Hao was not an ordinary top master. Among the top masters, he should be considered a relatively top master. Such a gap, when he did not know Xiao Zhao, was already very obviously. Zhou Hao has made great progress ever since he met Xiao Zhao. Now that he can be unbeaten under his hands and a heads up, there are only a handful of them. The two looked at Zhou Hao in horror instead of Lu Hongmei, although they couldn't believe that Zhou Hao could be stronger than them. After all, he was too young, but he had just done it clearly. This can't be done by fraud. This is real life, not fantasy novels. What special props can be possessed? They have not seen it, and do not believe that Zhou Hao has any means to resolve it this way. The only way is to rely on his own strength, and a man in his 20s, the supermasters, they know how terrible they think about it. Zhou Hao did not take their fear of fear seriously. It was not the first time that he encountered such a situation. He just focused on He Hong's son and said with a smile, "Mr. Gambling King, you haven't considered it yet. Do you want to follow?" "Of course I figured it out, Zhou Hao. It's already at the end. Do you think I can back down?" He Hong's son didn't back down because of Zhou Hao's larger hand and smiled. Zhou Hao naturally knows that He Hong's son will not give up, and he wants to swap out a Jack of Hearts. It is definitely not a difficult task, but he has a way to deal with He Hong's son. If he has not learned gambling and his strength has not improved a little, Zhou Hao didn't dare to do this, but there is no problem now. He Hong's son didn't know Zhou Hao's plan, but he guessed in his heart that Zhou Hao's hand should have been forced, and he would probably use the card to turn into J. The first hand is the draw. Zhou Hao has not used any techniques, either. I haven't thought about the method of changing cards, but now it is different. This is the last one, and I am ready to stud. He Hong's son guessed that Zhou Hao should want to use the method of changing cards so that he could win himself. And this is exactly what He Hong's son expected. After all, the key to this gambling game is whether he changed his card to win Zhou Hao, or ended the game because Zhou Hao was discovered cheating. Zhou Hao looked at He Hong's son. He didn't know what He Hong's son was thinking, but he knew that He Hong's son was definitely going to use methods with himself. The reason why he dared to press all the bets this time was because Zhou Hao's hunch told him that the second bet is not dangerous. That is, the hidden card in He Hong's son's hand is not a Jack of Hearts, which can already be used as an opportunity. Others don't know how amazing his premonition is, but he knows very well that it is because of this magical premonition that he can remain undefeated. This ability can be said to be against the sky. Since He Hong's son's hand is not a Jack of Hearts, he has a way to win him, but this way, most people don't know, and no one can do it. Of course, it's all other people, Zhou Hao himself. It can still be done, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. He Hong's son did what he said, and when Zhou Hao was thinking about it, he put all the bets on the gaming table. Now all the chips on the gaming table have reached $5 billion. If anyone can really save the money here, snatch it, let alone rob the bank. Even if Zhou Hao made so much money in the Hong Kong stock market, he would still be jealous. After all, this amount is too big. Why are the audience nervous about Hun's son and Zhou Hao? Zhou Hao looked at the chips, then looked at He Hong's son, and said with a smile, "The king of gambling is the king of gambling. With such a courage, if I can't satisfy you, then I'm really sorry for so many chips." Without waiting for people's reaction, Zhou Hao has already turned the card in his hand. In fact, if the card in his hand is not a Jack of Hearts, it will basically have no effect on the whole game. The main thing everyone wants to see is, will Zhou Hao do anything to turn his card into a Jack of Hearts? Zhou Hao's hand was very slow. It seemed that he was deliberately trying to let everyone see clearly. However, when he just turned up a corner, everyone already knew that Zhou Hao would not do anything in this round. He Hong's son was the dominant player. Body. The card in his hand was only flipped a little, and everyone clearly saw that his card was a black card. Whether it was a flower or a spade, the result was the same. Anyway, the result could not be changed. Everyone thought this game, the loser should be Zhou Hao. At the last moment, he didn't choose to change his hand. I really don't know what he thought. Everyone already believed in Zhou Hao's strength. After all, he was a disciple of the gambling demon. Even ordinary gamblers could do trivial things like card swaps. Now Zhou Hao didn't use card swapping methods, and everyone was very puzzled. He Hong's son also didn't understand. Zhou Hao's doing this was simply willing to lose to himself. This is unscientific. With a smart person like Zhou Hao, how could he make such a heavy bet if he knows that he will lose? Knowing what Zhou Hao thought, he thought that Zhou Hao might be a conspiracy. But no matter what angle you look at, Zhou Hao's approach is beneficial to him. When he shows his whole cards, he is already destined to be smaller than himself. Does he think he can't change the Jack of Hearts? Zhou Hao looked at He Hong's son hesitating and smiled in his heart. How can his own methods be understood by ordinary gamblers? He smiled and urged, Mr. Gambler, what are you still hesitating? I have already placed the card on you. Now let's see if you're the Jack of Hearts. Everyone cheated. He Hong-sen stared at Zhou Hao for a long time, but still didn't see what was wrong with him, so he had no choice but to put his heart back. Anyway, no matter what Zhou Hao does, it will not affect him. After all, the initiative is now in his own hands. Thinking of this, he smiled at Zhou Hao and said, Don't worry, the final trump card. Always slow down and whet everyone's appetite so that you can really make people suspense, right? Brother, you are more powerful, and you have a deep understanding of everyone's character, especially human nature, but I can't do it. I'd better be honest. Brother, you can open the cards. Zhou Hao smiled slightly and followed He Hongsen's words said. He Hongsen was actually very dissatisfied with Zhou Hao's name. Almost everyone knew the relationship between the two, but when he called himself that way, he simply slapped his face with the palm of his face. However, Zhou Hao's statement was true. He took a deep breath and said, Zhou Hao, don't worry, I will turn over the cards for you to see. As He Hongsen spoke, the whole cards in his hand were about to be turned up. At this time, everyone's eyes were on He Hongsen's hand. If he could change cards, he would have to be very fast. But can a person's hand speed be fast? With extraordinary eyes, no one can be sure. At least He Hongsen has not missed it for so many years. If under normal circumstances, even if there are so many people watching, He Hongsen will definitely not have a problem. After all, with his strength, if he wants to change a card, it is as easy as eating a meal. But now He Hongsen is facing an opponent. Not ordinary people. The reason Zhou Hao dared to do this was to believe in his own strength. With the eyesight of an invaluable expert, it would be a bit too exaggerated if he could not see that He Hongsen was cheating. No matter what type of super masters, and no matter which country masters are, as long as they reach the superb realm, they will exceed the ability of ordinary people. Every time they make a shot, ordinary people can't react, and they can't see clearly. And even if the equipment has a camera function, it is difficult to display clearly. Only with this kind of strength can he be regarded as a top master, and Zhou Hao can easily dodge and fight back when facing so many top masters. He can clearly see the trajectory of their shots. At this point, Zhou Hao's eyesight is even exceeding those cameras, and gambling masters cheating often use their own small calculations to avoid the camera lens, so that the monitoring cannot determine whether they cheated. He Hongsen dared to cheat on such occasions, which shows that he has confidence in his own strength. His speed of changing cards is no less than that of ordinary supermasters, but in front of Zhou Hao, he has no advantage. With Zhou Hao's full attention, all the internal forces gathered in his eyes, and He Hongsen's hand speed suddenly seemed to be slow motion. In front of the hand speed that others could not see, Zhou Hao could clearly see He Hongsen changing cards and watch him. It looks like he's doing a show for himself. He sneered in his heart. As expected, this was the time he was waiting. When everyone's attention was on He Hongsen, Zhou Hao started to make small movements, and very slight movements. As a supermaster, from Li Tsungyun's son-in-law, the research on hidden weapons is really top level. Although he rarely uses it, he can't hide the fact that he is a master. At this time, according to ordinary people's thinking, it should be abandoned. The hand of the gambling king made him cheat. However, Zhou Hao did not do this. He wanted to let the gambling king lose to himself. It was not his purpose to show himself. Everyone knew that he would use his hands and feet to make him unknowingly fail, which is better than being caught cheating. Also more embarrassed. Thinking of this, when Zhou Hao was about to exchange the cards in He Hongsen's hand with the whole cards on the table, he handed out a card that had been prepared for a while, and it was a very interesting card. His tactics were so fast that ordinary people saw it. If he can't, his shots are at the top level, and the camera is not clear. The card in He Hongsen's hand just left his hand and exchanged it with the card on the table. Even if he didn't see it, the card placed on the table was knocked into the air by another card. The red card that He Hongsen replaced Tao Jie has already been inserted into the underground. It can also be seen how strong Zhou Hao's power is, but unfortunately everyone can't see it. Just thinking that He Hongsen won Zhou Hao this time, and how much Macau will be in the future. Influences. Although the time is less than a second, in the eyes of everyone, many years have passed, and everyone is looking forward to the last card of the gambler He Hongsen. Since you want to lose money to me so much, I will fulfill your wish. I will show you what you want. The gambling is about to end. He Hong's son is very happy. Anyway, everyone understands. I must also know that he cheated. He Hong's son smiled without concealment. Zhou Hao didn't have the consciousness of losing money. Instead, He Hong's son smiled and said, if that's the case, just let it flop. I'm just trying to see if it's the card I want. Hey, let's take a look. My whole card is hearts. He Hong's son thought very well, just saying that it was a jack of hearts. But when he turned over the whole cards, his face changed drastically, and he didn't know what to do for a while. It shouldn't be turned over, but with so many people waiting to see, he can't keep holding cards. In fact, several people around him have already seen the edge of his whole card. It is a heart, but the number of hearts is still unclear. Everyone guesses that it should be the jack of hearts. After all, He Hong's son changed it. The card, just seeing him hesitate for a while, everyone is also very puzzled. Does He Hong's son still want to make everyone's appetite? Zhou Hao, that's the end of today's gambling game. This time I lost to you. I was convinced of the loss. You take the money. In the future, the title of Gambling King will be given to you. He seemed to be 10 years old, and his waist was a little bent. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that He Hong's son would recognize it if he didn't even show his card. Although everyone had guessed what method Zhou Hao must have used, they didn't see it at all. Everyone was curious and wanted to do something. Hoon's son turned over his cards, but now they are just spectators. They can only turn their eyes on Zhou Hao. If Zhou Hao wants to see the opponent's cards, according to the rules, He Hong's son will turn it over. Zhou Hao knows everyone's thoughts. If you let He Hong's son turn the cards around, it will definitely cause a sensation. He Hong's son's suspension of trading is a wise choice. Zhou Hao thought for a while before he said, Mr. Think clearly. If you admit defeat, you will lose $2 billion. He Hong's son looked at Zhou Hao bitterly, and his heart was full of resentment. This kid had not seen him for 2 years, but he actually won himself in the gambling world. He obviously changed the Jack of Hearts. How did he become the King of Hearts? Naturally, strength cannot be changed. He knew very well that Zhou Hao must have moved his hands and feet, and he didn't know where the problem was. This was very powerful. He gambled all the year round and practiced gambling skills very hard. In the final gambling game, he was caught people move their hands and feet without knowing it, which is beyond He Hong's son's cognition. He didn't know that Zhou Hao had used his great skill. He thought it was a gambling technique that the gambling demon first studied. Although he wanted to know the mystery, he couldn't ask, and he certainly couldn't ask. He now thinks how to solve the funds problem. He can spend $2 billion in gambling. In fact, the liquidity of many companies has been frozen, and he just waits to win the money and go back to solve it. Now that he has lost the money, these companies must have problems. What is in his mind now? And the mind to continue to block. After thinking for a while, he said to Zhou Hao, you finally succeeded and made me so embarrassed. After so many years, you are the first one, and you will be the new gambling king in the future. Okay, I give up. He stood up and looked at the people around him without any muddles. He didn't say anything and left with 2 bodyguards. He had already felt that the woman next to Zhou Hao was very strong, and he brought 2 of them. Bodyguard, it seems that there is no way to take others, and so many people are watching, he is willing to bet. Zhou Hao smiled slightly, looked at the back of He Hong's son's departure, and said loudly, Mr. Gambler, I am not interested in your name, and only once, it is not a win or loss. But I will give you a piece of advice. This time you are familiar with your money a lot, but don't because of this money. There will be a major problem in the capital chain, but don't blame me, you can do it yourself. After hearing what he said, He Hong's son's shoulders shook visibly, and then his footsteps became faster. Zhou Hao reminded him that instead of telling He Hong's son to be careful, he told others to take advantage of the fire and rob and start quickly. Everyone at the scene is not a fool. They naturally knew what to do at this time. They didn't even greet each other at all. They nodded and left the gambling arena. He Hong's son lost to Zhou Hao at the gambling table. This actually exceeded everyone's expectations. Everyone wanted Zhou Hao to win He Hong's son. But when Zhou Hao succeeded, everyone was in a dream. I didn't understand how He Hong's son lost to Zhou Hao. But now it's an indisputable fact that the king of gambling has left, and he has already given up. They don't know that He Hong's son will show mercy to Zhou Hao at this time. Let's not talk about the grievances between the two. Even if there is no grudge, 20 hundreds of millions of dollars is not a small amount. Who can use so much money to make a joke? Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon are relatively friends of Zhou Hao. Although they know that it is a good time to deal with He Hong San, they can't help but go to the table. Jingxi Mahjong Demon has even opened up the bet. The king's card. The gambling king had already left at this time. He wanted to look at the gambling king's card. Naturally, no one stopped it. Not to mention, everyone wanted to know what happened to He Hong San and Zhou Hao in this game. Zhou Hao naturally didn't care. After all, he won He Hong San. It is obvious to all. If they are not curious, it is not right. But even if they see He Hong San's cards, they can't guess how they did it. This method except for himself. No one in the gambling world should be able to do it. Jingxi Mahjong Magic turned over He Hong San's whole card. Everyone clearly saw that it was a king of hearts. Everyone gasped at the same time. No wonder He Hong San didn't dare to turn the whole card. He already had a king of hearts. Playing a whole card is undoubtedly cheating. Although everyone understands that at this time, anyone who can't give 1,000 is a fool, but if someone is caught on the spot, not only the money is gone, but his life will also be lost. Even if He Hong San said he would give up the title of Gambling King Zhou Hao. But Zhou Hao is definitely not the real Gambling King. One game will determine the winner. Unless he can win the opponent's life, how can he be better than the opponent? Now He Hong San didn't flip the cards and retreated directly. It was already his wisest choice. At the same time, everyone looked at Zhou Hao with admiration. They didn't understand how Zhou Hao caused He Hong San to change his cards. Only Bai Chongqing was thoughtful. The first day he met Zhou Hao was in the casino. At that time, he thought that the card change was successful, but he didn't know what was going on. There was a problem with his whole cards, so he suspected Zhou Hao. Hao moved his hands and feet, but couldn't figure out how to do it. Now this scene is happening again. Bai Chongqing said that Zhou Hao is really hidden, and some things have been hidden. Well, everyone, I've read what I should read. Is it time to get things done? 2 billion is not a small amount. Even if He Hong San's worth is not low, the loss of $2 billion will affect him. Yes, I believe you should also understand that if you can't do something in this opportunity, I believe you will regret it. Am I right? Zhou Hao did not speak until everyone looked at He Hong San's whole cards. They all knew why He Hong San gave up this time, and then said very deceptively. When He Hong San left, everyone had a certain amount of care in their hearts. Now that they heard Zhou Hao's words, they didn't even mean to greet them. They nodded and left together. Only Jingxi Mahjong Demon, Bai Chongqing, and He Hong San, they are a small team. Zhou Hao dealt with He Hong San this time, and then he was going to help Bai Chongqing to establish a new order in Macau. He Hong San's time has passed. He and the demon cult have already negotiated to deal with He Hong San after this gambling match. Two brothers. Now is the best time to deal with He Hong San. Brother Chongqing, you must spread the results of this gambling match. By then everyone will know that He Hong San has lost $2 billion in gambling. There must be a fault in the cash flow of China. Then those banks, creditors, and cooperative companies will definitely panic. Zhou Hao did not hesitate, almost giving orders to Bai Chongqing. Because of Zhou Hao's performance before, and because of his own strength, Bai Chongqing had no intention of resisting Zhou Hao's orders. Hearing what he said, his eyes lit up. You're right. If we do, we can let He Hong San is in desperation. In addition to the $2 billion lost to you, there will definitely be a lot of losses. We can fish in troubled waters, and everything will be a matter of course at that time. Brother Chongqing, we are not fishing in troubled waters. We are the main killers this time. Those who take advantage of the fire and take advantage of the situation are all scattered forces. Brother Chongqing, our goal this time is to overthrow He Hong San, the future of Macau. The king is you. Zhou Hao smiled and shook his head. Although Bai Chongqing has been thinking about dealing with He Hong San for many years, he has never been successful. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, he already understood what Zhou Hao meant. If someone else said this, Bai Chongqing would definitely doubt it. But Zhou Hao really has this kind of strength. Thinking of the two people's cooperation statement at the beginning, he was eliminated by accident and out early, thinking that there was no hope of dealing with He Hong San. But I didn't expect that I had always made the right decision. I met Zhou Hao. Although he did not personally defeat He Hong San, now He Hong San not only defeated He Hong San, but also helped him become the king of Macau. Bai Chongqing is different from Jingxi Mahjong Demon. Although in terms of gambling, his strength is higher than Jingxi Mahjong Demon, But in terms of strength, in fact, Bai Changsheng has more experience in business. He just started from a higher starting point. Jingxi Mahjong Demon is just like Zhou Hao, who studied under the gambling demon. He wanted to overthrow He Hongxin mainly for the development of his own power and his position in the gambling world. In fact, he didn't care so much. Now is the best opportunity. Brother, what do you think you should do? As long as you need me. Just tell me that overthrowing He Hongxin has always been our goal. Now that he has all resigned, the opportunity has come. Bai Changxing thought in his heart. Without hesitation, he nodded to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is very satisfied with Bai Changxing's reaction. He is a truly smart person who knows how to judge the situation. He not only always wants to deal with He Hongxin, but also knows to accept the help of others. Such a person will really become the king of Macau. In conjunction with the peaceful return of the government to Macau, this is also Zhou Hao's willingness to become the strongest force in Macau. Everything he did was to make Macau return smoothly. Jingxi Mahjong Demon is actually the most confused person. From start to finish, he doesn't know the relationship between Zhou Hao and Bai Changsheng. But now Zhou Hao has already discussed with Bai Changxing on He Hongxin in front of him. I was shocked. Zhou Hao had already asked Wang Xiaohu and others to investigate the Jingxi Mahjong Demon, and he also asked Lu Hongmei about the information about a relatively well-known gambling master. Jingxi Mahjong Demon and the demon cult also has them. They can all confirm Jingxi Mahjong. The devil has nothing to do with the gambling king. He said so, not worried about the Jingxi Mahjong devil. Brother, is there something with me? If you need me to do anything, just say it. Don't be polite. Although I am not as strong as theirs now, I can help a little, and it should be fine. Jingxi Mahjong the demon looked around for a long time, and finally couldn't help but speak. Zhou Hao smiled. He already knew that the Jingxi Mahjong demon would not be able to bear it. Although this man is not young, he is an impulsive person. If he does not speak, there is definitely a problem. Now that he does, he appears to be fine. In fact, everyone understands the situation. Zhou Hao and Bai Changxing looked at each other and smiled, and then Zhou Hao said, Brother, don't worry, there must be something about you. You should have heard of my fortune, mainly the Hong Kong stock market. He Hongxin has lost $2 billion now, and his company's stocks will definitely fall. As for how much you can profit from it, it depends on your investment. Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon shine together. If they are in other fields, they may still have some doubts about Zhou Hao, but when it comes to stocks, they must believe in Zhou Hao very much. This is a famous stock god, Zhou Hao. At this time, if someone says that they can make a steady profit in the stock market, they believe in Zhou Hao, and no one else can believe that Soros, known as the Gold Finger, is not Zhou Hao's opponent, let alone other people. He Hongxin is definitely not stronger than Zhou Hao in the field of the stock market. At this time, the stock god Buffett that Zhou Hao knew in his previous life has not yet become famous. They don't know the existence of the world stock god, but in their opinion, Zhou Hao is a world-class stock god. Anyone who plays stocks does not know Zhou Hao's reputation. Instead of saying that Zhou Hao needs their help now, it is rather that Zhou Hao is creating opportunities for them to make a fortune. As long as they figure out their position and know who they should follow, they can make a profit in this stock market battle. How much profit you can get depends on how much you invest. They didn't know that Zhou Hao had united with the demon cult this time, and he would definitely have a fatal blow to He Hongxin by then. But they all knew that He Hongxin had a lot of enemies. If the news spreads, He Hongxin must be devastated. Now I can really understand why He Hongxin is in a hurry. He doesn't want to let himself be cleaned up. He is going to prepare, but he has lost $2 billion. No matter who it is, he wants to help him. It's difficult. Even if I go to the bank immediately for a loan, it is not so fast. At the same time, they have also figured out that Zhou Hao's real goal of gambling with He Hongxin for $2 billion is not to win He Hongxin's money. The actual purpose is to cause problems in his entire company, and then the stock fall. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but admire Zhou Hao again in their hearts. This young man was obviously a lot younger than the two of them, but step by step, even He Hongxin got into his trap. Fortunately, everyone is a friend, otherwise. I really don't know when Zhou Hao was calculated to die. Zhou Hao didn't care what they were thinking. When dealing with He Hongxin, he just planned according to his normal thinking. The day before yesterday was really successful when he won He Hongxin. Fortunately, he did not make a mistake. Otherwise, he would not be able to deal with him, but would strengthen him. Everyone is smart and doesn't need too much instruction. Bai Changsheng has already spoken. Brother, I will go and spread out the fact that he lost the game, and then we will meet on the stock market. Jingxi Mahjong Demon also smiled and said, this is a good opportunity to make a fortune. I can't miss it. I have some friends who have a good relationship, and I want to let them make a fortune together. They still have some financial resources. They should be able to make money this time. Make a fortune in the stock market. Zhou Hao nodded and said to them, brothers, hurry up now. I guess He Hongsun will be embarrassed by tomorrow at the latest. If you start late, I'm afraid the profit will be much smaller. Believe me. Wrong. It will be wonderful tomorrow. Jingxi Mahjong Devil and Bai Changxing nodded clearly and went to work on their own affairs separately. In fact, there are not many people left in the venue. Today, because of the gambling match between He Hongsun and Zhou Hao, Putin Casino has it was much colder than usual, and there was basically no one for half a day in the morning. Now everyone is gone. In the empty hall, only Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei are left. He smiled and said to Lu Hongmei, Sister Mei, we should also go back and prepare. He Hongsun probably won't be able to hold it this time, just don't know him. What will happen in the end? Yeah, don't you know? As the saying goes, ants kill elephants. Even if you don't do it, He Hongsun will be badly injured this time. But you are ready to do it this time. He can survive tomorrow. I think it's not a big chance, right? Lu Hongmei hasn't said a word. Now looking at Zhou Hao, can't help but tease. In her opinion, He Hongsun played with these people in applause with a completely out-of-age-old way. It was too powerful. Having been the leader of the demon cult for many years, he was not as powerful as Zhou Hao. In fact, Zhou Hao knows very well that the reason why he can influence so many people and make them listen to his own words is not because of how powerful he is, nor because they have all sincerely convinced themselves. In fact, it is a common denominator of mankind. The reason why they are truly obedient is that they are profitable. Except for Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Changxing, none of the remaining gamblers who watched the game were innocent and long-term gambling veterans, and some had no background. They wanted to bet like a lone ranger like Jingxi Mahjong Demon. Apprentices, after all, are a minority. What's more, even the Jingxi Mahjong Demon, he just said that there are a few friends who are quite good, and I want to inform him, Zhou Hao doesn't believe his friends. They are just ordinary gamblers. Maybe they are the boss of some enterprise or the son of a rich man. Although it doesn't matter if there are one or two such people, there are more people, and they are also a big force. His contact with the Jingxi Mahjong Demon didn't value his strength, but now that he can have more help is not a bad thing. He Hongsun is really going to be full of evil this time. There are too many people dealing with him. Whether it is me or the demon cult, as long as he shoots directly, he can't hold it. Even if it is not for us, those people will be enough for him. But I actually don't want him to die. Zhou Hao thought for a while and sighed quietly. Zhou Hao won the gambling king, He Hongsun, at the gambling table. With the intention of Jingxi Mahjong Devil and Bai Changsheng, this news has become well known. Although people don't know the details, they know that the gambling king, He Hongsun, lost to Zhou Hao $2 billion. Regarding this kind of news, ordinary people at most treat it as after-hours talks. People who like He Hongsun will say that he lost to Zhou Hao accidentally. People who don't like He Hongsun feel that he deserves it this time. Arrogant. Now the gutter is finally overturned. Various people have various comments. He Hongsun and Zhou Hao naturally don't care about such comments. However, in addition to ordinary people, there are some people who are particularly concerned about this result. By He Hongsun's opponents, as well as his partners, they take this news very seriously. Anyone who can have a certain status in the gambling world or in the business world is not a fool. In today's gambling game, He Hongsun lost $2 billion to Zhou Hao. Everyone knows what it means, especially those who are more willing to deal with He Hongsun's people are even more aware of what a great opportunity this is. In addition to the people participating in the competition, everyone else is also intensively preparing to deal with He Hongsun, as if a storm is brewing. Even if it is not as good as the financial turmoil during Hong Kong's return this time, it is estimated that it will not be much better. Moreover, Zhou Hao guessed that, in addition to a few major forces, foreign forces say no if they can intervene in dealing with He Hongsun. Good to get involved. Moreover, he is most concerned about the dynamics of the central government. Although he is working for the central government, he actually has no appointments. He is also more concerned about his hostile faction, the Dong family. With the Dong family's behavioral style, he will definitely intervene this time. This is not a good thing. He is not afraid that the Dong family will get a piece of the pie. The key is that he is afraid that he will get in the way and help He Hongsun. Although it is said that the central government is generally unanimous in external affairs, dealing with He Hongsun is actually not a foreign affairs. If the Dong family secretly takes action, it is completely understandable. Because of He Hongsun, the big bosses of the central government certainly won't turn against the Dong family faction. Zhou Hao must consider all these things, otherwise the resistance against He Hongsun will increase, and he will lose even more, even if he wants to deal with He Hongsun does not want to suffer. On the way back, Lu Hongmei saw Zhou Hao frowning in the car and asked concerned, "Zhou Hao, how are you doing and what are you thinking? I seem to be worried about He Hongsun." "Of course I am worried. After all, they are a generation of gambling kings. We want him to bow his head and admit defeat. How easy is it? We only see people who want to deal with him. But where does his friend and help come from? I don't know. I don't believe that He Hongsun has been in business for so many years, and I can easily break up a bet by me. That would be too disappointing." Zhou Hao still thought about his heart, smiled, and said to Lu Hong. Lu Hongmei chuckled. "What do you mean? I think He Hongsun lost the $2 billion US. His face is green. This is not RMB. $2 billion US is enough for 1/5 of He Hongsun's wealth. It's just to make him hurt, otherwise I will bet something with him. I take this opportunity to deal with him. First of all, he can't accept it. Unfortunately, He Hongsun has been famous for many years and has always been arrogant. This time I was stupid. My luck was not bad and I won him." Zhou Hao also smiled, saying that he seemed to be lucky. Lu Hongmei didn't refute Zhou Hao's words, but she knew in her heart that if Zhou Hao only relied on luck, he would not be able to win He Hongsun, especially in the last round. At least she didn't see what was going on. As they were talking, Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei saw 4 cars in front of their cars, just blocking their way. They showed up before, and there were no cars at all. The cars that suddenly appeared were all from the fork in the road. Collected. Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei are not ordinary people. They naturally don't believe that all this is a coincidence. With such a wide road, the 4 of them directly blocked Zhou Hao's car. Who can believe it is a coincidence? Zhou Hao, it seems that we have been calculated by others. He Hongsun's actions are really fast, but I don't know what they want to do. For you, the chances that the top players can be harmed are running out. Lu Hongmei not in a hurry. He smiled and said to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shook his head, but also smiled. It shouldn't be He Hongsun's people. Even if he wants to deal with me, he has to protect himself first. These people should come from Xiaohing's business. They were right. These people were the ones who failed to track Zhou Hao and were detained by the car. What Zhou Hao did not cause them much loss. The key is to lose face and lose Biao now. It has almost become a joke on the roads of Macau. Now that there is a chance, it is natural to deal with Zhou Hao. When a few cars appeared in front of them, Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei hadn't planned to withdraw from the back. They also followed the 4 cars behind. They were driving side by side, squeezing the cars of Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei. Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei smiled at each other. Now they understand very well that this is a traffic lane and there is no possibility of turning back. Moreover, according to the width of the road, they want to overtake, but they can't do it at all, but they are not in a hurry. There shouldn't be any gangsters who can make them suffer. Just as they were thinking, Zhou Hao suddenly saw someone in the car behind him poking out his head, and then he took out a bazooka from the car, carried it on his shoulder, and aimed at Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei's car. Even if Zhou Hao is already a master, he is still a normal person. He is not the indestructible body of King Kong. If the car is really hit by a rocket launcher and then explodes, Zhou Hao will die, not to mention his strength is not as good as Lu Hongmei. There is no chance of escape. Sister Hong, jump off the car quickly, we meet underneath the car, and go quickly. Zhou Hao reacted quickly, stretched out his hand, knocked the car door beside Lu Hongmei into the air, then opened his car door and jumped forward. When he saw the situation of the car behind, Lu Hongmei also saw clearly that she had a certain understanding of how powerful this weapon was. If a car was hit by it, there would be no reason for it not to explode. Until then, she would not even kill herself. I did not hesitate to do what Zhou Hao said. At this time, on the highway, cars are driving around by me. If it is an ordinary person, let alone jumping, they will have soft legs. But Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei's movements are very simple. The two of them flew to the side of the road, and they had to dodge the car following, which means that their strength is very strong. If they are changed to a weaker person, they will not be able to reflect. When they fly out, they are behind the car at the same time. Slapped him on the roof. Lu Hongmei's strength is not weak, but it's far inferior to the absolute master. She slapped her hand and just took advantage of her strength to escape, while Zhou Hao was not that simple. He hated the people behind to kill him and showed no mercy. To a certain extent, the supermaster has actually exceeded the physical limit of human beings, and Zhou Hao is the top master among supermasters. He is hardly a human being. How much power does his palm have? There is no test, but this time the power of the palm of the hand also makes people know how terrifying the top master is. He just slapped the roof of the car hastily. The whole car seemed to be knocked by a hammer. The whole roof was slapped off by him. The people in the car were unlucky. They didn't even react. Was crushed into meatloaf. Zhou Hao didn't know how many people were in the car, but he knew that these people were all here to kill him, and it was not worth thinking about them. When he landed on the side of the road, Lu Hongmei was not far away, and of the 8 cars crowded with his car, 1 was scrapped by Zhou Hao, and 7 were already dozens of meters away. In the loud noise, Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei's car was bombed by a rocket launcher. What happened just now was so fast that the killer didn't reflect it at all. They didn't know that Lu Hongmei and Zhou Hao had left the car before the bazooka hit the car. But when the car exploded, they still reacted. There was no one inside, and the accomplice's car was unexpectedly flat. They didn't understand how all this happened. They even suspected that they were dreaming and couldn't understand Zhou Hao. Do counterattack. As professional assassins, they were all a little dazed at this moment. They didn't know what kind of monster they were going to face this time. The rocket launcher could not die, and they could counterattack with strength. Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei didn't allow them to think about so much time. After they landed, they were already approaching the car quickly. To some extent, their speed has exceeded the limit of the human body. Even if the other party is a car, they in the eyes, it is not necessarily faster. And because these assassins were dumbfounded, instead of reacting, Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei had already come to them. After all, killers often engage in high-risk transactions. Even though they were a little shocked that their companions were killed at this time, they didn't know what was going on, but they still reacted when they saw 2 people who were invisible to the naked eye. I knew in my heart that I met a master this time. Among the 7 cars, there are 2 people in each car. Some of them are holding pistols, and some are holding microdrives. Anyway, they are all equipped with weapons, and they are still covering the person carrying the bazooka. They probably want him to do it again. Use it once. Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei exchanged glances in the air, and they all saw the disdain in each other's eyes. They both thought that modern weapons in their hands were already powerful enough. In fact, in many cases, modern weapons cannot really threaten these martial arts masters unless they are used. Sneak attack with heavy weapons. Despite this, Zhou Hao was still not too big. Being cautious is always the style. If he has been careless, he doesn't know how many times he has died now. The person is in the air, and the software on his waist has appeared in his hands. At this time, Zhou Hao is like a knight in ancient times. Under the urging of internal force, the software is already straight, even if the opponent has a bullet flying over, with Zhou Hao's eyesight. Can also be seen very clearly. The soft sword was Zhou Hao's first use, but he knew that this sword was very powerful. Even other swords that were also swords were dwarfed by him. These mass-produced bullets were naturally useless. He used his internal force to force a 3-foot-long sword on the soft sword. This was the first time he had used the soft sword with all his strength. He could see Lu Hongmei in the Mercedes-Benz next to him, his eyes hot, and the 3-foot sword gang. What kind of concept is this? The sword was used as a spear, and it was the kind of indestructible spear. Zhou Hao never thought about the power of his sword gang. After all, he had never used an ancient weapon before, and it was the first time he had used it. But even for the first use, it was enough to shock anyone. Those bullets that flew towards Zhou Hao couldn't get close to Zhou Hao. The software that Zhou Hao Wu had smashed to the ground one by one, even those with explosions. The bullets of the attributes did not explode. Such an unscientific phenomenon appeared in the eyes of those assassins, and his hands were a little soft. How could Zhou Hao feel that he was not a human at all? How could a person be so powerful? They ignored Lu Hongmei when the police Zhou Hao was very powerful. After all, Zhou Hao's light was too bright and attracted everyone's attention. However, Lu Hongmei must not be weak, but her attack method was a bit special. Even Zhou Hao was the first seen once. Lu Hongmei doesn't have any swords, but she also carries a weapon, which is a very special weapon, embroidered needles, with thread on it. Just like those characters in the movie who use needles. Zhou Hao has seen several versions of swordsmen. The weapon used by Dongfang Undefeated is the embroidery needle. He restrained all the masters with a single needle. If it weren't for the spirit of being restrained by others at the critical moment, people would succeed in a sneak attack. Dongfang Undefeated, there is no possibility of failure. At first, Zhou Hao only thought that all of this was fabricated by the author. He didn't expect to see Lu Hongmei making a shot today. He actually used embroidery needles, and it seemed that he was not weaker than Dongfang. The two were born in the same demon sect. Zhou Hao was thinking about whether there was an undefeated person from the East, and he was known by Jin Yong, the author of Swordsman, and then polished and processed by him to become a character in the book. Or how could Lu Hongmei use such a weapon by coincidence? If you change to an ordinary person, at this time, you still have to think about so many messy things. He has been shot to death by people long ago. However, Zhou Hao, who has reached the realm of a supermaster, can not only do two purposes with one mind, but also can do it completely by instinct. Shooting, like the ability to foresee danger, when the bullet is approaching, he shoots the bullet and splits it. The distance between the two sides was only a few tens of meters. At the speed of Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei, even if they were blocked to a certain extent, they came to the killers in the blink of an eye. Lu Hongmei had already severely injured them during the flight. Zhou Hao's people have not yet reached the killer's face. Of these 14 killers, 8 of them have been put on hands by Lu Hongmei's embroidery needles and threads. Their hands are as if they were tied with a rope, Lu Hongmei's small embroidery needle. It abolished their combat effectiveness. Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei are both top masters. Under their joint hands, even if they face two supermasters, they will not necessarily suffer. Although these people have advanced weapons and dense bullets, they are really not threatening. To the safety of the two, especially around Zhou Hao's body, it was like a bullet-restricted area. Lu Hongmei is not as powerful as Zhou Hao, able to cut all the bullets, but her strength is enough to avoid bullets. After a person's martial arts reaches a certain level, modern weapons are actually not threatening. At least the quasi-extreme state of Lu Hongmei exists like this. And she has a very special weapon. When the embroidery needle is really used, it is invisible to the naked eye. It is more dangerous than a bullet and so slender. But Zhou Hao knew that the embroidery needles looked very slender. In Lu Hongmei's hands, they were already firm and stainless steel under the profusion of internal force. These killers' wrists were all pierced by an embroidery needle. Because Zhou Hao was holding a sword in his hand, he didn't have the ability to condense the gas, nor did he manage to deal with people remotely. Instead, Lu Hongmei's embroidery needles controlled the other 8 people. In fact, according to the quality of these killers, even if something like an embroidery needle penetrates their wrists, it is not enough to make them surrender. The key is the shock that Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei have brought to everyone. They simply cannot imagine how humans can do this. Zhou Hao is not afraid of bullets. After all, before they came to do the task, they heard that Zhou Hao was a great character, but Lu Hongmei, a woman, actually used embroidery needles to bring more shocking effects than pistols. They were somewhat unacceptable. These two people are also too good. The task to be taken this time is not that simple at all. Zhou Hao didn't want to know what the killers were thinking, and he also knew that these people must have been shocked by the two of them. They began to use guns against themselves. After the wrists of the 8 people were pierced by Lu Hongmei with embroidery needles, give up resistance. The killer who was about to release the rocket launcher even put down the rocket launcher. For the first time, he didn't hit Zhou Hao. It can be said that Zhou Hao was alert. But now everyone has seen Zhou Hao's ability. He doesn't think his strength can threaten Zhou Hao. If the rocket is really fired, they can't imagine whether Zhou Hao will throw this shell back. Now Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei in their eyes are almost equal to Superman. They really regretted accepting the task this time. As for the mission objectives, ordinary killers will do some research. This time they have no exceptions. They did research Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao's identity is mysterious. They just know that this guy has performed in a hijacking case, but in fact, they don't even know how powerful it is. Now they understand that this kid is not a human being at all. No wonder the robbers were caught by Zhou Hao. This does not mean that the robbers are too weak, but Zhou Hao is too strong. Although they have 14 people now, 8 of them are no longer able to do it, and the other 6 are already shocked and don't want to do it anymore. They are all professional killers. If it were normal, they would have been desperate, but now they are encountered opponents. Beyond the norm, they all don't know what to do. Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei also saw what they meant, and did not force them too much. Zhou Hao saw the guns in the hands of the remaining 6 people cut off, and then smiled and asked, "Since you have given up resistance, I am not embarrassed. You, tell me honestly, who sent you here?" The killer carrying the rocket launcher should be the boss of the group. When Zhou Hao began to question, everyone's eyes were on this person, and Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei naturally looked at him. This assassin is 30 years old, with an ordinary face, and it really meets the requirements of a professional assassin, and from his appearance, he seems to be very honest. Who would have thought that he was actually a killer boss, and he still used heavy weapons to deal with others? That one. You don't need to ask us, we won't tell the employer. How do you want to deal with us? Even if you deal with it well, if we are soft, for so many years, we will be nothing. The boss's eyes were firm, and his words were firm. Zhou Hao understands that these assassins are not so easy to talk. They know that they will definitely want to ask questions, and will stand here. They must have made plans not to speak up, but for such people, Zhou Hao still has a certain method. Actually, you don't need to be tight-lipped with me. You missed this time. In the future, you will no longer be able to gain a foothold in this industry. You are about to disband. Why do you have to keep your trust? Is your brother's life so worthless? You should see that I am not a good talker. I can kill someone without blinking my eyes. When Zhou Hao spoke, his face was smiling, but the killers felt cold. The killer boss was also a little nervous. If Zhou Hao said it viciously, he would still feel that the other party was bluffing, but Zhou Hao was so calm and gentle. In his eyes, his brother's life must be really impossible. Let him care. Zhou Hao looked at the boss's eyes, knowing that he had understood what he meant, and then took a pat on the car next to him, and immediately left a deep fingerprint on the steel plate of the car. Do you think that among your brothers, whose bones can be harder than this steel plate? If there are such people, I really want to meet them. I don't know if they can withstand my light pat. Although Zhou Hao's force has been verified, the necessary pressure is still very necessary. Not only the boss of the killer, but also the killers around him, even Lu Hongmei, had a heartbeat. She had already seen Zhou Hao's many skills, but it was too exaggerated to leave his palm prints on the car steel plates so easily. Lu Hongmei is not impossible. It's just that Zhou Hao can do it lightly. It is estimated that she will not be able to do it in a few decades. She guessed in her heart that even if she breaks through the current realm, she may not be able to do it. She also understood a little now that Zhou Hao's true strength was already above that of ordinary supermasters. Those assassins are not masters, and they don't have any special martial arts. They don't understand the difference between realms, but they can also see that Zhou Hao is powerful. It is a steel plate, a person's hand. Just take a palm print on it. There was no sound at all, as if it was pinched. If such a person slapped himself with a palm, let alone a broken tendon, he might be able to slap himself to death. Several killers were secretly swallowing saliva. This kid is indeed non-human. Zhou Hao saw that his hand was very useful and continued to laugh. I said that although you missed this time, I can pay you the money. How much your employer paid, I will give you double. As long as you tell me who hired you. What do you think? Even if you don't say it, I can guess it, but I'm more certain of what you said. Zhou Hao didn't really lie to them with these words. Based on Zhou Hao's experience in Macau, he could find someone to deal with him, but it was only 2 groups of forces, but now he wanted to determine whether it was He Hong Sun or Song Biao. For those who want to put himself to death, Zhou Hao will never let him live long in this world. He thinks that even if He Hong Sun wants to die by himself, he should not send a killer, especially the bodyguards around him know him. After his strength, he even less believed that He Hong Sun would be so unwise. Naturally, Zhou Hao's thoughts cannot be told to these assassins. From the perspective of these assassins, Zhou Hao can actually use any means to torture them. He is only buying it with money now, which is already considered polite. The killer boss is obviously not a fool. Even if he wants to resist now, he can't do it anymore. It's better to listen to Zhou Hao's words, take Zhou Hao's money, and then leave Macau quickly. As long as he has money, he wants to do something. It's okay, and twice the commission is enough for them to retire early. I can tell you. But during your stay in Macau, you must ensure that you will not deal with our people and let us leave Macau smoothly. Otherwise, I will definitely not tell you. After thinking about it, the killer boss said. Zhou Hao shrugged and said with a smile, "As you wish, as long as you tell the story behind the scenes, I will certainly not be difficult for you." "Well, in that case, you will let my brother leave first. I will leave you as a hostage. After they leave you, I will make sure they are safe. I will tell you everything. What do you think?" The boss heard Zhou Hao's words and asked again. "Hee, you really think that I have a problem with IQ? Your people are gone. You have no more scruples. Can you still honestly explain to me? Don't be so naive." Zhou Hao sneered and suddenly stretched out shot. He is still 7 or 8 meters away from the killers. According to this distance, everyone thinks that Zhou Hao will get close to them even if they want to make a shot. Even if they don't have the ability to react, at least Zhou Hao must get close first. But it's true. He shot. Everyone knew that he had underestimated Zhou Hao's strength again. Before Zhou Hao met Xiao Zhao, he was able to, some smaller things around. But now his strength has improved. To some extent, many things that could not be done before can be done. It was easy. Just as he stretched out his hand, Zhou Hao stubbornly sucked a killer closest to him to his side. According to that person, there was 150 caddies, but in Zhou Hao's eyes, it was like a small chicken. Whatever he wants, that person doesn't even have the ability to resist. Zhou Hao just grabbed the assassin's arm. He was one of the 6 uninjured assassins, but he fell into Zhou Hao's hands, not as good as he was stabbed by Lu Hongmei before. Since you don't cooperate honestly, someone will always be hurt. If you don't cooperate so well, your brother will suffer a little bit. Zhou Hao said. His eyes flashed, and he didn't wait for the killer boss to speak and catch the killer. The arm of the hand twisted, and the opponent's arm was like paper, and it broke into 2 sections with a click. Fortunately, Zhou Hao was still scrupulous about Lu Hongmei being by his side. It was not very bloody, otherwise the man's arm had at least left his body. Even so, he also screamed, and the big beads of sweat trickled down. When someone twisted his arm abruptly, it was just a scream, and then he bit his lip. Zhou Hao was also a little admired. It is true that he lives on the edge of life and death every day. At least he has a good ability to bear pain, but he can hold it back. It must be visible. As he guessed, the assassin boss's face changed, and he quickly said, "Don't do it." I said. "I say everything. I will tell you everything you want to know." This is so good. I originally hated violence. Now you can tell me honestly who hired you to kill me. I hope you don't miss anything. From your point of view, you should understand the details. I want to investigate the whereabouts of someone. It shouldn't be difficult. Don't let me find you again. Zhou Hao seemed to have done nothing before, letting go of the killer, and said with a smile. The more Zhou Hao smiled, the more chilling the killer boss was. This guy was like a smiling tiger, and he couldn't see what he was thinking. He just knew that he shouldn't provoke Zhou Hao. The only thing he could do was to be honest. Lu Hongmei looked at Zhou Hao by her side. She now understands that Zhou Hao's performance in her own teaching was nothing at all. This guy seems to be a natural master of conspiracy and understanding of people's hearts. Whatever you think, can find their weaknesses. She didn't know that Zhou Hao 2 lives, especially the previous life because he died because of being framed by others. With so many experiences in this life, if he can no longer understand people's hearts, he will really live in vain for so many years. But she didn't know this, and she felt that Zhou Hao was too mysterious. She was young, but she had such a scheming. Fortunately, everyone was her own. If there were such enemies, no matter who they were, they would have trouble sleeping and eating. She is now also grateful for her choice. Zhou Hao naturally didn't know what Lu Hongmei was thinking. He was listening to the report of the killer boss. He acted with kindness and coercion. Under the coercion and temptation, the killer boss could not hold it anymore. As Zhou Hao said, after this fall, it is impossible for the killers to continue in this industry. Now they can retire early with Zhou Hao's money as a guarantee. In that case, they are still very wise. Choose, give up keeping secrets. The people who hired us this time did not actually tell us their identities. They all placed orders through the internet. The purpose was to let us kill you, and it was today. But as far as we know, the person who placed the order this time should be a gangster. According to their behavior style, we guessed that way. The boss was more honest and didn't play tricks. He explained the truth to Zhou Hao, but he didn't know who hired him. However, Zhou Hao's heart was like a bright mirror. Even though He Hong's son was involved in the underworld, he was not the underworld. It was obvious who the target was. Zhou Hao did not fail to say anything. After the killer boss said everything he knew, he let them go. Although these people appeared for their own lives, they were only tools, taking people's money and eliminating disasters. He has had a career since ancient times. He has no grievances against these killers, and he will not really kill them all, but there is a lesson. Everyone has 3 fingers, which is the minimum, and they are all right hands. Knowing that these people don't have any particularly powerful martial arts, he just abolished their shooting hands and prevented them from continuing in this industry. Zhou Hao is not a saint, but he can't be punished at all. Some punishments are necessary for them. This result is quite satisfactory. Lu Hongmei never thought Zhou Hao was a magnanimous person. Such a practice is completely normal. However, he did not forget that he did give the killer boss double the money. First because he fulfilled his previous promise, and also because he helped these people change their careers. These people have this money. As long as they are not greedy, they can change it. Positive. Although the killers had disabled a hand because of Zhou Hao, they still hated Zhou Hao. With Zhou Hao's strength, trying to kill them is as easy as crushing an ant. Not only did he not take action against them, instead, they gave them money back. In fact, they are already a little grateful. Everything you do to us will be kept in mind in the future. I will also tell you one thing we know. While we accept the task, there are other killers who have taken over the task. We are just leading the way. That's it. You have to be more careful. Not every killer will blatantly shoot like us. They have a variety of different methods. The killer boss felt that Zhou Hao did not kill his own people and gave a message. At this time, Lu Hongmei had to admire Zhou Hao. Even though he didn't know if he had already guessed that there would be such a result, at least it can be seen that the killer boss only gave this one because Zhou Hao said something. Although in the eyes of Lu Hongmei and Zhou Hao, such news is actually of little use to them. After all, Zhou Hao's current strength is not afraid of any sneak attacks, even if it is the use of poisons or even more peculiar assassination methods. Hao can also overcome it completely. But getting such news at least shows that Zhou Hao's treatment of the killer has been very rewarding. Zhou Hao smiled and said to the killer, "You can get out of the way and leave Macau quickly. No one should embarrass you." All the things that should be said have already been said, and the killers can't completely believe Zhou Hao. Since Zhou Hao is ready to let them go, they naturally want to go quickly. If they can leave Zhou Hao, that's the best choice. How far they can go. Just how far. They don't want to be too close to a master like Zhou Hao. They have killed many people before and have taken on various difficult tasks, but the targets of assassination, without exception, are ordinary people, or have more powerful bodyguards. But how powerful they are, they have not, and more unable to believe that people like Zhou Hao existed. This guy simply violated objective laws. Not to mention Zhou Hao, even Lu Hongmei. These assassins didn't think they could kill them. Such people exist as if they were gods. They can only feel their insignificance in front of them. Although Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei did not kill them, they were more frightened than they killed them in their hearts. Everyone is smart. The reason why Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei did not kill them was not because they were kind, but they were actually them. I felt that there was no need to kill them. In other words, in Zhou Hao's eyes, these assassins were not worthy of Zhou Hao's assassinations. Although such a conclusion was frustrating, the assassins didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Zhou Hao and Lu Hongmei didn't say much. Except to let the killers leave a car, they just watched them leave. The killers were very afraid of Zhou Hao. Anyway, as long as Zhou Hao said, they would agree, and they drove the rest of the car away soon. In fact, only 2 people were really lost this time, and the others were not injured. When these killers left, Lu Hongmei frowned and asked Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, after listening to them, can you be sure who is going to deal with you? What are you going to do?" I have basically understood this question. I just didn't think that He Hong Sen didn't deal with me. On the contrary, someone else would deal with me first. It just so happens that I want to clean up the underworld forces in Macau. If the current order continues, I don't think it is a good thing. Zhou Hao shrugged casually and said with a smile. If someone else said something like this, Lu Hongmei would definitely frown and blame the other party for ranting. But Zhou Hao would take these words for granted. She just wanted to know what Zhou Hao wanted to do. Compared with the current underworld forces in Macau, He Hongsun's power is a bit stronger. Zhou Hao can defeat He Hongsun in the gambling world by his own ability. It is simply too easy to sort out the underworld. Lu Hongmei is rude. Said that with the strength of the demon cult, Macau's underworld can be cleaned up again. Lu Hongmei didn't ask what Zhou Hao wanted to do. Anyway, the current demon cult and Zhou Hao are one. As long as Zhou Hao wants to do, Lu Hongmei will definitely support her. Even if she is not the current demon leader, but the current demon leader, it was Xiao Zhao. This was Zhou Hao's woman, one step closer than the relationship between herself and him. Zhou Hao didn't explain what he was going to do. Instead, he got Lu Hongmei into the car, and then smiled at Lu Hongmei. Sister Mei, it's early today. I don't know if you mind having a little aftertaste. Lu Hong's eyebrows jumped, knowing that Zhou Hao would definitely want to do something. But naturally, she would not refuse such an offer, and she actually wanted to see what Zhou Hao wanted. To some extent, Lu Hongmei left the devil. After teaching, the mentality is changing. Not only did she want to improve her realm and follow Zhou Hao to break through to the ultimate master realm as soon as possible, but also because she had stepped down from the position of the demon leader, the burden on her body was relieved and her mentality became more relaxed. Now Zhou Hao wants to take her to find some after show, but she feels a little excited, as if she is afraid that the world will not be chaotic. We will do whatever you want. Anyway, I have decided to follow you, so you can decide directly. Thinking of this, Lu Hongmei sat in the car and said to Zhou Hao very firmly. Zhou Hao nodded in satisfaction. The personalities of the master and apprentice are really the same. They smiled and said, Sister Mei, since they have all come to us this time, we have to show what we say, otherwise it will be true. It makes people think we are good bullies. This is not my style. Lu Hongmei saw Zhou Hao's eyebrows slightly raised. She guessed that someone was going to be unlucky, and this person should probably be behind the assassination. She has actually guessed who it is. After all, she is the former demon leader. Before cooperating with Zhou Hao, she must also understand Zhou Hao's situation. Moreover, Xiao Zhao and Lu Hongmei mentioned it together. They once mentioned He Hongsun together. He Xiaoheng, his nephew, was scrapped and shaved Song Biao's face. Now that the main ambassador is not He Hongsun, and the other person is the only target, she has to feel sad for that person, and she can get it by mixing in the underworld. She must think that she is very great, and she should not be offended. People out. But she has no sympathy. For such people, she can only blame them for their own destruction. Lu Hongmei is not a truly benevolent person. As the former leader of the demon sect, if she is benevolent, she would never know when she would be pushed down. Now she just wanted to see how Zhou Hao dealt with that gangster. Zhou Hao didn't care what Lu Hongmei was thinking. He believed that on the way back, he would never encounter assassins again. Generally speaking, although two groups of assassins were not an organization, they rarely prepared to assassinate one person at the same time. The killer was too unprofessional. He had cleaned up those killers before. He guessed that they might have been spotted by another killer organization. Maybe they would change their plans. The casino is not too far away from Zhou Hao's Pluto branch. If it weren't for the assassin's delay, he and Lu Hongmei had already returned to the branch. When he returned to the branch, they immediately called for Wang Xiaohu. Xiaohu, check it out for me. Where is the 14K Song Biao, and who is he with? I am very interested in his situation now, so I can find it out for me as soon as possible. Zhou Hao didn't have much. The nonsense of Wang Xiaohu completely ignored Wang Xiaohu's doubts and directly ordered. Wang Xiaohu just glanced at Lu Hongmei next to Zhou Hao and nodded to investigate. Now the Pluto branch has a firm foothold in Macau. The person in charge here, Wang Xiaohu, is very capable of doing things. Now he heard Zhou Hao's instructions and immediately sent someone survey. If it is an ordinary underworld figure, it will not be easy for Pluto people to investigate. Unfortunately, Song Biao is not an ordinary gangster after all. He is very famous in Macau. With Pluto's strength, he wants to investigate his whereabouts. It was not difficult at all. After only over an hour, Wang Xiaohu walked into Zhou Hao's office again. Boss, I have checked. Now Song Biao is at the 14K branch in Macau, which is their current company. Wang Xiaohu directly handed the investigation report to Zhou Hao. After Zhou Hao opened the report and looked at the detailed report above, it recorded a lot of things, including Sang Biao's usual life rules, some personal preferences, distribution of influence, which nightclub he usually likes to go to, and which lady he is with. There are records of what postures you like to use when you go to bed. Not only Zhou Hao saw this report, but Lu Hongmei, who was next to Zhou Hao, also saw it very clearly. This gave her a better understanding of Zhou Hao's power, and at the same time, she was secretly shocked. This report is only from the Pluto branch. People, the results of the 1-hour survey. If they were given more time, or if they were at the headquarters, it would be conceivable how powerful Zhou Hao's people were, enough to shock anyone. For a long time, Lu Hongmei has been very confident in the intelligence system of his magic sect, but now it seems that although the magic sect has a large number of people, it obviously has a big gap with Pluto in terms of action. The people with Pluto are so strong. The demon cult has already become the biggest power. But Lu Hongmei only passed through her mind for a while, and she didn't think deeply. She is no longer the leader of the demon cult, and those things have nothing to do with her. Now she just needs to think about how to improve her strength. Zhou Hao knew that Lu Hongmei could see the report in her hands. As for what she thought, Zhou Hao could guess how much she thought, but he didn't care. Since he promised Lu Hongmei to take her with her, Zhou Hao planned to treat her as himself. According to his own feelings, Zhou Hao believed that Lu Hongmei would not betray him. Zhou Hao, you know where Sang Biao is now. What do you plan to do? After clearing his mentality, Lu Hong frowned slightly and asked Zhou Hao, since we already know where he is, we should also be a guest. After all, when we look for him, don't we just want to meet and talk with him? As for whether they welcome us or not, that's their business. We just have to be ourselves, that's fine. Zhou Hao said with a smile when he heard Lu Hongmei's words. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Zhou Hao has never been a person who likes violence. Although he always uses violence to solve problems, it is only because violence is sometimes the easiest way to solve problems. Zhou Hao now feels that if he does not use force, it will be too much trouble. Lu Hongmei sighed inwardly. Listening to Zhou Hao's words, she knew what Zhou Hao wanted to do. Thinking that he was at the rudder of his demon cult and struck his third junior brother with a sword. That kind of overbearing, so fierce murderous intent, don't say anything. It is an ordinary person like Sang Biao, even a master of martial arts. Facing him can only be chilling. Zhou Hao didn't wait for Lu Hongmei to express his position. He got up and took Lu Hongmei away from Pluto's rudder. This time he still did not take anyone else. Although Wang Xiaohu and others were not weak, he and Lu Hongmei's strength was enough to face anyone. Danger. Lu Hongmei is now like Zhou Hao's bodyguard. No matter where Zhou Hao wants to go or what she wants to do, she will follow unconditionally. She feels that by following Zhou Hao, she will not only have the opportunity to improve her strength and enter the realm of top master as soon as possible. And everything around him is colorful and thrilling. This was followed by Zhou Hao one day. Not only did he experience 2 billion good bets, but also experienced so many assassinations by killers. Although the result was that Zhou Hao passed the test safely, it was more exciting than his own experience for so many years. Women sometimes like it. Stimulate. Zhou Hao doesn't know Lu Hongmei's mentality. He now has his own ideas. Regarding the 14K Songbiao, Zhou Hao actually has to be cautious. After all, if you want to solve the underworld forces, you must have new forces erected. And this force, he was hesitating whether to use magic teaching or let Bai Changxing come. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.